director of Active Spaces, the first tech hub in Cameroon. Today, we've celebrated our 10 years of existence in helping entrepreneurs transform their ideas into sustainable businesses. We started as just a physical place for entrepreneurs to meet, and our founding members quickly realized that tech entrepreneurs in Cameroon needed a little bit more support. So we continued with incubation program, acceleration program, networking, financing, and in the hope to continue to support our entrepreneurs. Today, Active Spaces is 3 hubs in Cameroon, one in Boya in the English-speaking part of the country, in Douala in the second capital, and in Bangante in the rural area. And all this has been possible with the help of our partners. I just want to thank Abstec, the first believer and the #1 contributor of Active Spaces. I also want to thank our different partners, the OEF, the IFD, the GIZ, the French Embassy, the Canadian Embassy, the Israeli Embassy in Cameroon, the European Union in Cameroon for supporting us in helping entrepreneurs. I want to thank the staff of Active Spaces who have been dedicated to the work that we do, who understand the sacrifice that we have to make in order to help and contribute to the development of our country. Last but not least, AfriLabs, who has supported us in so many other ways by helping us set up our 3rd hub, but also by helping us connect with other hubs on the continent. And thanks to that, we've been able to collaborate and work with hubs in Tanzania, Malawi, Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. And it's been great learning from the different hubs. We also want to thank our private sector partners in Cameroon, Orange Cameroon, who has been working with Active Spaces in close collaboration to support entrepreneurs. There has been many challenges over the years. Business model, finding financial resources, and also finding talents to work with the hubs. We've been able to do that by collaborating with the different institutions that I've mentioned earlier, but also by being creative and expanding our activities in Active Spaces. So we're very grateful to be part of the network. And as we are getting closer to our annual gathering in Abuja, I think we're thinking about what is the right and sustainable business model for the hubs. And I'm hoping to continue this conversation with you all when we meet in Abuja. Until then, great work. Keep on doing what you're doing, and I'll see you in Abuja. Thank you very much. See you later.
I believe we have 2 more videos to roll, right? Team at the back? 2 more videos. Josh at the back. Can you give me a thumbs up if we're waiting for 2 more videos? We are. Great.
Hi, my name is Lukongali Ndunda, and I am co-founder and executive director of the Bongo Hive Group. 10 years ago, we noticed a gap in the market. There were a lot of entrepreneurs and wannabe entrepreneurs that needed support in order to start and grow their businesses. And so we set up Bongo Hive, the innovation hub, which most of you know. It's been 10 years, but along those 10 years, we've managed to see a number of opportunities as well in the market. As we were supporting entrepreneurs, there were various companies also, and large corporates, that would come to us looking to leverage on innovation and entrepreneurship. And we set up a different business called Bongo Hive Consult, and we were able to help many other organizations to leverage on innovation and entrepreneurship. Along the way as well, we realized that there was an opportunity as well to offer affordable workspace and flexible workspace as well for many entrepreneurs. And so now we have the Hive co-working space, where I'm actually speaking from. We recently moved to this space, but a number of things have helped us to survive and to really prosper the past 10 years. And one most important one is to just see opportunities in the marketplace and be able to explore them just like every business would do. And so we're happy to have celebrated our 10th anniversary, and we're also excited that AfriLabs is celebrating its 10th as well. And we wish AfriLabs the best of luck and many other hubs out there. Thank you.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you very much to all of the people that produced and helped us get an insight to what the hubs are doing. Now my role is to introduce our next moderator for this morning's panel. We're going to be inviting Mara Jeanette Michello to the stage. She is the founder and country director of Jacaranda Hub Zambia. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Because you know where we're going next year, right? Thank you. Welcome to the stage, Mara.
If this is the clapping I'm getting, you're not coming to Zambia. I need more. Who's ready to come to Zambia? We are moving to Zambia. Please just conceptualize that you have one whole year to prepare. Thank you so much for having me today. I'll be moderating a session, and we're looking at exits and unicorns. I know the word unicorn always, when you think of that, you're thinking, you know, the horse with a horn. But today, it's a whole different concept that we'll be looking at. We will be having two presentations from two entrepreneurs, one who actually just exited, and then the other one who got funding. She's a Series A entrepreneur that just got funding. And then I'll be inviting my panelists for today. It's such a power-pack panel discussion, so I'm excited. I just want to check if we're ready with the presentations. We'll be having one from Toyin and one from Fares. Are we good to go? Okay, so we're not ready with that. I think sometime within the panel discussion, we'll be able to go to that. So one thing that I wanted to talk about was when we're talking about investment and we're talking about unicorns and exits, with the recent launch of Flutterwave Go, the attainment of Andela, we've been reading in the news as unicorns, the acquisition of Savvy.ng by Piggyvest and Paystack at a whooping $200 million, and the raise of $20 million by Tunisian-based B2B expenses management solution, Expensia. Ugandan founder Cheaper Cash has recently raised $100 million among other people that are doing great work in Africa. It is safe to say that a lot of African startups have been making waves. It's great news for all of us because it creates some sort of hope that we're going in the right direction and bringing a lot of investment to the continent, which basically helps to transform the economic growth of Africa. But the main question still remains, are we doing enough? Is Africa having enough investment? What more can be done? And investments are instrumental. I think every one of us here is looking for money. Who's looking for money? I don't see enough hands. Who's looking for money? Yesterday, Rebecca gave us some vibes. We move. I think that's the kind of attitude we should have. When we want to activate or effect change, we need to show it. Who wants money? That's right. So, mentioning the aspect of investment, we know that that is instrumental for startups to grow. And so the question is, what type of investment are we looking for? What type of funding are we looking for? What is the best kind of funding for startups in Africa? And what does the future look like for African ecosystems to grow? So I'm excited to introduce my panel this morning. Such a privilege to be hosting such an amazing panel. I feel very, very lucky and honored. I will have the first panelist, who is our board chair, outgoing, Rebecca Enochong, who is AfriLabs board chair, of course, and of course, Mr. Tommy Davis, who is the president for the African Business Angel Network. Please come to the front. And then I have Kola Aina, General Partner, Ventures Platform Fund, Nigeria. I have Alfredo Kwanda, Founder and Manager, Idearo, Mozambique. We will be joined by Toyin Bajomo. She's going to join us virtually, and of course, Fares, who will be making a presentation. So I think, Kini, you can signal when ready with the presentations. We can just go into them when that time comes. We're good with the presentations? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for joining this panel. It's such an important topic because at the heart of everything, we can do amazing work, but we know that we all need financing. We all need to follow where the money is. So to start with, I will start with you, Rebecca, looking at the growing ecosystems in Africa, looking at all startups trying to find the money. What does the African landscape look like now? What have we been working towards? Where do we think the future is going towards when we talk about growing ecosystems and financing for ecosystems in Africa?
So we started out getting most of our funding. If you look at 10 years ago, and you look at who was funding African startups, most of the names of the organizations ended with foundation. So we were getting, our startups were getting money, charity money, and that has fundamentally changed. When you have some of the largest venture capital firms on this earth that are betting on Africa and investing huge amounts of money into African startups, that is a huge, huge milestone. That's a real change because we're no longer seen as a charity case. That's our startup community. Let's work on the rest of that, the rest of Africa. But at least our startups are seen, and people are really seeing the potential of real profit and real making money from the continent. What we need to work on, and Tomi and I have been working on this for a while now, is how do we increase local investment? How do we make it so that when there is an exit, the benefits from that exit stay on the continent? Because if only VCs from overseas, when the returns are 200x, right, as we've seen in some cases, they're getting the proceeds from that, and they're not reinvested on the continent. And so, I noticed recently one Nigerian startup that raised only from Nigerian investors, and I think that trend is something that we need to work towards.
Awesome, and I'm glad that we have on a panel a Nigerian investor. So, and I think we can speak to that caller. What has your experience been? And I know investing in startups doesn't come easy. You don't get a lot of thank you notes being sent to your office. It's a lot of, tireless work, and it's a lot of committing to people that don't see their own value. And you are basically looking at, gruesome work and hoping that you're betting on the right people. What has your experience been with all the hardships, with all, the bad that comes with investing in African startups? What are some of your experiences? Can you highlight some of the success stories? Because we want to highlight the tiredness, but also what are the success stories so that we can learn from that and people can start to focus on building on that.
Sure. Thank you very much, and delighted to be a part of this panel of very really distinguished people that I have had the privilege to know for a while. A couple of years ago, I asked, I was opportune to speak somewhere, and I asked a question that went like this: who will own our future unicorns? And I asked that question because myself and several others never had a doubt that we would have unicorns in Africa, from Africa. The question really was about ownership, right? And this is not to suggest that having foreign investors or non-African investors investing is something we don't want. In fact, we want more of it. The real challenge is what Rebecca put so succinctly, that when you don't have local participation, you're not really able to capture the resultant benefits from a developmental standpoint. And this is really what I think has been the crux of our work over the last several years. At the time we started out, you didn't have a lot of, save for the efforts of, angel networks like the Lagos Angel Network in Nigeria, and a few other hubs and sort of local angels and investors. You really didn't have sufficient local participation. But I'm really glad to report that over the last 6 or so years, that we've seen that change significantly. We now have, in Nigeria, for instance, and in other markets, you have several local funds all through the various stages. We invest from the pre-seed stage up to Series A. You have several funds like that. You've got rolling funds. And I think this really starts to answer the question that I posed, 4 or so years ago about who would own these unicorns. On the scale of balance, it's been an incredible journey. Happy to report that we were, as one of my VC mentors puts it, we got a chance to wet our beak with the Paystack exit, and that, as we all know, was a catalytic exit. in very short order, about 4 months after that or 5 months after that, you saw Flutterwave achieve a unicorn valuation, and it's been hit after hit since then. And as Rebecca put it yesterday, it's clearly that we're now moving. You know, every morning I log on to TechCrunch and I scroll to see who's raised how much again. You know, just 4 days ago, about maybe 2 weeks ago, one of our portfolio companies raised a Series A from one of the most prolific global investors, Tiger Global. You know, and so clearly, a lot of the work that the hubs here have put in, the early stage investors have put in, the early stage funds, and most of all, the founders have put in, is really now starting to materialize. And I think for our colleagues from the other parts of the continent who are wondering, when is it going to be our turn? Mm-hmm. The reality is success begets success, right? And in my view, the real opportunity in Africa is a Pan-African opportunity. Which is why we're constantly advocating our portfolio companies to really think about how their products can scale across the continent. And just yesterday, we made public our first Zambian investment in a company called Union 54. Earlier this year, we did our first Egyptian investment in a company called Money Hash. Last year, we did 2 investments in Kenya. So from an investment standpoint, we're increasingly looking outside Nigeria because we truly believe that the African opportunity is a Pan-African one. Thanks.
I'm excited to hear Zambia is making it. And you know, speaking to what you said, when you look at the reports, it's sticking to the West so much, and you're thinking, what is the rest of Africa not doing right? And maybe I can pose this question to you, Alfredo. What is an ideal situation for startups, for them to become investor ready, for them to prepare to attract the right kind of investment? And I want to also just get to a point, you know, when you talk about an enabling environment, even youth now are talking about an enabling environment. I would like for you to break down what that looks like, because I think people don't understand that it differs for everyone, but then if we have to define it, what would an enabling environment look like for you in Zambia, in South Africa, in Botswana? What does that look like, and how can we then get to even out the playing field so that we can get more unicorns and exit companies in other parts of Africa other than just the West?
Wow. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. I think I have heroes here on my side, friends. And there are 3 things to consider when it comes to understanding what we need to approach. The first thing is the one thing that is inherent in Africa. I think we talked about it yesterday, which is the sense of community. We need to understand that this is all about coming together as a community to create value at scale. That's the first thing that we need to understand. What do I mean about value? Value is coming together in terms of policies. We need to understand what policies are in place, because policies are constrained. Either they support or they will block anything that we want to do. And we need to address these first things first. And every entrepreneur needs to understand what are the policies that are in place in their own industry and ecosystem. The second thing that we can talk about is about the people, the talent that we can talk about, the founders that we have on that specific ecosystem. We need to address it properly. Do we have it? If not, what is missing? The third thing that we need to understand is partnerships, because when we look at an investor needs to be looked like partner, not just someone that gave me money and I'm going all other way. Government, when it comes, it needs to be addressed as a partner. So partnerships is the one enabler of all these unicorn companies. When you go there and understand what are the things that they did right, partnerships will be there. We need to understand the products that we are creating, how relevant those products are to the ecosystem that we are in. This is something that is really critical, because often we started by copying other ideas. We wanted to copy Facebook, Twitter, and so on and so forth, but Africa has so much that we can provide in terms of value that is unique to the rest of the world. So those are the things that we need to understand if you are building the right products. And the other thing that we need to understand beside the product is the processes that are in place. Because when we look at one unicorn, is that they did a lot of things right. That's the thing that we need to understand. It's not just one hit, one tick, and it's done. Now, they figure out how to kind of combine all the constraints, resources, and so forth to get to a certain point. And they have those processes. This is the one thing that we need to knock on their door, have that conversation. What are the things that you did to actually get from where you did want it to get? Combining all those things together, there is the other side that we need to understand, that at this point in time, Africa is ready. We need to acknowledge this. It's not perfect, but it's ready, and it's showing, and it's kind of like building up on that. And the capital that we are kind of looking for, the investment that we are looking for, is to build up on that momentum. How do we put that fuel to keep on going, even faster than what we are doing? So from the hub's perspective, those are the things that we need to understand. I'm a hub. I need to read the market like that so I can provide to my community all those key points and adjust those key points. By the time that get to be investor ready, when they get to check all the boxes, they're ready to actually have better deals on the table. They're ready to grow even faster. That's the understanding that we have when you're talking about how to actually have this ecosystem ready to what is already building up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And you spoke about industries, and looking at the reports, we see a lot of financing going towards fintechs. And maybe I can pose this question to you, Tommy. When we're talking about financing, what are the most favorable industries that investors are looking to put money in? Is it fintech? Are we looking at agribusiness? What are the most preferred and most lucrative areas of investment, so that when startups are thinking about building their portfolio, they also have the right industries in mind?
Unfortunately.
And bearing in mind that Africa has a lot of problems.
Exactly. That's why, it's not, for me, I think it's the wrong question, no disrespect, because it's not about the industry, it's about what's required. That's sort of the first thing. But I wanted to jump back, if you don't mind, very quickly to the concept of unicorns, because I'm on record on this. I think we need to unpack the difference between unicorns and liquidity. Okay, historically, the concept of a mythical beast, which is called a unicorn, came out of the United States. And it was always the nirvana, sort of the aim of companies that were being built, startups that were being built, to get to unicorn status so they could give investors a liquidity. That is not necessarily the African case. We need to understand we are different, no matter how much we want to say, yes, we're pursuing, and, I look at it from the adoption standpoint. So everybody understands the customer adoption curve, all right? Which means we have sort of the early adopters. I'll forget the first that come before them. Then after early adopters, we've got the early majority. And after the early majority, we've got the late majority. And that's what's happening with global investors coming to Africa. Okay, so when Steve Case came across nearly a decade, about 8-10 years ago, everybody was like, what's AOL doing? And then Mark Zuckerberg came, and it was like, okay. And then it was the Alibaba guy, and so on. And so those were sort of the early adopters in investing starting to come. Look at what Twitter's done, homing in Ghana, and so on. So what we're starting to see is a trend. And it's not optional. They're going to come. Why? Because you guys exist. Because AfriLabs been created, because ABAN's been created, because Collar's not standing still. He's not. Nobody's standing still. Nobody's waiting, okay, on the great people to come. We're doing it ourselves. It's not at the scale. Let me set into context what I mean by that. We're shouting about $3 billion being a nice, hey, yay. Guess how much the US invested in the same time period? 288 billion. So our continent is at about 1% of where we need to be. That's my view. So there's still a lot of headroom. So whether you're doing fintech, agri-tech, edutech, medtech, the fact that you've got 1.2 billion people, okay, from 3,000 different tribes, speaking over 2,000 languages, that capacity is phenomenal. That's why we're here. So yes, fintech is red hot. Why? Because we're underbanked and the whole world's moving to the digital world. We were laggards, but mobile is giving us an advantage. Edutech, medtech, okay, everybody, e-commerce, these are all no-brainers, depending on how you build them, recognizing that we're a multi-layered continent. So we've got Arabia in the north, okay? We've got Francophone in west, layering. We've got Anglophone and we've got Southern Africa. These are the continental economies we need to address. And as long as we address them properly, like you said, the problems, they're phenomenal. So where are investors looking? Investors are looking for returns, okay? If you're gonna give me 10x in 5 years, guess what? On, what's the worst one? They say nobody's going for health tech, okay? If you're gonna give me 10x in 5 years on a health tech play, guess what? You're gonna get the money. It's about whether or not, one, the team has the ability to execute, the traction's been demonstrated, and the unit economics make sense. If those things are in place, guess what? You will get the money. I trust that helps.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And coming to you, Rebecca, and we're looking at the Francophone community and, Francophone Africa, basically. Reports indicate that only 1%, raised financing of about 1.6 billion or 1.16 billion raised by startups within the Francophone community. Do we see this number growing, and what are some of the challenges that maybe are, limiting that community? Because it is a large community of people, and there are a number of startups within that community. Can we see more investment coming in these areas, and why don't we have enough of it to date?
So there are several factors. One of them is language, because obviously most of the investors that we have right now are from other parts of the world, and English is the investment language. And so that puts entrepreneurs from French-speaking countries or non-English-speaking countries at a disadvantage, because some of these investors just don't want to have to go through the trouble of understanding the accent, and then there's also the regulatory framework, which is an advantage and a disadvantage. A disadvantage because investors have not understood it, and an advantage because it's one regulatory framework. So you're dealing in most of French-speaking, West and Central Africa, you're dealing with just 2 central banks instead of 16 central banks. You're dealing with 2 currencies that are actually, people think it's the same currency, but it's not. You're dealing with 2 currencies instead of, 16, 17 currencies. You're dealing with one single business law and accounting principles, which is called OHADA, the OHADA framework. And those are all advantages, but because most people that are in these countries don't realize that others don't know what that framework is, they don't sell it, right? I think a lot of it is being able to communicate your advantages rather than seeing them as a disadvantage. And the disadvantage is that these areas are very, very formal. Very formal. Like, this thing makes me crazy is everything has to have a stamp, right? So if you want to go deposit a check in the bank, if you haven't stamped it with your corporate stamp, the bank will reject it. it will come back unpaid. So it's just silly stuff, like so much real silly stuff. To register a company, I think Senegal was in their presentation yesterday, talked about the fact that they've created a single point of registration. But the documents that you need to bring to that single point of registration and go counter by counter, it takes forever. I mean, is it necessary? I think Paul Graham last week tweeted something about Silicon Valley as the proof that you don't need all that paperwork, right? Like you don't, there is no paperwork. There's a document that gets signed, a contract between a startup and the investor. They don't make it difficult for you. But I think that's the issue in most of French-speaking Africa, is that it's very, very unnecessarily bureaucratic. And if there's a message, if there's a message to officials from those countries, is really think about whether or not that step will make any difference, right? Because many of the steps that are required make absolutely no difference in the success of the investment. So I think we're improving. There is, and I'm so glad you said startups in the Francophone region and not Francophone startups, because we do have a unicorn, right? Wave, but it's US entrepreneurs. And that's, again, that was the beginning. More and more we'll start seeing local founders being able to get unicorn type money in French-speaking Africa. But yeah, so it will improve, yes.
And I think I want to make a follow-up question to that. And we've seen this scenario also in Zambia and other parts of Africa, where non-resident startups come in a country and they do extremely well. And it leaves the local startups thinking, what are we doing different? What is that scenario, and how can we change that narrative so that local startups don't feel like they're just not doing the right thing? And what sort of influence is there that we can maybe compare it to and see how then it affects us as local startups?
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. And I know I've been one to get frustrated at times when foreign founders get the bulk of the funding. But we are partly to fault for that, because those foreign founders know how to raise money. They understand the process, right? And that's what we as AfriLabs were working on so hard. Our capacity building program was designed to help our hubs support the startups in being more investment ready, understanding that process. How does it work? There's a process. And, I speak with entrepreneurs every day, so many days, and there's so many misconceptions about raising money, right? They confuse equity investment with loans, right? There's so much confusion. They're like, well, I'm profitable. I don't care. As an investor, you want to see if the investment that you make in the startup is going to provide you, the investor, a return, right? Whether or not you're going to generate 10% profit at the end of the year, I don't really give a damn, And I think there's so many misconceptions. And we as Africans, if we want to stop this trend or this of the foreign investor, the foreign founders getting the investment, we need to understand how it works. We need to master the game. And at that point, when we master the game, we will get that investment.
Yeah. Fantastic. Alfredo, you are very passionate. I was privileged to attend one of your investor readiness trainings with the AfriLabs Learning Week. What do you think is missing among startups? Because I think now more hubs are adopting the investor readiness training. Are we providing the right content as hub managers? But then on the flip side, are startups not understanding the process of becoming investor ready? And speaking to what Rebecca had said.
Yeah. I think this is one of the things that I think the beauty of this program from AfriLabs is that because it's tackling the hubs in itself, this is where I believe it should be directed. Why is this? And one of my suggestions is like it should be the topics should be readiness. It doesn't matter if it's a product because there is this issue on product. There is the issue on the process that they use, investment readiness. But everything should be readiness because at the end of the day, it's all about checking if those hubs that exist, those 1,300 that are already in this community, they are ready to perform at their best. They are ready to provide real value to the community that they serve. In my case, that I did actually one of the sessions on investment readiness, then afterwards, because of the demand, we went to a master class on that. I even felt that the demand for it, I couldn't even fulfill. There was like, people were understanding that so many gaps. There was even like, I didn't know about that. One simple thing was IP. Because there is the investment readiness, when we are talking about it, there's so many things that you need to have it right, to have a different conversation with an investor. IP was one of those things that people ask, what? And I say like, how come you approach a startup and doesn't understand what is the real value, tangible value that can hold, that can trade? And those conversations, not about the valuation itself, is a consequence of getting right certain steps. And our conversations was just to put together an idea of what are things to need to consider, but we feel that these programs, this kind of training needs to be a whole year long. Let me tell you like that. And it needs to be that those hubs needs to have this kind of readiness before they even put themselves out there to provide value to those startups. Because at the end, we can question why a startup is not coming from Mozambique or whatever country in itself. They're not coming from there because the kind of support they are getting, they're not having like this effect of propulsion to actually become visible, to actually become like, to go into kind of like in that kind of portfolio where an investor can see that that business even exists. So we are seeing here two things. We are understanding now that this model of training those hubs, kind of like assessing those hubs in this readiness is the critical role that AfriLabs is playing right now. But we also need to have that kind of understanding how those startups will take this to their own community, because that's the other kind of gray area that it's not sure. Because if you want to measure what is the real impact, we want to have more business, more startups coming from those environments. And that will be the measure that we're evaluating that. So for us, it will be a gift to have this kind of trainings to provide to any hub, not those that are here, but those that they're not already part of the AfriLabs. So we can kind of like balance a little bit the play field that we have across the continent.
Yeah. We're going to go into a presentation, but before we go there, I want to find out, are we using the right checklist for Africans? Or are we basically, we've imported a checklist from the Western world, and we're now applying it, and maybe that's why African startups just can't comprehend why they need to go through this entire, and I think throw it to you, Kola. Do we have an African checklist, or are we basically using a model that is working for our friends in the Western world?
Well, I think a lot of work has actually gone in this direction. I mean, Tommy Davis is here, who's built a framework, the POEM framework for evaluating startups. And ultimately, I think any investor that is investing risk capital would develop a framework that works for them. It is the responsibility of the startups, and by extension, the hubs, to understand those frameworks and position for it. I mean, Rebecca said it best. Whoever knows the rubric to accessing the door would gain access to the door. So I think we need to sort of complain less and actually do the hard work of getting our startups investment ready, creating connections with the funds. We're looking to bring on a French-speaking investment analyst at our fund because, like Rebecca said, We've been talking to startups in Francophone Africa. We haven't made an investment. Well, we made an investment a couple years ago, but we want to make investments in the area, and it's really difficult to understand when we get on these calls, from a language standpoint, right? In some cases, and so I think that's what we have to do. But I wanted to comment on something Tommy Davis said. I think that there's a bit of an over-obsession on this concept of unicorns. And I think we need to rest it, to be honest.
And can we change the name?
Well, look,
to make it rhinos.
I think we've passed the, yes.
Gazelles, okay? Fast-moving,
Yes.
high value, high energy. That's what our people do.
Call it unicorns, call it zebras if you want. I think at the stage at which we intervene, and by this I mean hubs and early stage funds, you actually don't need a startup to attain a unicorn valuation to make a return on investment. So let's not get ourselves in a hard knot. We've seen, just checking who's here. We've seen ATX return on investments without even getting close to unicorn valuations. So it's really about the stage of entry, the growth of the business, the valuation at which you came in. And this, I think, is useful for hubs that have investment programs. Let's not get ourselves too wrapped up in this whole unicorn business. Our job is to boil the at the early stage.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. Kini, we're ready to go.
Here we go.
Okay, so I want to answer a little bit question. My on the whole investment is and so the three yeah, so I infrastructure is a consulting company. Incorporated in 2020 September, I started operations Jan 2021. Our primary line of business is sorry, I need to go back to that. Cloud computing, basically helping customers make better use of their cloud assets. Year to date, bootstrapped, profitable so far, what pays my bills. But I'm looking to raise capital at this stage. Now that I have clarity, it was a business I started without a very clear roadmap initially. How did I determine I was ready for capital? Product market fit. Inbound requests have been increasing. My time demands have gone beyond what I'm able to address immediately. Company's balance sheet cannot support the increasing requests. I have a clear roadmap for the product services that I want to launch. Now, I was asked to speak about my experience raising, but finding the first investor in my network, this is in my first startup. This is my third attempt at a company building. So that's primarily who I'll be reaching out to, my network. Ups and downs. So I'll talk about previous startups. Current one has been fairly pain-free. And this is where my take on sort of why there's a shortage of capital in this part of the world comes in. One of the things that I feel is a huge problem in this part of the world is contract enforcement, and it's sort of become my, it's a primary thing I preach about, stress on that, so to speak. And it's because what I've observed and what my personal experience has been is that you can't enforce contracts. And the reason why you have this dichotomy between foreign and local founders is simply because people who invest in foreign founders primarily invest in entities that are based in the foreign countries. And even if they're not, they know that these people will abide by a certain, you can fight in the local legal environment. So Angani, the first company I started, we had a falling out with investors over strategy management. That was, in retrospect, a bit, it was, I think everyone involved was a bit inexperienced in the various positions as investor, as founder. We settled, I sold my interest in the company a couple of years later. North Africa, I'd negotiated a capital investment from a foreign investor. My business partner stole money, forged share documents, tried to change the shareholding structure. It took 400 days for the police to act, 400. So if you have an issue with your co-founder or any other legal issue, it takes X amount of time. So if an investor is putting money into this company, they need to understand that they run the risk of losing the investment based on some shady shit and the legal system does not work. That's just the reality. And so more investors who I spoke to said incorporating the US, Mauritius, all these other places. I've signed term sheets and the investors goes to me. What do I do when I make purchases based on the promise of this investor? So my experience has been that we're in a very low trust environment, and there are studies that have shown that there's a direct correlation between trust and the performance of the financial markets. And my sense is that until we get a handle on these fundamentals, there's a book by Anano Di Soto on the mystery of capital, and he actually, I think it was Peru, he's a Peruvian economist, and he actually ran this experiment in Peru for how hard it was to actually start a business. We can't escape the fundamentals. In as much, and I'm sure that once I got to talking to people, many other people have gone through this, where you can't enforce contracts. In Kenya, one of the biggest problems you have is, you supply somebody and they refuse to pay you, and that's it, because it will take 3-4 years to get paid. So yes, there's a capital problem, but more fundamentally, there's a business environmental problem, which I find people try and sort of skip over. But that's actually what's ailing us. So yeah, that's it. And what happens as a consequence of this is that you've got more black swan events in Africa than you would in other parts of the world. And it's simply because, even if you think about like raising a fund, most VCs who are investing in this part of the world will incorporate their funds in Mauritius simply because of the erratic tax environment. The government may change its policy. You find yourself out of pocket. You need to be in an environment which is stable. So I feel that partly, yes, there is some training to be done. There's some work to be done regarding like preparing founders to be ready. But I also think things like Stripe Atlas will go a long way. Just giving investors the sense that, this contract is being signed and being executed and being adjudicated in a market that you understand. Just that's simple. Yeah, that was the presentation. Sorry, I'm out of time. I think this is 2 hours after I was supposed to do it. So
thank you so much, Faris, for your presentation. I think for me, one of the key takeaways there is the market. And I want to ask Tommy, as a follow-up to Faris's presentation, we've seen an influx of investors coming, shopping around, trying to get into Africa and investing in African businesses. Do we have a conducive enough market to attract more investment? But also, do local markets provide an environment that is sustaining? When you invest, you want to ensure that the market is lucrative and it can support the growth of the business or the entity that is being invested.
Well, I tend to look at it, as Kola was saying earlier, through what I call the POEM framework, and the market is just one component of it, and I'll come back to the others in a minute. But since you asked about the market, let's look at the market. The market is made up of quite a number of dynamic interests. First and foremost, you've got the competition. They also they function within your market. Second, you've got the regulatory or political climate, and as you all saw yesterday, that can be very, very dynamic. Third, which a lot of startups don't consider, is guess what? That's also where the talent that is actually going to deliver your vision into that market comes from. So those are all primary considerations that must go into your conceptual model of the market. So when you say, is the market sustaining or enabling, I don't think you can change markets. You adapt to markets. That's my view. And that's why the concept of disruptors came into being. is because when you see an existing status quo, you got two choices, either comply or disrupt. I'm personally with the disruptors any day, okay? I'm always looking for them. And once you know you're disrupting, don't expect the norm. That's the nature of innovation. You can't be an innovator and expect to behave properly or to do things properly. And that is why I tell my startups, guess what? Corporates already have a business model. That's what they're sweating and that's what they're exploiting. You as a startup, your job is first of all to find a business model that works for you. And until you've done that, you're not really in business. How do you know? Then you get product market fit, traction, and all the other nice things we like to talk about. But at a deep fundamental level, the market's important, the customers are important, your product is important, but also equally important are the people that you're going to deliver the product. The processes you use, as you were highlighting earlier, okay, and the technology that enables that. But let's not forget, at the end of the day, it's about the capital you manage to aggregate and are able to deploy and the profitability of this whole venture over time. Not forgetting, as we're all finding out now, impact. If you ain't creating jobs, you're not gender compliant and all the other impact things, then you're probably not going to get too far. I trust that helps.
Yeah. And before, I think we're ready for Toyin. But before we get to Toyin, Rebecca, your experience with AfriLabs, you're one of my superheroes. You've done such an amazing work. From 2017, when I spoke to Anna about AfriLabs, I knew that was the network I wanted to belong to because I wanted to be part of a network that understood where I was going, that could understand the impact that I wanted to drive. And the growth has been exponential. When we look at where we're coming from, 10 years now, which is such a huge milestone, and where we're going, what kind of skills do we need to develop in order for us to disrupt and to impact, the environments? Because from country to country, we're facing one of the biggest challenges, talent. It's very hard to find the right talent. How are we going to improve that, and how can we then develop stronger ecosystems for us to be able to develop? Where are we going when it comes to skills, to talent?
So I don't believe we lack talents. I believe that we're unable to recognize the talent that we have. I think that there is innovation that comes from places that are not traditional. They're not coming out necessarily out of universities. It's not doctor this that's created this innovation. So I think we really need to redefine where innovation is coming from. And the talent is there. We need to support that talent and help the talent create and innovate. But I believe really that the talent is there. I think my coming to AfriLabs and that journey, I'm a founder. I'm a tech founder. I'm a woman tech founder. In an industry where I started my business in the US, and there was nobody that looked like me, that sounded like me. This is this African chick trying to raise money and trying to start a tech business in 1999. And so I've experienced a lot of what the startup founders, and then setting up my company in Cameroon, and then experiencing Cameroon. And so I really bring the experience from the Western world and the local experience. And one of the things that I learned very early is that I didn't know anything, right? So I think the assumptions that we make, especially those of us that started in diaspora, when we go and start doing business in our own country, we think we understand, but we don't. And I think because I experienced it as a founder and experienced some of the tragedies. I was listening to him saying, oh, you have to wait 3-4 years to get paid. We waited. I have this bill. I'm waiting. It's been 16 years. I still haven't gotten paid. But but you cannot let those burdens, you can't carry them, right? Because to move, you have to be light, and to move fast, you can't weigh yourself down with negative past experiences. Because I heard that in the first founder that spoke, I felt the weight of his past experiences as he was looking towards the future. And if we're going to move, we need to unburden ourselves and look really in a very positive and optimistic light towards the future.
Yeah. I love that. If you're going to move, you need to unburden yourself. You can't move far if you're carrying heavy, luggage. So lighten yourself so that you can move faster and move further. I love that. I'm sold. I'm sold. Are we ready with Toyin? Hi, good morning, Toyin. Thank you so much for joining our panel discussion. I'll allow you to go straight into your presentation.
Hi, Mara. Good morning.
Good morning,
everyone. It's a pleasure to join you this morning, and the discussion has been invigorating, I think. That's the word I would use to describe it. So I'm here representing Baby Bliss. I'm the CEO of Baby Bliss in Nigeria. Baby Bliss is an omni-channel platform that allows engaged communities of pregnant women and mothers educated by relevant local content to access trusted products and services that meet their needs. We started out, and at the core of our business, we are a modern kind of retail e-commerce store. We started out in 2017 with just that setup, and then began to sort of understand, and I think as a lot of people did with the e-commerce space, that the market was sort of in its infancy, and we needed to develop alongside that. And so we created, and up to now we have about 300,000 women in our communities. We created communities of women and began to sort of interact with them sort of through their journey to pregnancy. So we sell mother and baby products. And alongside that, we also believe that there is an emphasis on education. So, again, there's been a lot of talk around comparing where we are in Africa to, sort of where the rest of the world is. We realize that a lot of the kind of conversations that we are having today around sort of our own journeys is still quite traditional, even in an organized sort of setup. So we have mothers asking us if they can give their children, palm wine or something like that, which is alcohol, which, in the rest of the world is like, why are we still talking about? But these are our conversations. Now we can have them, due to digital economy, we can have them not with your families or not with your mother-in-law. You can have them with, your support group on WhatsApp or your support group on the app. And so sort of seeing that development, we partnered with a company in Kenya called Moms Village. And Moms Village, they, pretty much had a very similar objective to us. They started more from the content and community side and launched an e-commerce store in 2018. And in 2020, we kind of joined forces together. We bring in our retail and e-commerce experience, and they bring in their sort of content community building strength to create this company, Baby Bliss. So currently today we're operational in Nigeria and in Kenya. We are, well on the way to making about $1 million this year. So we're really excited about sort of that scale and that growth. We recently launched a super app that helps, sort of cleanly, integrate every single aspect of our business together. So even beyond e-commerce, we're actually active selling on WhatsApp. We're active selling on Instagram. We have telesales teams who kind of sit with women and, walk through, if anyone that's had a baby knows it's almost, it's not almost, it is a project unto itself, walk through their lists and provide for product recommendations. So we're really sort of omni-channel in our approach. So our new app will enable us to do that a bit more effectively, we hope. We've got 25,000 downloads so far, and we're really excited about the journey. In terms of the questions shared, I did I did mention to Mara that we're not. I look forward to coming back and saying, oh, we're this is our Series B round or our Series C round or whatever. We're trying to raise our seed round. The business was initially funded by a small VC lab company called AfriLabs, and angel investors and owners of the business who really just came through and realized that there was just this need, and at some point it's going to have to be solved. This digitization of the parenting journey is going to happen. It's just a case of who gets to do it, and we're hoping that it's going to be us as a business. And so yes, we've been funded by sort of that, and this is our first seed round, and it's been very interesting so far. A lot of the comments around investor readiness and all of that. It's been a learning journey so far. So I will hand back to Mara at this stage so that we can take questions.
All right. Thank you, Toyin. I just wanted to ask, have you met Kola?
Kola, I know him because he's now have stars in the tech. These are the I guess key figures. So I know who he is. I know the journey, but I haven't been fortunate to meet him personally, and I am gutted that I am not in Abuja.
Let me introduce you to Kola. You need to have his number. You need to find him. You need to make an appointment. And of course, Tommy here as well, because you're doing amazing work. And anytime you hear about mother and child, that's an area where we need to really focus our attention. So make an appointment. I've introduced you. I've widened your network.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so I think speaking to her experience, Kola, especially when you're looking at women, entrepreneurs or startups that are trying to get investment, and one thing that she brought up that for me was exciting is the issue of collaboration in order to strengthen, your portfolio. What sort of advice can you give her? She's looking to move from Series A to Series B or C. How can she basically leapfrog and get to that next level in the shortest period and get to attract that kind of funding?
Thank you. Really good to hear your story, and I'm really bummed that I didn't know about Baby Bliss when we were making babies.
There's two times.
Because it would have made the process perhaps a lot easier. But look, congrats. I mean, you said you were on track for $1 million in ARR or in revenue this year. I tell founders all the time that traction is really the key word, right? And when you have traction and when you're talking to the right investor, right? Because again, not every investor would look at every sector. When you have traction and you can identify the right investor, I think you have a match made in heaven. Yesterday I was on a panel with Tokunbo Ishmael at Alethea Capital, where they, for instance, have a very clear thesis around funding female-founded businesses, for instance. So that is a funder reference. But I would totally just recommend. I love the fact that you're in 2 countries already. That's like huge for us. We really want to see the ability to scale across the continent. And oftentimes, founders would think scaling means you've got to hire and set up. The way she's gone about it is really smart. You identify another company in another market and you maybe do a merger or you do a share swap, right? We see share swaps happening a lot. That automatically takes your attractiveness from an investment standpoint from here to there. So I'd really love to chat some more. Hopefully you can take this from just a mere stage introduction to an email introduction. Would love to have the conversation. Across our portfolio, we're finding that, and this is not nothing against the guys, but the female-founded companies tend to be outperforming.
Hello.
I mean, I have to say like it is. Companies like PiggyVest, companies like MDAS. And I guess very notably, we just funded A second-time founder, who's a female founder, funded the first company, didn't work out. She's doing a new company, and we've just funded it. So I really think, as more of us become more conscious of the biases that exist, and really the fact that, we need to play this game with two sides of our team, the future would only be brighter.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So we will be going to a round of questions. We'd like to get some questions from the audience. Before we get to that, Tommy, Zambia just launched the Zambia Business Angels Network. Super excited about that.
52 years.
Which is good. It means that Zambia was hungry. Do we see more networks being born in different countries across Africa? Because I think it's easier to work in a collaborative manner like that. There's so many of us trying to seek our own funding, trying to go here and there, but if we have a model that works in country and it's coordinated, there's a network that is supporting your growth, and so that we're not all falling in different categories, trying to start early stage and then building and investor training, like doing everything. For me, that was a triple plus. It was such exciting news, and I was super excited to know that I can now focus on just building my startups, and then I can lead them into the network where they can get financing. Do we see more of those coming up across Africa?
If I have anything to do with it, you bet.
All right.
Now, my view is, and I think everybody on the panel knows this, I believe there shouldn't be a city without an angel network. That's sort of the first thing. But even city-based angel networks in Africa, I think we're just getting there or thereabouts. I'm excited that this year, well, within the next 12 months, we're actually going to be starting the first themed angel networks. So angel networks that aren't specific to Lagos or to Abuja or to, it's more around smart city angel network, agri-tech angel network, people who are actually focused because of their background expertise and capabilities to invest in those specific sectors. And more importantly, it means it's going to be Pan-African. Yes, we're going to have centers of excellence to sort of manage the knowledge base, but the idea is to start to aggregate investors that are theme specific. And touch wood, within the next 12 months, that's sort of my next game plan.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to open up for questions. I see hands. Do we have anyone supporting? There's one hand there. I see another hand in the back. Please go ahead.
Good morning to everyone in the panel. Wonderful delivery. My name is Hanson Johnson from Start Innovation Hub. I'm also the Ecosystem Director for the National Network in Nigeria, ISN. So there's a question that I've asked Tommy before, I've asked Kola, and someone that is following this program online asked me to ask this question. Since we are discussing funding, and we are looking at achieving the gazelle, the zebra, the unicorns, and all that, if we don't get it right, how do I know the true value of my startup? I have never raised funds before. How do I know the true value of as we are scaling Angel Network across cities, how do I know what to give as equity to a potential or an investor? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions and then we can allow for the panelists to answer. 2 more questions.
Thank you. My name is Professor Godwin, visiting professor of economics with the African Union Commission, and also research director, Quantitative Economic Research Bureau. The limitations of the questioning has made me not to have spoken since yesterday, but thank you today for giving me the attention. I just want to appreciate the gathering and what we are doing, but I'm worried. And that also has to go with the question of what is happening about the funding. The economic activities are supposed to address 2 things: ensure development and prosperity. we have no. And I want to say, yeah, yes, just on that, yes, okay. The level of investment has to differentiate with the productivity of the investment. Fund has actually gone in the past. How productive are they? And that brings to what I want to ask, whether we are actually going in the right direction. We need a centralized framework. And without a centralized framework, how can the decentralized hub system achieve its aim? I have said it in international conference in America and South Africa. Where is the science park? I'm coming. Where is African Science Park? That's supposed to be the umbrella where the free trade zones, the innovation hubs are supposed to link to. If we don't have that centralized framework, Africa remains underdeveloped, and these activities cannot go. You can Google the paper. Productive and cognitive innovation strategy in Africa.
So, thank you. I would like to allow for more questions. So, are you directing that question? Is there a question, and who is it directed at?
Okay.
Caller?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll have one more question. We'll open a second round of questions. I have a lady there. Could we allow the lady to speak before the gentleman? We'll be coming to you second round. So please, if you have a question, we'll allow a second round of questions. And make it precise. Make sure that you're asking a question, and please direct the question to someone so that they can respond.
Thank you. My name is Omigi Okoyamo. I'm from Hyber Group. I'm sorry, Mara, I'm already going to disappoint you because I'm actually just going to make the question general to whoever on the panel wants to respond. Okay, so, but my question really relates to something that has been mentioned already by the panel, and I think it was alluded to by one of the founders, which is this tradition of us as founders, because I'm a young founder myself, being encouraged to incorporate outside of Africa. I remember a mentorship session at the beginning of my journey where someone said to me, make sure that all of your incorporation is done in the US, make sure that all of your finances are run through a US bank account and all of that. And I don't know that that is very good for the African ecosystem. So my question really is, what needs to change on the continent with the conversations that are going on about local investors and the regulatory frameworks to create a situation where African founders, especially the successful ones, will stop saying to young founders like myself, take your business outside of Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We can respond to those questions.
You go first.
Yeah.
Innovation Park.
I actually like all the three questions, so I'm gonna say something. Thank you so much, sir. You raised a really important point, and I actually did a tweet about this yesterday, and I like to unpack it in two buckets. The first bucket that I suspect you are alluding to was a question as to if we're truly seeing the economic impact of all of this funding that's been happening. And I think in answering that, I think our understanding of what a startup is has to really be aligned. Startups, by their nature, require a different set of measurement tools for outputs. Startups are not going to always create jobs. They could create jobs. I mean, the tweet I did yesterday was about a company we funded 4 years ago that today has 175 full-time employees and over 1,000 contract staff. So that's a rare example, but that's not always going to be the case. Where they don't create jobs, they will pay taxes, right? But I think more importantly, where they don't do that, if you read the book called The Prosperity Paradox, I talk about this book all the time, I'm obsessed with it. It talks about the concept of how startups literally push society forward. So whether it's by changing culture, whether it's by improving productivity, whether it's by creating new markets. So if you think about a company like Paystack, for instance, right? One of our portfolio companies. Paystack basically today now enables over 40,000 merchants that would not be able to transact in the ways they transact today. Now, in calculating the impact of a company like Paystack, you have to extrapolate even further to look at the economic impact of those companies that they today enable. So I think we need to have a conversation with learned economists like you to develop a new framework for measuring the outcomes of this new economy in Africa. As to the question about a park, I fundamentally believe that the future of this ecosystem in Africa is distributed and is partly virtual. So I'm not really sure that we need too many more shrines or physical shrines. I mean, I know young people sitting in far-flung places building high-growth companies. So I'll leave that for more learned people to speak to. To the lady who asked the question about incorporating in, I once accosted the Nigerian vice president who was kind enough to grace us yesterday on this topic. And I told him, I said, look, we are going to continue domiciling companies anywhere we can until you fix the issue of legal recourse. The reason an investor would encourage you to domicile your company in Delaware is because they want to ensure that if there's an issue, they can go to a court system that will adjudicate the case correctly, if you get what I mean. So I think that everything is not going to be solved at the same time. There's so many pieces to moving our continent forward, and I'm really glad. I've just seen someone walk in. As a data here of Norbase, there's a young man building a new company called Norbase, who's really now looking at ensuring that founders don't need to domicile in Delaware, can register companies locally here on the continent, but still have global access. And if Dr. Toller is here, maybe you can meet with him a little later. To Hansen's question on valuation, we talked about this like 2 or 3 years ago. It's actually a lot easier now, and I'll tell you why I think it's a lot easier to value a company. Because there's so many other people building companies and raising money. So almost in every vertical, you can find a comparable. And I frankly think, looking at, hopefully the guys at Brighter Bridges, I know they're collecting lots of data. Hopefully at some point we can have these data sets readily available. But for us at the early stage, we often start with comparables. What has a similar company in another market? Before now, you will be doing comparables for foreign markets, but we now have comparables locally, and I totally sort of encourage that. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm so sorry, we are running out of time. So what I'm going to do is get just a 1-minute contribution from each panelist as we close, and maybe as you close, you can even try and think about some of the questions that have been.
I spoke for too long.
Yes, your 1 minute was done a long time ago. So I would like to start with Toyin, who joined us. What would an ideal situation look like for you in terms of the right landscape for investment, especially for young women that are looking to grow their businesses? In 1 minute, what would it look like? What does the future look like for you? What would work the best for you? Do we have our sound? Great. Please go on.
Okay, yes. The access to, as I think Paula mentioned, just investors that are, willing to invest basically in businesses that are not, the most, straightforward, general fintech, building a payment for banking beyond bank. Because the truth is, in the African context, there is so much need. I think Tommy said it earlier on. There is literally so much opportunity in terms of what we're.
Okay. Okay, we've lost her. Tommy, where are we going when we look at investment in Africa?
Oh, who, me?
Yes.
Where are we going? I don't have a clue. I don't.
But you're working towards creating more opportunities for investment, creating networks. What would be the future of investment in Africa?
To be honest with you, it's the hubs and the startups they work with that are creating those opportunities. We're just looking at them and trying to figure out which ones. Yes, we're bringing friends to help, and we're working on the international community, doing it in a structured way, but everybody will tell you, my first focal point is the local investor. And like I said to somebody in the last, was it yesterday or the day before, we underestimate the number of local investors we've got. If you want to understand what I mean, just look. Is there anybody here? Please put up your hand. I know I've got 1 minute. If you are in a city or a village or somewhere where the concept of landlords do not exist, that is people who have invested to put up a building over a number of years so that they can collect rent from that building. Is there anybody that doesn't have one or more of those in their city? The answer is no. So we have investors, it's just they're not investing in startups, and that's where our education system is kicking in, is to get them to understand that there is a move from physical property to intellectual property. And it is that intellectual property that scares most of the investors because it's not a tangible good. They look at fintech, but guess what? Software is eating the world. It's not optional. So I trust that helps.
Awesome. And Rebecca, Pan-African startup framework, can we achieve that? Can we have one standardized framework or policy that can support startups across Africa?
Well, if we can start at least with the ability of a startup, once it's gotten its regulatory approval in one country, to be able to scale across other countries without having to go through all the loopholes again. We're looking forward to that as part of the AFCFTA. But each region is different. You know, the countries are different, and their needs are different, and their markets are different. So there's not an African market. There are multiple markets in Africa. And so we really do need to consider that. And I'm not saying that you can't scale across Africa. You know, Facebook has scaled across the world, and they didn't really think about whether or not they were going to scale, you know, in markets that had different cultural issues. So I think that we do, and what we're trying to do with AfriLabs in collaboration with ABAN is to better structure our ecosystem. Because the more structured our ecosystem is, the easier it will be to do cross-border transactions between hubs, between angel networks and the startups in those hubs, between angel networks amongst themselves. And so the more we organize ourselves, the stronger a force we become.
Fantastic. And Alfredo, lastly, 3 things that startups should really, really harness if they're going to attract the right investment.
First, I will take that the willing to fail, because if we're going to move fast, whatever it is, we cannot be afraid of failing. Failing is part of the process. So fail as much as you can to learn as fast as you can to achieve whatever you set your mind to. So about failing, there is the concept of sandbox. I think every country, every ecosystem needs to adopt sandboxes, because that safe environment is the only thing that can leverage different countries dealing with different kind of like stages where they are. Kenya may be so advanced in fintech, Mozambique not. So Mozambique needs to create a sandbox so it enables people to develop things at speed. That's the second thing that I will put. On third point, which is like the gentleman there that was talking about valuations, I think it was recorded, the session for investment readiness. There is a specific slide there that talks about 9 tools of valuation that they can use. But the one thing that I like to say every single time that I engage with every startup is the best form of validation, it's still customers paying for that service. So your cash flow is the one metric that you should understand. Based on that, you can extrapolate in almost any forms of frameworks to build the valuation on that. So it's all about going to the, I don't know if it's part of member of the AfriLabs, because it has on the deck of the meeting, it has there that link. If not, just ask for the masterclass. It has there on the slides, that specific slide related to valuation. And valuation is something that every startup needs to understand from day one. Yeah. Calculate that, address that, book in everything, and figure out in which way we're evaluating. By the time that they come to the table, they need to understand what is the value they already have, so they not kind of undervalue kind of the deal. Because as an investor, I want to buy cheap to evaluate. But because I put my soul as a startup, I want to hold as much as I can, but getting the most of it. So that's the conversation between those two. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. I have gained so much value. I don't know about everyone else. If this conversation impacted you and at least gave you some insight on where we need to be going, I would like for you to give these wonderful panelists a thundering round of applause. Thundering. Let's make it thunder. More, more. More, move with the thunder. Thank you so much.
And to help them kindly relieve us from the stage, another round of applause for Mara and the panel. Thank you. Well done. Great job, man. Great job. Okay, so I'm sure that you're probably wondering what's going to be happening next. So my job is to let you know that we're now going to break you out into the 5 workshops. You'll notice that this is a flex. We are moving our agenda in some interesting ways, okay? I'm going to quickly let you know the first workshop is titled Digital Cities and New Types of Services, Jobs. Can tech hubs help workers go digital? It's going to be held here in the Congress Hall. The second workshop is the Pan-EU Africa Sustainable Network of Digital Innovation Hubs and DIHS, fostering smart logistics solutions. That workshop is going to be hosted in the Niger Enugu Hall, which I believe is in the main building, right? Right? Yes, thank you. And then workshop 3, supporting startups to scale across Africa, organized by the Innovation Growth Hub Nigeria and Flat 6 Labs Tunisia. I hope I got that right. And that is going to be in the Ogun Hall. Ogun Hall. We're also running a parallel session, Women as Innovation Leaders, Designing the Future of Female Investment, which is organized by the Women of AfriLabs. And that is a physical 30 minutes fireside chat at the Benue Plateau Hall. And then the 5th workshop is exploring opportunities to improve citizens' engagement through digital, organized by GIZ and AU at the Nasarawa Hall. So these workshops are going to start at 12 o'clock sharp, whether you're in the room or not. Outside there's teas and coffees. If you are needing that tea and coffee, you have to grab it and what? Move! You need to move to get in that room by 12 o'clock. So please do your very best to get in that room. I challenge you all to get in that room. Move, move, move. And then after that, it's an hour and a half in each workshop, and we'll be joining you back in here at 1:30 for an hour before lunch. Please do your best to get back in time at 1:30. Please do your very best to get back in this room by 1:30. Back into this room, the Congress Hall. Thank you. due to our challenges with the agenda today, I want you to let you know that we have some very important delegates in workshop number 2 waiting for you. So please know that you are expected in workshop 2, the network of digital innovation waiting for you. That is very best. Stand up right now, everybody start moving. We move! Let's go. We move! I need you out of this room in 2 minutes. Don't trample on each other, but
anytime soon, but there's no one. Coffee breaks takes longer than 5 minutes. I guess you're one of the first ones, so. but then I guess we'll also start. Perfect. Good afternoon. Welcome to the session on digital cities and new types of service jobs. I'm Jacob Lassine. I'm working with GIZ, the Future of Work project, and we're working with 2 countries in India and Rwanda. And I will just briefly give you an overview of the agenda. So we'll have 2 very short inputs from colleagues of mine who are virtually in the room. But first of all, we will have some overview of what our project will be doing, what we are doing currently, and also what we are doing in the course of the next year. Then my consultant who works on Rwanda will give a short overview of a study and scenario development that we are doing on the Rwandan context. But then the main part of this session, we want to actually engage with you to get your insights on how tech hubs can help workers digitalize. And without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Sandra Flickelötsch, who is one of our speakers. She is the head of the program on the future of work based in Bonn, working on the 2 countries that I just mentioned, India and Rwanda. She has worked with GIZ in various capacities on economic development, public-private partnerships, and digital transformation. On the left-hand side, you see Elvis Melia. He advises African governments and development partners on digital transformation, economic growth, and governance. Those countries include Kenya, Ethiopia, and Rwanda, amongst others. He frequently works for development agencies just like GIZ, USAID, and others. At the University of Oxford, he has worked with the Blavatnik School of Digital Pathways and is in an ongoing research collaboration with the Oxford Internet Institute. He's a lecturer at the University of Essen-Duisburg in Germany and the chair of International Relations and African Politics, and an associate researcher at the German Development Institute. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Sandra.
Yes, Jacob, I can hear you now. I can't hear you now. So I guess all is fine. I cannot hear you or see you. Thank you for the introduction, and a very warm welcome also from my side. I am delighted to be part of this event and to be invited to organize this workshop together with our friends from the Make IT initiative. I look forward to having a lively exchange with you in the room on the ground in Abuja, but also with the participants online. But I would like to start off with some very few words about who we are and what we do before we dive into the discussion with together with Elvis. As Jacob said already, we are a project of German development cooperation and work on linking approaches of the employment promotion on the one hand and digitalization and digital transformation on the other hand. Yes, it's already the next slide, please. Could you just swap? Yeah, thank you very much. There we are with the German DC and employment promotion. We have been tasked with facilitating research and dialogue on the future of work in our partner countries to explore potentials and challenges of IT-enabled work, and also to bring the perspectives of our partner countries into the international debate on the future of work. In order to implement this, we started with an analysis of 3 priority trends or developments that currently are shaping labor markets, which are digital platforms, business process outsourcing or global process outsourcing, as you like, and digital entrepreneurship. Speaking of partner countries, that's what Jacob already said. We are working on Rwanda and scenarios for IT-enabled work there. And because we also have to have the task of promoting supra-regional level. India was chosen as another focus country, and there we have a strong focus on platform work. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. We are currently active on 3 different levels. The one is the national. As I said already, we are conducting studies on opportunities created by digitalization in our 2 partner countries. Based on that, we develop scenarios together with various stakeholders, and based on the scenarios, we will develop recommendations for action for the national policy dialogue. We are also active on a regional level, so we are fostering peer exchange and collecting and linking with practical examples from other countries in the region. And of course, just as I said, we promote the supra-regional dialogue as well. And on international level, we will bring our results and perspectives of partner countries to the international dialogue on the future of work, and therefore cooperate with multinational organizations like ILO or World Bank, and also think tanks. So with the clock is going and going, so that should be enough for now, because we are definitely focusing and very much looking forward on the exchange and your experience and the experience from hubs and innovators on the topic of the future of work. And therefore, I would like to hand over to Elvis, who will kick off the discussion. Elvis, over to you.
Hello, everybody. I can't see anybody, but no, now I see Jacob. I would love to have a discussion with you, and mostly we would like the people in the live audience in the room to be speaking. God knows we've been speaking to screens enough the last however long, 1.5 years. So what we're doing in Rwanda quickly is we're looking at what could the future of work be. Oh, there's some people, great. What could the future of work be looking like in the next 8 years? So it's pretty much the near present of work rather than the future. And obviously, we've seen the other slide there. I don't know if you see a slide on one of the screens. Yeah, that slide. I don't need to go through these numbers. Africa is rapidly urbanizing. Africa is very young. A lot of people are working in the informal economy. A lot of people won't be stepping foot inside hubs. Right? And so that's what I want to talk to you about. Do you think, and this may be a contentious question, do you think hubs play a role in helping directly support people who aren't digital entrepreneurs, people who aren't software developers, people who may or may not have been born in a city, maybe came from the countryside, are young, or maybe not that digitally literate, right? The most jobs that will be created in cities will be for people who are going to earn a lot less than a digital entrepreneur in the esteemed sense of that word. So we're looking at digital entrepreneurship, more at the entrepreneur and less at the digital. So it's IT-enabled services. So to give you an example, it might be somebody who has a store and wants to sell their things or advertise their product online, use targeted ads, maybe use the internet in different ways to facilitate trade. And either what we would love to hear from you is either some examples where hubs are involved so that we could use those as case studies, or also, who knows, for future collaboration. Or what would be equally good is if somebody in the audience tells us that's not what hubs are for. I mean, a past speaker has told us that, Clayton Christensen's prosperity paradox. Hubs aren't there to create jobs. Hubs are there to create innovation, and that innovation will have a ripple effect to create jobs, so we shouldn't be forcing that on hubs, right? I think either of those points is very valid, but let's open it up to the floor right away and see if there are any examples of what hubs are doing for less technical people, maybe platform drivers. Could we go to the next slide? I've got a few examples to kick it off. Yeah, so, somebody who is a university graduate and doesn't find work in the domestic economy, who might, want to work on an online labor platform, doing something that's non-technical, like a transcriber or a writer, right? Somebody who's, bought themselves a car as kind of a practical insurance. If all else fails, I might as well go drive for Uber, right? Is there any support, is there any help from hubs for those kinds of people? Or should there be?
Thank you very much.
Over to the floor, over to you, Jacob.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Thank you very much, Sandra, for all your inputs. I see already a lot of hands. Can we have some mics, perhaps, in the round? Can I see the hands again?
I can't hear you, Jacob. I don't know if you can still hear me. Yes, you can still hear me. I see from your facial expression.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I can't hear you. So if you can't hear me, I'm just going to keep speaking. I wanted the audience to speak.
Hang on. Yeah, there's the first person.
Hello.
The gentleman in the front.
Hi, my name is Benson, and I'm a community manager at the Aga Khan University Media Innovation Center. And what we do is we give $20,000 grants to media startups. Some of those startups are as simple as they produce a local magazine. And we don't see that as very digital. And all our startups currently are from rural areas. So when you think digital first, it doesn't work for them.
So what would you think is the aim that needs to be focused on in, for example, a context like in Rwanda, or what is your context? With the focus on the rural areas, or can it be anything in the rural space?
To be honest, our hub is very focused on media startups.
Okay.
But in this case, rural-based media startups.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The gentleman in the left with the black shirt. But there's still a lot of questions. Maybe we have 2 mics also going around.
Yeah, my name is Kelvin Ogba Dafiago, founder of the Ogba Educational Clinic and Artificial Intelligence Hub. I also happen to be the chief promoter of artificial intelligence in Africa. And I love this question so much because we've been telling lots of people in Africa that there's going to be a lot of displacement in jobs, and that new sets of jobs will be formed as a result of AI. I usually call AI monstrous AI because the kind of changes it's bringing into the workplace. In particular, my locality, Warri, I come from the Niger Delta of Nigeria, from a place called Warri. What we try to do from our hub, the Artificial Intelligence Hub, is to help local women to leverage on internet technology in doing their business. For instance, a lady who wants to pay his children's school fees there is a trader can actually lock up her shop and go to the bank and spend countless hours, not knowing that with an app he can actually transfer the money and still be doing the business. Because of my privilege of attending e-commerce summit, I have to introduce e-commerce to them. That it's not about having a big gigantic shop where you pay a lot of money. You can actually put your goods on the internet and sell. That the emphasis shouldn't just be about working hard, but working smart. So we've been working with all those people. Then on the youth side, we started a program of rejuvenation and reorientation of derailed young boys that have gone into online scam and betting, because most of them feel that it's about scamming or betting that make money. So we created a unit where people can come in, a center where they can come and learn tech skills. We leverage on the international community where we get tech experts from abroad who teach this student via Zoom. We also have physical tutors who come in once in a week and teach them. Because we know that it is capital intensive and our people are poor, the model we used was that we created an environment where they can come without laptops. We gave them laptops, gave them internet and electricity so that they can learn. So you can hear little kids knowing something about 3D printing. What's the goal? If a child in 2021 is knowing about 3D printing of little articles, in 5 years' time, he may be tempted to think about how he could 3D print a building. So we've been trying to leverage on all this tech, showing them and telling them how future jobs will be, because we know that the robots are not just going to come and take over our jobs. They are also coming to be our bosses. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. There's more hands. Perhaps the lady in the front as well. Get some female voices as well. And then the gentleman on the right.
Hello everyone. So my name is Chepkemoi Magdalene. I'm from Kenya, and I run Eldo Hub, which is an education, innovation, and technology hub. And we support youth to benefit from the opportunities that the digital economy offers. And we also close the skills gap in Africa's job market. So to answer the question, we run a program called Digital Apprenticeship Program, where we are working with businesses and young tech professionals. So we identify digital projects in businesses like SMEs, traditional businesses, as well as tech startups. And we identify the junior tech professionals who would like to work in those with expertise, and we match them to the businesses so they can help the businesses in their digital transformation. So we've worked with the 40 junior tech professionals in the first cohort, and working with 40 businesses. That means 40 digital projects. And also we provide other things like mentorship, working with the ICT industry, like organizations like Cisco, Safaricom, and other organizations. And we also work with the Arizona State University just to provide training and other aspects, just especially in the soft skill aspect, just to ensure that, you know, the young tech professionals are able to support the digital transformation in businesses. So so out of the 40 that we selected, 35 of them were able to get jobs after that. And that translates to around 85% of job absorption rate. So, and most of them were retained by these businesses, meaning that, you know, they were able to get value and in their digital transformation. And some of the digital projects include the e-commerce platform, and also as basic as a digital marketing strategy. Some businesses just needed a digital marketer. Some of them didn't have an online presence, and all that. And from that, they saw value. Most of the businesses saw value, and that's why they were able to retain the junior tech professionals in our organization. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The gentleman on the right, in the blue shirt. We have two more hands at the moment. We'll have the gentleman on the right afterwards, and then the one in the color shirt.
Okay, so my name is Tunde Makaiva. I'm from Monster Point. So I would just like to answer that question two ways, because the question goes on, is digital the way to solve problems for the rural community, or it's not? I don't think there's an answer that fits that completely, because it depends on where people are. So if you're looking at people that might be difficult to empower them digitally to improve the way and the quality of their life, then the question is, how do you create a system that, even though they might not necessarily be able to adopt digital as their own, transition into a digitally powered business or life, what can you do to ensure that they are not out of the game? So the question is, there are two things. For someone to be able to use digital, and probably it's a rural area, then they might need capacity development. They might need to be trained. That's one area. Because I think that the question about digital has to be that's the way to go. If saying that people are not going to go that way is not the reality. The reality is that the world has moved. So how do you move more people within the rural communities to be able to leverage what digital, because digital increases opportunity, creates efficiency, enable people to be able to maximize something. You're doing something here in Nigeria. Because of digital, you can get it to other countries across the world. So how do you bring opportunities to people in those communities in a way that they can leverage on digital to be able to reach a larger market or get their voice heard in areas they wouldn't have heard before? And then that becomes the question of, what do they need? It's not the question whether they definitely need digital. Then what do they need? How do we ensure we are able to come up with programs that can provide what digital can solve for them in a way that improves efficiency, enables them to become more effective? Not necessarily saying everybody needs digital now, because it just makes more sense to go digital. You can do more. You can measure, there's data, there's efficiency. I mean, all kinds of businesses, for instance, in Nigeria, people are doing businesses that if they introduce digital, it increases what they earn, increases efficiency, increases measurement, and then their capacity to solve more problems is also increased. So, but the question is, how do you begin to find within these rural areas what the opportunities are, and how do you develop programs that digital can now help improve the quality of life, improve the earning capabilities, and then in the long run, help the organizations achieve their goal. But the answer to your question is the digital is important. That's the way to go because it just offers a lot more benefit. There could be other challenges, infrastructure, energy, but those can be solved as the decision is being made to first of all identify that powering digitally is where the growth and opportunity lies. But the question is, different rural communities might have different needs that the digital economy can now address and make better outcomes for the individuals in those communities. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more voices, and then I would give back to Elvis in
I
the
think
virtual room.
I also have something to say.
You also have a... Okay, thanks.
I just want to say that this particular topic is just coinciding with my ongoing research work. It's a book to be launched next year, Digital Visual Economy, Structure, Networks, and Regulations. And in one of the sections of the book, I'm actually addressing the 4 pillars that characterize a digital economy. And these pillars have to be in place. And what are these pillars? We talk of digital currency. We talk of digital infrastructures. We talk of digital rules and the networks. In Africa, there's a challenge, the knowledge gap. And that's a serious issue. And that brings to a question, what is the difference between digitalization and digitization? We need to understand these 2 concepts to drive this economy. And so what is paramount is to create the capacity, to create the knowledge for us to be able to transit from traditional economy to a digital economy. For example, the curriculum in schools are based on traditional economy. The market is witnessing transformation, witnessing transiting to a digital visual economy. Now, from school to the market, you have a knowledge of traditional economy, and you are in the market seeing some visions of digital economy. So there is a gap, and that is the problem Africa is facing. The Westerners are lucky. The curriculum is already designed. As a student in University of Warwick in the 90s, the minute I landed in the University of Warwick, I was given a code to enter laboratory. Before I left Nigeria in the 90s, I never saw computer. But the first thing I was given, so the curriculum in those economy, the structures that house the digital economy is existing. But in Africa, the structures are lacking. And I think we need to address these structures very critically. Nigeria just launched e-currency. It's supposed to be one of the pillars that will drive even the new service economy. How many of these actors in the economy can operate an Android phone to be able to have a wallet and be able to use it to pay, to transit? So this becomes a critical issue. And that's where the governance comes in, the regulatory framework. How do we create the structures that will enshrine the emergent service transit economy?
Thank you very much. Let's take one more voice from the room.
I wanted to say
head
something.
back to Elvis.
Can I say something?
Yes. Then.
So I don't know. On to you, please. So quick one. I lead as a program manager for an incubation hub in the southeastern part of Nigeria. My name is Favor, and I would say yes. Tech hubs can help workers go digitally. And interestingly, my community is arguably one of the largest, has has one of the largest markets in Nigeria, the Onitsha main market. But what surprises me about it is that people still do traditional way of business. And then there is e-commerce. But for us as a hub, what we've been able to do is to try to encourage young people that want to leverage technology to go digitally, right? By teaching them the basics of digital marketing, how to set up their stores, e-commerce and all those good forms. But before we jump right into that, what we first of all do is to give them some sort of value reorientation. Because people at the local level, first off, need to have a new form of thinking, understand the potentials that the digital economy can actually do for their businesses. So we start with value reorientation. Afterwards, we then provide them with the skills, the support, and then the success stories have been really, really fantastic. So that's just a short one from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't forget the colleague in the white shirt, just behind the lady. But then I would hand over to Elvis for now, but I guess we can have another round just in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to speak to the case of our hubs, the right organizations to support this digitalization of labor in our markets. And I would say yes for the following reasons. First, the fact that we are connected. And when I say connected, we are connected to our local communities, which sometimes is disconnected from the formal education institutions like universities. As we know, the minority of our people go to formal education. But we're also connected in terms of the innovation. And I think if we're looking at digital, which changes so quickly, you need an entity that can go quickly with the latest trends and be able to democratize this to the local population. And third, I would say is based on that point, agility. I think you've seen the energy in the room and hubs in general, where we're able to design programs quickly, bring them to life, new technologies, adapt to the local context, like how we did in the COVID-19 pandemic. I think many of the hubs here would have done some sort of programming around that. So I think agility in terms of digitalization is key. And to an example of that, us in Ubuntu Hub in Tanzania, so close to Rwanda, we started a project that aims to democratize digital to the local population. And how we're doing that is we first have a sensitization campaign where we want to have local examples of local entrepreneurs, local the task force using digital in their businesses. Then we do skills building, so we do training sessions. And then lastly, we're connecting them with digital developers and graphic designers who can service them. So I think in that example, you can see how hubs are, our role as capacity building can also be very well tailored towards capacity building for the digital labor force. And our program also targets smallholder farmers in Arusha, Tanzania. So even the rural areas can be reached with the right level of digital, whereas for them it can be simple things like digital payments or things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elvis, I would like to hand over to you to also say a few words on what you've heard and how you might be able to use it also for our study that's currently conducted. I would then open again for 3 more voices in the room because there's another session coming up very soon, so I don't want to spend too much time on our session. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Super fascinating. I have just 3 follow-up questions quickly. I did not catch the name of the lady from Kenya. I did not.
I have it. I have it.
You have it. Okay. And I did not catch the name of the gentleman from Ubuntu Hub in Tanzania. And thirdly, my house is wobbly because I only caught 3 out of the 4 pillars of the professor's book, which I look forward to reading. I have digital currency, digital infrastructure, and digital rules. I didn't catch the 4th one because I'm a slow writer. If he could give us a peek into that. I know it's not published yet, but he did say it, and I didn't catch it. So that's super interesting, and also building the new tech culture on the traditional culture is something that's very interesting. I would love to just throw it right back into the real room, out of the virtual, and ask for stories. Are there any? We're looking for case studies. Are there stories you could tell us about things that happen in the cities? And of course, the rural area is super important, but that's not what our study is about. So next time we'll ask you about the rural areas, but we're interested in people who move to cities and don't really know what to do there, right? People who look for jobs in the urban areas, and how can digital help people get jobs? I gave the example of somebody buying a motorcycle or a car as a type of insurance, right? If I lose my job, at least I can drive, right? That can't be the way forward, right? We need more types of digital insurances, things that people can fall back on. People who may not be that tech savvy. Do you have, from your various hubs, do you have any kinds of, and this may be very individual, like if just something you think of a success story that you can share with us from around the continent?
Thank you very much. Can we first have the name again of the colleague that just raised, and then you can just state your pillars again. We do it afterwards. Okay. Then we'll do the next round of through the room. The lady here in the front, please.
Hi, my name is Mara. I'm from Zambia. So just to answer your question, I'll start by stating something quite important, and this is from experience. I think we keep treating digital economies, digital skills as a standalone, like it's a plug-in. It's an enabling tool, and the minute we start treating it as such, we will help a lot more people understand what the benefits and the opportunities are in the digital world. And the reason I'm saying this, I'll give a very typical example. At school, you have an IT teacher, right? Who comes and teaches you IT. What is that? Every subject that a child takes should have a component of digital skills, because that's where the research, that's where the mindset transformation, that is where the ability to explore beyond what the textbook says comes in. So that's something that we need to promote. Secondly, migration, people coming into cities looking for jobs. Another thing is, again, digital platforms, digital economies, they are not a standalone. If in the urban area, I do not have the right mindset, I don't have the soft skill, the ability for me to say, I want to find more opportunities. Where are they found? Where can I go and search? Who should I speak to? There's one computer in the community, in the village. Can I go and search? How do I even start searching? If we don't have people thinking like that, we can give them 100,000 computers. They won't use them. They can have a phone, and I'll give a very typical example of some of the young people that we work with. They come from all kinds of areas in Zambia, right? We run an incubation program, a national incubation program, and we run it 100% virtual during the COVID pandemic. A lot of people were complaining about Zoom not being favorable. Can we find another platform? You are forgetting it's a platform regardless, right? So it's your willingness to learn how to use Zoom that will determine how you're going to succeed at doing the program. So I think one thing we need to incorporate is applying digital economies in all areas of our life and make it a daily useful tool so that everyone understands where the opportunities are. The other thing is with people migrating, I'll give another very typical example of why people are failing to find jobs. Some people. The idea that there are no jobs in Africa is here or there. There's a lot there. Part of it is the soft skills, the mindset. That is what is limiting a lot of people from finding those jobs that they're looking for. They want someone to tell them, go to house number 545, that's where the job is. We don't have that skill to search, to go and dig deep and find the information. Give someone the opportunity to go and search for something on Google, they'll come and tell you, I can't find the information. It will take me 2 seconds. I'll find the information and I'll say, what is limiting you from finding the same information that I'm able to share? And it's because we don't want to do the work. That is one of the challenges. So For me, I think the response would be, can we? And this is going to governments, and I know GIZ, you work a lot with governments. As we revisit the education curriculum, can we ensure that the education curriculum from grade 1, from preschool, young people start using tools that are creating opportunities for the future? That it doesn't become a strange, tool to use when they grow up. In Zambia alone, you give a child from rural areas a computer and they have no idea what to do with it. In fact, they don't even want to touch it because it seems so strange. This is the same continent where we have people that are sitting in this room that live on computers and phones. So what are we not doing right? Let's go back to the basics. Our education system has to improve if we're going to create jobs of the future. And if we're going to create the right mindset that will take up jobs of the future. And the future is now, mind you. The future is now. A lot of young people don't have jobs because they simply just can't apply. They simply can't apply.
Thank you very much.
I'm not as passionate as him, but
Let's have two more voices from the room who we haven't heard, the gentleman in the right and then the lady in the back.
Thank you. My name is Herbert and I'm from Nigeria. I'm a management consultant and a real estate developer. I want to ride on what Mara is saying. And I think if we want to answer that question, can tech hubs help workers go digital? Very simply. There's something that's missing in the whole link, and that is actually training people in the very basic digital skills that we apply every day. Now, I'm middle-aged, and you would think that if there were 100 people here, that they actually know how to use their Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. It sounds very commonly used, but a lot of people don't have beyond the skills of just posting and receiving. Now, we're talking about digital skills. How many people, or where can you go to learn how to use Zoom? Where can you go to learn how to use all these other things? Skype, Twitter. Those are very basic skills. Even how to use your ATM. Even how to use an app to transfer money. These are the things that these hubs can do. You don't have to have a big hub that is wanting to become a unicorn. We're talking about simple hubs that train middle-aged people, very young people to bring them onto this. I can bet you there are directors and MDs that don't even know how to send email. And you'll be shocked. You would think that they know. Even basic word processing skills. Can't use PowerPoint. Can't do even Word, because they have been used to having secretaries do these things. You come into civil service, it is file pushing. How do you get this guy to now do this on a computer? No matter how you do it, unless he is trained, he can't do it. But he's an executive.
And you need to keep learning because it's always changing.
That's the point. And the point is, these hubs can do this, and it doesn't need to be very complicated, very simple. I would like to go to a place that I can learn Zoom, I can learn any of these new tech. When they come out, who teaches you? Who do you learn from? How do you get good at it? Facebook is very complicated, and it can make you money, but a lot of people don't know that. So these are the things that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady in the left. And I think then we need to close, unfortunately, but you can always approach me. We also have flyers lying here, so you can also contact us always, contribute your questions and also your comments. via email otherwise. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Yusufu Ojonoka. I'm the partnerships lead at Technology for Social Change and Development Initiative, Tech for Dev for short. It's a nonprofit that helps Africans to gain access to digital skills to help them get better economic opportunities. I just want to share one of our learnings over the last 5 years, and is the fact that we make a lot of assumptions in terms of what we think people need. There's a lot of conversations around getting people digitally skilled or giving them digital skills, basic skills, intermediate skills, and all of that. And I can tell you that over the last 5 years, we have come up with several programs. Some are women-based, some are just for young people, and particularly in the last couple of months, we've been working in partnership with Microsoft to upskill 5 million young people in Nigeria. In the last 2 months, we decided to do 400,000 across Nigeria. Young people in school, old people, whoever it is that needed basic digital literacy skills. We've advertised on so many platforms, online, offline, you name it. But people are not responding as much as we want them to respond. Why? You would assume that, oh, everybody wants these skills. Everybody's looking out for these skills. But why are people not responding? One thing that happens every time we go to a community, or even right here in Abuja, to deliver these free skills, free, absolutely free, is people asking us for, are you going to give me breakfast? Are you going to give me transport? Will you pay for me to come for the training? So there's so many things that we need to think about. We must not assume that if we provide the skills or if you give people the opportunity to get the skills, that's all the problem. That's not all. There's people who are hungry. They're not going to come and be taking digital skills when they're not sure what they're going to eat in the next few hours or days. So I think it's important for us to think about this as stakeholders or as hubs, whoever it is that is trying to address problems in Africa. Is not just providing the skills. There are other things that we need to think about, and that's part of what we're doing at Tech for Dev. We're happy to talk to anyone who wants to hear some of our learnings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to close it here, but can we have a round of applause to all of you? Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Elvis, Sandra, do you want to have some closing words as well? Some last words? Otherwise, stay silent forever.
I was just giving a virtual applause. Other than that, I'm very happy. Thank you very much, Yusufu. That was a great input at the end. I think we've got a lot of work to do. And anyone, Jacob mentioned it, anyone who has similar stories, please approach Jacob and please let him know where we can find you. Maybe we can do something. Maybe we can write up your story. Maybe we can, look at, we live on stories, right? We have enough data. So we need to hear stories about, what works, what doesn't, what we can do. And yeah, it's been great. Thank you for all the input and have a wonderful next session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hand over now to my colleagues who lead the other session, workshop 1.2. I guess it's a straightforward Christian, I guess. It's you. Thank you very much.
Test, test, test.
I just need a selfie now.
Thank you.
Smile, guys. Smile.
How much time do we have now? Just to know how much we have to rush, but I think like half an hour or something, right?
Nobody knows.
No one knows, okay. 1:30, and now
so 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll keep it short and brief and sexy to all of you. So, my name is Christian, and this is my dear colleague Timo, and we have been here, or rather in Addis at the AfriLabs meeting 2 years ago, And I don't know whether there some of you have been there in our session 2 years ago, where we kind of proposed this or introduced our project idea. And this was kind of the starting point. Some interviews with you guys and what shall we do. And now we're in the happy position to present the results in some way. The topic of today is collaborative innovation, whatever that means. That is a term originally coined. Do we have actually a presentation? Joshua? Hello, hello, hello? Well, never mind, okay.
Perfect, there it is.
That's an expression originally coined by the World Economic Forum, and it actually describes the cooperation, the collaboration between the big corporates and the startup sector. And it makes sense, because the big corporates, just like us very often, are in the urgent need to be more innovative, but they are not due to their sheer size and the bureaucracy they are actually working with. Therefore, they had the idea to cooperate with the tech startup scene to kind of borrow the innovation power from these guys. This looks very nice and sexy on paper, but in fact it fails miserably very often. And so why does it fail? And we took this concept, this idea of collaborative innovation to our sector, to the public sector. How can the public sector better work together with the tech startup scene? Because it makes sense for so many reasons, and I come to these reasons now. However, we fail miserably all the time. And you probably know that this was kind of mentioned sometimes already today. There's a lot of money involved within the public sector, and we have to spend this money, and we are in the urgent need to be more innovative, and we need people like you guys, but we don't find the ways how to work with you, and vice versa. It's super interesting for you to work with the public sector in your country or with us, for example, but you don't know how to get it started. And that's what we're going to talk about very briefly today. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
So I already kind of touched the why of collaborative innovation. For you, for the startups, it makes sense to work with the public sector because of first and foremost, we have the money. There's a lot of financing power within the public sector, all over the world, not just in Germany, but really all over the world. And it usually has to be spent within a year. So, real chance. The second big advantage, I'd say, is the network you're touching with the public sector. Once you're into the public sector institution, it's easy to kind of grab kind of the other institutions that are belonging to it. For the public sector, to sum it very quickly up, it's the access to innovation, to finally be really innovative, to not just create yet another task force run by a McKinsey on the world, but to be really innovative, to have really a new out-of-the-box thinking through the startups. And the spillover effects in other public sector services. Next slide, please. Or do you have that? Okay. So, Timo, that is why we said, like, we fail. There's so many pain points where we fail. We don't trust in each other. We don't understand each other. We have no clue how a startup works. The startup very often has no clue how the public sector entity works. Therefore, there's a mistrust very often. Then there's this incredible pain point for all of us, the procurement aspects. How to actually make a contract with a startup. That's sheerly impossible. How shall a startup apply for a public tender? Because it's hardly impossible for you guys to fill in and to tick all the boxes you need to tick in order to win the tender. And we took a look at all these aspects and we came up with
a framework that we call the collaborative innovators approach, and that's why we're really here today, because we developed an innovation approach that we want to present to you, because we think that's something that you as hubs in Africa can really use to bridge this gap that Christian just described between startups that are your members that you know very well and the government. Because yesterday we heard that a lot of you face difficulties or mistrust also into the government, but even for your hubs and for the startups that members are at your hubs, it's even more difficult, right? So they don't have any contacts, they don't see how could we get into such a cooperation. And we developed really an approach, and I'm going to present it to you in a bit more detail, that does exactly that, that bridges these three main hurdles that we've identified. So the trust, the understanding of each other. What is my identity as a startup? What do I want? What can I offer? What does the government need? And how can we bring both sides together in kind of a safe space? So the goal is really to have, because if we talk about innovation, there can also be failure, and that should also be acknowledged, but to really have like a trial approach, of bringing both sides to the table and to look at the solutions that startups can offer and how can these be adapted to what the government actually needs. Because the government can, if you enter a cooperation with the government, as you know, be a very reliable and trustworthy partner, a long-term partner. But what's really difficult is like this really first stage, making the first initial contacts and getting up running. But if you can make sure that the public sector can also absorb this innovation and realizes how to learn from startups, learn from the culture, learn how you work, how startups develop their product, how they develop it based on the needs of users, this can also be skills that the public sector should value because they usually don't have that kind of skills. So let me go a little bit into the how, and we have done, I'm not going to go into detail, but we can give you more insights and you can look it up on our website. We have done several pilots to really see, does our method work? And we've realized you can apply it across different countries, different sectors, We're always looking at digital solutions, so how to bring digital innovation into the public sector. And we've done one with the Impact Hub in Khartoum in Sudan. I think it's also a member of the AfriLabs network in the agricultural space. We've done another one, for example, in Armenia. And our learning was really, it is not important what kind of sector you're looking at. It's important that you have the right people on the table and that you really provide both sides kind of the support to feel safe, to innovate, and the right tools at hand. So what we've done is we've developed a toolkit. And this is really something that we want you to use, right? It's a toolkit that covers all the different aspects that you need to know to ensure that startups and the public sector can work together. Starting with like really initial contact, how to approach government, how to evaluate also for your members, for the startups, does it make sense to cooperate with the startup at the point where I am in my entrepreneurial journey? To provide both sides with support and kind of agreeing on cooperation modalities, and then really going into a program. So it's a program-based approach where you cover the aspect of different cultures, of understanding each other, but also the aspect of how to pilot a startup solution in a public sector context. Because we don't want just a startup solution and the public sector buys it, we really want to co-create the solutions together. So what we've done is we've developed this toolkit, the Collaborative Innovators Approach, which you can access on our website. It is licensed according to Creative Commons. So all of you as hubs, you can freely use it. You can adapt it to your local needs. And it actually is composed of a lot of different PowerPoint presentations and slides. So it's also easy to adapt, to change something, to kick out something, to include something new. And it's all really like workshop guidelines, concrete innovation tools that you can use in organizing workshops and bringing the actors together. And you don't have to start with zero. If you are at a certain stage, you can just pick out a module that fits your context and start working from there. So we try to do it very flexible, modular, and as I said, is a resource that we want to provide you, and we would love you to engage in that and make your own experiences and feed that back to us so we can also further adapt it and make it a really useful resource. As I said, we have our website. It's called collaborative-innovators.org, where you will find all the information. We have a toolkit, which is composed of all those slides, but we also have done some other publications. So there is also a publication in general, which is maybe useful for you when you want to go ahead and first touch with the government to see like what are we actually talking about, what can be the benefits, convincing them of what is the value added of cooperating with the startup ecosystem. We also have produced a guide for startups, really also to see, does it make sense to cooperate with the government? What do I need to bear in mind? And how can I assess for myself as a startup if it makes sense? And then, as I said, the toolkit. And I hand over back to you, Christian, for the last...
Yeah, so let's sum it up in 2 sentences because we really cut it short now for time reasons. Your role as AfriLabs, as hubs, would probably be to be the bridge between the startups and the public sector, the translator, so to say, the mediator, because that is exactly what is needed. You need an entity that understands both other entities, the startups and the public sector, and you are in the ideal position for that. And what's in it for you? You can expand, you can make money out of it, for sure, you know that, and you can expand your services to your members as well, your startups. And there are many other reasons what you can actually look at this website, what's in it for you, but these are like the main aspects. However, what we have experienced in the last 2 years, it all sounds very promising, but in the beginning, to get in touch with public sector entities, let it be the GIZ itself in your country you are living, or any other public institution, the Ministry for Education, for example. Sometimes it's easier to get in touch on a low level, saying, for example, start with what you're really good at. Organize an ecosystem tour for the public service, civil servants. Show them what is really going on in your country when it comes to innovations, because very often they have no clue about it. Show them what kind of music is playing there. Make pitch nights for them. This can be a very attractive tool. Organize a design thinking workshop for them, because they're totally new to these kind of agile thinking methods and stuff like this. And get in touch with your public sector entity, on this low level, and once you got a kind of got them, you can dig in deeper and really facilitate a cooperation between one of your members, for example, and the public sector. But start rather low to get in touch. So let's leave it like that for now, due to time reasons, and not to overburden you with too much information, and to give you at least like 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you.
My question is, there's a lot of times that the spaces where the hubs are supposed to go in and, help out in certain spaces where the government already has gone, or this public sector has already gone in and filled those gaps. Maybe out of self-interest, usually out of ignorance, because we tend to see the support coming from the public sector being very minimal or very unimpactful. So in your guys' experience, what are those, can you give me examples of spaces where there are competing services being given by the public sector, but have yielded good results when it comes to the work?
I don't know if it's a question about competition, right? It's just what we experienced is it's more looking at how can both sides bring what they're good at the table. And from our experience as startups, because obviously if you want to develop a product, you need to know your customer, you need to do a user research well, and you really need to identify a problem. And the government oftentimes has problems doing that, right? Because they sit in their offices, they don't know what actually the population needs, and they're also not tech savvy. So if we look at digital tools and how to develop digital technologies in a user-centered way, this is a real added value from our point of view, where you can step in and bring that to the table, and not try to develop a service that should be taken over by the government, but kind of try to do that together with the government and say hey, we have observed this problem, this need here, and you're not catering for that, or you do it in this way. But look at the solutions that we have. Look at our members here at our hubs that are working. I don't know, we haven't really talked about GovTech, right? We've talked about FinTech and EdTech, but GovTech wasn't really a big part, and I think it's still emerging, right? But there are, I think, and maybe you can also share some experiences, there are GovTech startups in your hubs, that really develop solutions that can be for the public benefit, that don't necessarily come from the social aspect, but they come really from those are tasks that the government should perform, and see, how can we find a joint value proposition. What we're trying to do is really about building partnerships and kind of enabling both actors, both the startups, you as hubs, and the public sector to find a joint value proposition by talking to each other and by finding out how that is. And that can be done in workshops, but you have to start small to find that, in order to not it be a competition, but more kind of a co-creation.
Did it answer your question? Perfect. I see you guys. Maybe you say your name very quickly and which hub you belong to. That'd be interesting for us.
My name is Albert. I'm from Ghana and from Hyperspace. That's my hub. I'm happy you put something like this together because we've tried to work with the public sector and give up. Now, in our experience, we noticed there were two kinds of people in every public sector. Those who I'll call the public servants who have been employed and really want to get things done. And then you have the political appointee who is in there because of his party is in government. Now, when we try to work with them, we usually saw conflicting interest from these two sides. And because our governments are four-year governments, in the first 2 years, it is a civil servant who run things. But in the last 2 years, when it's getting towards election, then the public interest, the politician's interest takes over. I just want to know, since you've done this test, you've run these, and I've come up with this toolkit, if it does account for these two sides in the public service.
You can actually start working in the public sector because you have good insights already. That's how it works, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. There are even more roles within the public sector. There are people, there are public civil servants who want to get things done, who are really tech savvy. Then there are others who are rather conservative. Then there's a political level, people who don't want to change anything because they lose power. And then there are the bureaucrats. There's different roles. But that's exactly what we have noticed. That's where entities like you, like AfriLabs, like hubs, come in. You need someone like a mediator exactly for that and get the different roles on board. We have once visited the city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and they experienced the same problem, and they made sure that different roles were represented within the starting workshops. So the political level, these deciders, so to say, as well as the working level. And early then it works, because otherwise you put a lot of energy and work into something, and at the end it's never being implemented. And that is what we noticed within GIZ as well, by the way. So I hope kind of satisfying, but yeah,
maybe if I can
everybody
add,
involved.
Well, we've also noticed it's extremely hard to try to sell something to the government, right? So if you're coming from like, okay, I have a cool startup here, it has a great solution that could be really of value to the public sector, it's extremely hard to find somebody in the public sector who says like, yes, okay, I have the budget, I have the political support, whatever. So it's really, what we've learned, it's really important to start from the government and help them identify a pain point that they cannot like cater on themselves and where they could really need the ecosystem, you know. And really a big part of our toolkit is also like how to work with the government on identifying innovation needs, where you then can look for members in your hubs, in your network, to really cater that innovation need that they have. And here then we also make that difference, right? If we do that, we also try to formalize the process in a way that we, with the working level that we're on, you know, we want to be them to be involved also in this project of working together, but also to get a political sponsoring, right? To make sure that the project is carried on even though there are political changes. But who we are really targeting here is the administration, so the public, the civil servants, who then also are part of the team, help to bring the startups in and co-create a solution. But it has to be an issue that has the political support, and that's sometimes difficult. We've also made this experience in a couple of cases where somebody then changed, you know, in the ministry, and then the project was abandoned, which is annoying, but that's also, you know, we said it's a safe space, you know, and we try to bring both sides together and have really this as a first step into a long-term cooperation, because even after you've done the program, we don't want it to end, you know, then it's when it's really starting. So even then, if at a certain point it gets abandoned, but you still have come to a certain point, you know, the public sector has maybe gotten a better understanding of the tech ecosystem, of the ecosystem that you're representing, has maybe learned new skills, and there might be new opportunities, even if it's not in that specific case. And even also the startup, you know, we don't think anything is lost, even if the process then, due to a political change, gets abandoned. But you know, you learn better how to work with the government, what you have to watch out for, and you make these experiences. And we think it's really important to have this openness and to start small and then see where it goes, but to have you as hubs there to facilitate and really to be the bridge between those two sides.
Hello. My name is Ahmed Idris, and I'm the Executive Director at Innovate Lab. We are an innovation hub in Kano. Kano is a northern region, part of Nigeria. And first of all, I want to say kudos to you guys for the extensive work that you put into, create this toolkit. So my question is, there are some hubs that are not based or located in areas that will allow them to access more opportunities and resources in terms of partnerships with organizations, development organizations, funding organizations, and investors. I am from such region. The northern part of Nigeria is a little bit behind when it comes to development in this area. I'm sure it's the same in countries like Kenya, where hubs that are outside Nairobi are not able to, I'm not sure, I'm not trying to speak for them, right? So you talked about creating this relationship with the government, ecosystem, stakeholders, and everybody. For us, in my experience, I found it to be very, very difficult, It's difficult, It's really challenging. I've tried all the ways I know. I've used my uncles who are in government, It never works. I have to come to places like Abuja or go to Lagos. Most times you see me at these places. This is where I get to meet people that are able to, give us some push in our community, So I don't know, how does your toolkit address this issue? How are you able to, I don't know if you've done any work in such areas that you could share with us. Thank you.
Well, maybe when we talk about what we always call public sector, right? So we're not looking at the government per se, but you can also do it at the local level, obviously, right? So with the local administration, with the city, really using the contact and the people who are there, who you have there, who you know. And we have, in our pilots, we have done it more at the central level always. So with the central government, so with ministries or agencies of ministries. But we think actually that the beauty can be even more at the local level, where there's also more potential for the civil servants working in the local administration to be closer to the target group needs, to what they actually want to solve, And there can then also be a potential from our point of view in looking, if you manage in your region where you're based to work with the local stakeholders and the solution has proven useful there, then there can also be a potential to scale it, right, to other regions, and not only via your network, what you're doing here, exchanging with other hubs, but also through the network of governments, right? Because if they have found a solution and they have co-created a solution with you, they might tell another region, another city, because they also have these kind of exchanges, and that could also be, what we also think is an added value of the approach of cooperating with the government, to use their networks, because they're in dire need of having innovative tech solutions, and if they can be scaled then by your local government talking to another one, that can also be a possibility. So I wouldn't rule it out. You can look through our material, and I'm sure you could also find something that's useful in the context where your hub is based.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I got you right, it's a lot about getting in touch in the first place. Huh? We get to be known on the local level. And that is true indeed. But that's why we said, focus on your core strengths. What are you really good at? And sometimes it's just a nice place, a nice area with a nice coffee and a strong internet connection. This is your business model as a hub. You know that better than I do. And secondly, you're really good in facilitating workshops, for example. So try to get in touch with a public sector entity on a municipal level, for example, and kind of show them what you can do for them. And that is the starting point. Sorry, there was one, We should probably focus on, because we are over time already. 4 more.
Here as well.
Hi everyone. Thank you for this interesting presentation. My name is Tehes Diakite. I'm from Senegal, and I'm talking from the governmental perspective. So it was really interesting to see the different hubs' perspective and appreciation and understanding of how the collaboration with the government can go. And I can here give the example of the General Delegation for Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. So it's not really going to be a question, but just sharing experiences of how you actually came to collaborate with the innovators and the startups in Senegal. So we are a recent organization. We were just built in 2018. But the first thing that we noticed is that, of course, there is mistrust from the startup community, from communities in general, about how the government is really working to tackle their issues. So the first thing was to really communicate and to build the trust. So what we went about it is we started with workshops, as we said. We started with sectoral workshops with the different stakeholders, maybe the organizations, the international organizations, but mostly with the startups and the entrepreneurs. So those events helped us have feedback on how the government was doing, where we were failing, and we were trying to be honest enough to look into our failures. And it was, the message here we were giving to entrepreneurs is that we need you guys to help us address the issues. So that's what we went about it, and I know it's not the case in all administrations in Senegal, but the thing is we have the chance of having a great leader, but also we have a team of entrepreneurs, we have a team of engineers, we have a really set of skills. It's not necessarily only civil servants. So you have this mix of skills that actually help us understand how we can go about the reluctance and the mistrust when it comes to the startup community. So while working on that, we also were able to have strong partnerships with the hubs. So the hubs actually help us source the best entrepreneurs in the fields that they know the best. So we're taking advantage of the comparative advantages of the hubs. They know the system, they know the entrepreneurs. So we use them as a way to source the best entrepreneurs. So they give us that portfolio so we can actually fund them afterwards. And it's a two-way partnership. And finally, the success of that relationship was actually materialized in building a platform for helping our entrepreneurs be able to access to microcredit loans through an online platform. So we had a startup develop that for us, and we also have a space dedicated to startups. We are a government agency, but we believe in the power of innovation. So this is just an example of course it's not easy, but if we can all work together. Back then we did not have your toolbox, but it will be interesting to see how we can actually use that to further go on with what we're doing already. Thank you so much.
I thank you, and you don't need a toolbox all the time. Sometimes common sense is sufficient, and exactly what you said, Eva, I'd like to echo that. It's so much about listening and understanding for both sides, and from the public sector, for us to understand what is actually what you need, designed with the user, and because very often we are so supply-driven, political, but we don't really see what is needed and what can be given through the ecosystem itself. So listening a lot. Sorry, Timo, I just hand over right away.
Yes, please.
I think I wanted to, she spoke about what I was going to say. I'm one person that has capitalized on government relationships, and I've become really good at getting government to do what I want. I think the first thing we need to do is demystify that all governments are bad government or civil servants are not doing a good job. We have great people in governments. Even our governments in all African countries, most of them, some people are doing great jobs. So we don't need to politicize everything. I think the best way to apply the toolkit is to go in firstly with a positive mindset and also understand the priorities of the government. Yeah. What are they trying to do? How are they trying to do it? Why are they trying to do it? So that you find your fit within the government ecosystem structure, basically. And the other thing is your opportunity mapping. Do not treat government like someone that owes you something. Yes, they have an obligation to deliver on their promises, on their agendas, but then you're not a priority as an organization. Their major focus is on the whole country. So you going and saying you need to do this and I need you to come and I need you to appear here, you're basically just asking them to go out of their already set activities. However, the best way to get their attention is to make them see that there's an opportunity here where they can actually maximize their delivery, package through working with you. So treat them like a client. How would you approach a client and how would you want a client to buy into your ideas? That's how we should treat governments. And also remember, the governments that we're working with went through the same education system that we keep advocating for transformation. So they've been taught to work. They have not been taught to innovate and to be creative and to think outside the box. We have had the greatest opportunity to think like that and connect with organizations, innovate, be creative. So we've already gone ahead of them. We need to give them the opportunity to come to our level of thinking and be patient enough to see that they can actually transform their minds and they can move at the pace with us. I feel like we keep pushing for magic to happen with government, and that's why we keep getting frustrated. I think we should look at it from an opportunity of, can we help our government, our civil servants who don't have the same exposure and the opportunities that we have, can we help them to see things from a different perspective so that they can start to see opportunities the way we see them? So that way, the toolkit will work. The other thing I wanted to say lastly is, how can we, is there a model that you've created in the delivery model for the toolkit deployment on how we can maybe do master classes and short courses for government or civil servant, for them to start understanding the innovative space that we are taking over, the disruption that we keep talking about. I spoke about this in Ghana at Youth Connect, to say we keep insisting on government or civil servants to think a certain way. We have not given them the toolkit like this one, for them to start now applying this world that we're living in, for them to be able to understand why we insist on transformation, change, innovation. If the toolkit can be delivered in such a way that we can provide a masterclass for governments to understand entrepreneurial and innovative thinking, then they'll start to see things from our perspective. Then they'll understand the agency. Then they'll understand when we talk about opportunity mapping, about collaboration, then they will see why that is more valuable to their agenda than when we go and insist that they should do things our way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a great comment, and I reiterate everything that you said. I think that that's actually the most important thing, right? See the government as a partner, see them as a client, and approach them like you would approach a client, right? You have to do your homework. You have to not go there with this demanding attitude, but more like, okay, what can we bring to the table? What could you bring to the table? And I think in the toolkit, there are several elements that you could use for that, right? It's really modular. If you look at the website and go through the modules, there can really be, because there's also like kind of an ecosystem mapping depending on the sector. And I think it's also really important to understand what are the priorities of the government? What are they actually trying to do, and where can we fit in? Because obviously they have millions of tasks, of things to do, and just see, where do I see potential, knowing the startups that are working in my space, in my hub, what are our priorities, and how can we pitch that to the government and organize, for example, a masterclass, like where you offer them something, understanding better what an innovation need might be that they have, or how they could use, for example. We also have a module on human-centered design, where you go really into exploring opportunities from like a design thinking perspective that you could also use and run a workshop with them, so you then understand better what are they actually looking for, what are the opportunities, but you not go there with an attitude like, okay, I want to sell you something, I want money, but hey, I'm offering you a workshop here, and maybe we can get together, I get better insights from that, you get better insight, and let's use this as a first step to kick off our cooperation. So I think there's definitely stuff in there in our toolkit, and feel free, to approach us, because it's obviously generic, it's not customized to your local context, to what you actually need. So you need to work with it a little bit. You need to adapt it. You need to look through it. What could be useful in which kind of situation? What do we actually want? But we're happy to help. We're happy to support, and that's why we're here. We want to gain some new supporters that really drive this approach and look at the government as a partner. So thanks again for your comment.
And we have 3 more voices now.
Okay.
Really short. 1, 2, and you got the famous last word, Professor Goodwin, okay? Please be short. Otherwise, I'm ruining my good relationship to Mark here.
I will be very brief. So my name is Ahmed. I run a hub in Somaliland. So we are really we are 2 years old now. We are at an early stage. And we are now just getting attention of government because, there is some startups that have, went through our hub. We started as a co-working space, and then we attracted a lot of, freelancers. We try to also, start programs and giving them some, incubation activities. But So we are at an early stage, so I was really quite worried about, how to engage. Because, our political system and the government and how they work is quite contextually quite different. Because sometimes, tribal lines change a lot of things. Even if you are an opposition, but you are still, related with a minister or something, a lot of things work for you. So I'm looking forward to also testing this tool and seeing how we can, find our way. And, just having that, open mindset, I think will be helpful for us. So just wanted to comment on that. I hope I was.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, you were short. Yeah, but it's exactly what the colleague here said from Senegal. You don't need the toolkit necessarily in the beginning. To get in touch, it's just about getting to know each other. Eh? This is a human being, you're a human being, getting to know each other, get into contact, and then you can actually start working together, understanding each other. It was you, right?
Okay, my name is Onesimus Ocheho. I'm with Elevate in Lagos, Nigeria. So, so what we do in Elevate is that we run employability programs, and we work with government to see how we can skill up the youth so that they can be employable or self-employed. And we've worked with, currently we are working with Lagos State. We're going to train over 1,000 youths to be employable, and we'll link them up to employment. And also we've done that in Rwanda. We have an outlet in Rwanda. We've done that in Costa Rica. So I know that you guys are into employability programs and you work with government. So I'm just looking at how we can work together to see that we skill up the youths, especially in Nigeria and Africa, to skill up the youth so that they can be employed, because most youths are not employable. Okay.
That's a super important point you're raising, but that's exactly your job or your opportunity to kind of offer how to actually engage the youth, how to skill the youth through your hubs, through your makerspaces, through your fab labs, because that is exactly what is needed, but the government officials very often are not even aware of that it exists, and that is something you can really get them on board. Say like, hey, we need much better skilled youth in digital means or in working with the 3D printer we had before, laser cut or whatever, but we can offer that. You, for example, you can support us with that, and we can provide the infrastructure, for example, just in case. Yeah, we have to finish now.
We're almost done. Last question. The famous last words.
Yeah. I just want us to see how we can have a better output from the collaborative innovation which your group is proposing. And I want to suggest that first, we need to identify the distinguishing types of innovation. There is process innovation, there is product innovation. In Africa, they are not converging. And we need a convergence of the process innovation and the product innovation. And I will give an instance. I was in Ogun State, and I went to where they're making tiles. And they said I'm the first professor to have visited here in Nigeria to come and know what is going on. And they told me they are using sand and stone to produce tiles. I was shocked. Meanwhile, tiles were imported, and we were marching on this sand, and China came to Nigeria to collect that sand to make tiles for us. That means there is a gap in what we are doing. Lokoja, ceramic industry, I have to give this example because it has to help us to know where are we heading to and what are we doing. Some of the industries we are there thinking that they are no longer useful. But go to Lokoja now. If you see the massive industries that are producing tires, converting some of those industries we think that we are not. So there's product innovation going on. AfriLab is doing well. Process innovation, trying to find a new way, blockchain technology, AI. But there is a need for convergence. That's collaboration that you're talking about. It's not taking place in Africa. How will it take place? And I have a suggestion. One, we need to understand the components of innovation, conceptualized. The so-called ecosystems. We need to understand who and who that made up the ecosystem. Okay? So once we understand that, the various actors, then we need an umbrella. We need a science park, which of course I call digital park in the 21st century, that will converge all. I give an example. There's a Silicon Valley in US. There is a Beijing in China. These are strong science parks that houses free trade zones. Innovation hub is just an aspect. Research institutes, universities, government, and the market. About 6 of them, actors in the economy. This is the collaboration you are talking about. How do we put in enabling structure that will enshrine the collaboration that you are speaking about? Time for action is now, and we need action, and we need support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a lot about what you're saying is true, but it's a different level of what we are talking. These science parks, they have grown for 100 years, 150 years. Silicon Valley can't be reproduced like that. It has been grown for more than 100 years. The same is true for the Chinese science parks and ecosystems. So this is a different level, but nevertheless, that is true indeed. However, sorry, we can feel like we are much over time. Thank you very, very, very much for your patience and your audience. You have been beautiful, virtually, face-to-face, wherever.
And feel free to approach us if you're interested, have more questions. We're around. Thank you very much.
Especially tonight, yeah. Good night. Bye-bye.
So firstly, I'd like to say welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. If I can bring you into the room, if you could please take a seat and give me your attention, I would love that. I would very much appreciate that. Ajibola, do I get a thumbs up? Are we ready to go at the back there? Is that a thumb? Not quite. In that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you to stand up. Let's stand up. Everybody take a stand up. Stretch your hands out. Put your hands in front of you. Give it a bit of a shake. Who's feeling a little bit tired? A little bit of regeneration for ourselves, for our energy? You can stretch your arms, my friend. That's it. A little bit of the right leg. Shake it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Left leg. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rub your hands. Now, you've heard of this hashtag We Move, right? Well, I wanted to challenge you all because, and actually offer you an apology. You've probably heard me screaming and shouting at you. It's not my style. I'd like to try and get a kind of sense of rhythm and connection, which is carry on rubbing your hands, right? Because I really think it's important as a community that we understand the power of togetherness, right? So when I'm around saying, hey, can we do this together? And we've got Rebecca and others kind of shouting, we move, and then we go outside, but we're just drinking coffee and having cake. I wonder how much you are really ready to move towards the last part of today's gathering. So to test that, I'm just going to ask to see if you can rub a bit harder, a little bit more friction. And after 4, not before, I'm going to ask you to clap in unison. One group, one community, one AfriLabs. One clap. After 4, not before. 1, 2, 4! Oh, you were a bit slow over here, my friend. He was a bit. Again, we'll try it one more time. This time I'm going to count all 4 digits, and I want us to feel the power of one unified, thunderous clap. Right? It's just going to be after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last time. It's always the men that come too fast. Here we go. 1. That was a joke. 2, 3, 4. That's better. Now take a seat. Good job. Well done. I'll be looking at the back to my friend Ajibola to give me a thumbs up. Ajibola. Ajibola. Okay. In that case, when we come to a gathering like this, one of the things that we're really asked to do is take in a lot of information, right? Right? A lot of information. What is the most important thing that you have learned today? Just take a moment to consider that. What's the most important thing that you have learned today? I'll give you 2 minutes to turn to somebody else and share that, because perhaps your key learning of the day might inspire and be able to be shared with another. We've got 2 minutes to turn around to another and share the most important thing that you have learned today. Because after all, we do gather to share information with each other. So I'm challenging you to share the most important thing that you've learned today. You've got 2 minutes. I'll be back with you just now. Thank you, DJ. So, with that little warm-up with our hands and all of that, we're ready to move into our next speaker. So can I have one more rub of the hands? One more rub of the hands to give me your attention. After 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so who's up next on stage? It's my honor and privilege to introduce to you Mr. Chibueze Jos Izugbo. He is coming to speak to you from Ibosi, which is an e-commerce marketplace. Can you give him a round of applause, please? And thank you again for your patience with us, sir. Welcome to the stage. Cheers, man.
How many of us here tried this out the first time last year? I believe majority of us, right? My first business was in PPE. For more than 13 years, I never tried this until last year. I think it's becoming more important than passport because for you to enter most places, you need this, not your passport. Why do I refer to this? We've spoken a lot about global supply chain and the problem that Africa have regarding the fact that over 80% of our basic needs are imported. Imagine if the countries where we are getting all this from should go on lockdown for 6 months. Like the strict lockdown we had where the entire world was asked to do nothing but stay indoor and lock the doors. If we should have China, India, Vietnam, and other Eastern Asian countries going to such strict lockdown, what do you think will happen to you and I as Africans? What will be our survival? Redistribution or diversification of supply chain for Africans is the core essence of our continuing existence. It is the core of our existence. It goes beyond need to become a matter of survival. And how can you and I participate in making this a possibility? A lot of us here pride in having brands from Italy, France, all over the world. If you have a chocolate from Switzerland and you have another one from Senegal, a lot of us here will go for the one made in Switzerland. Is that not true? Who says Switzerland is more advanced in terms of technology and regulations? But we forget that far back when Tom Davis here was a little kid, the technology advancement in manufacturing for those countries then were just as good as the one we have now. And they were enjoying those chocolates from there. So what we're making in Africa can actually serve the entire globe. But on another side, we also notice that strong demand and hunger among Africans to support their local economy. Over there in the Western world, they also want to support not just their local economy, but also the poor income economies like Africa. And one key way of doing that is bringing Africa into the global supply chain of finished product. And that is where we are lacking. Africa is doing well in terms of basic resources, but unfortunately, we're not even the one processing it. We're not the one owning these industries. To solve that problem, our company, Ebosi, came up with a master plan to redefine the way shopping is done, from brand-centric to origin-centric. how is this product made? You can buy shop products based on where they are made in. Rather than searching products just by brand, you're looking at wheel and diesel. Why not we look at where those products are made? Even if I'm buying Gucci, can Gucci have a production plant in Africa? Also, not just about the country where those products are made, we also look at the fact that a lot of groups are somehow disenfranchised, especially women. So we also created a system that allows you and I to support women entrepreneurs by featuring products that are made by women. We also know that all over the world, everybody cares about environment. And we have created a platform that enables you shop products that are eco-friendly. In the US, the word minority is a common language. And we have also tell other marketplace to enable you support the minority. So what am I saying in essence? Our company, the slide please. This is our Nigerian marketplace. We are the third biggest in terms of merchants in Nigeria. And if you look at over there on top, not very clear though, you can see made in. You can use that to filter in your product down to where it's made in and support your local enterprise, support your local economy, support made in Africa. Then if you go down, the slide please. If you go down to products, let me see that one, Hawaii. If you look at that product, I want to see one key feature. If you go down, apart from seeing where it's made in, you see that it's not very clear, but it's eco-friendly social good. If the company is owned by women, you're going to see women-owned, minority-owned. So we have created this to enable true true diversification of global supply chain that will imbibe inclusivity of everyone. And that is actually the best way to include Africa into the global supply chain. As of today, we have recorded a massive, massive support from local consumers to the tune of millions of dollars. We are actually doing millions of dollars transactions on a monthly basis in Nigeria for the last 3 months. And we just resumed just 2019 rather, before the pandemic. We are not a creation of pandemic. So how do you and I participate in making this change possible? That is by becoming consensus shoppers. If you look at how ugly I'm looking with my foreign brands, and look at how beautiful Rebecca is looking with her Ankara. If our music is selling so well in some remote part of New York, where you don't even have a black person there at the coffee shop, why not the Ankara brand? Why not, if all of us here, probably around 250 or whatever here, can don African-made shoes, brand shoes, we'll be able to transform families, communities, and enrich ourselves. It's a call for action, and we invite all of you, because we know you are hubs. You are talking directly with entrepreneurs in your various communities and countries to onboard on a marketplace. Our US marketplace, we are registering thousands, hundreds of businesses at this moment from different countries. But unfortunately, we are even noticing more registration from the Asian countries. So we want to have Africans, you go back, talk to your people, to have more Africans on board the marketplace so that they will be able to utilize the opportunities that our marketplace presents in US and Canada. By November 15th, we'll be doing our full launch in the US for Africans to utilize the opportunity to sell directly to US and Canadian consumers. They are hungry for that. And we are launching a program we call Shop for Change. And that Shop for Change is a call for action between all of us here to spend just about 40% of our annual regular consumption on products made locally to support our local economy, made by poor income economies for as a way of direct wealth transfer, eco-friendly company who are into social good. When we become consensual shoppers, which Ebose has made it possible, we are the only marketplace in the world designed in that format. As a matter of fact, in 2018, we were, even before launch, we were invited by U.S. Department of Commerce during the Select USA Investment Summit to pitch at the event because of the way that our marketplace were able to bring a lot of underprivileged communities and groups into the mainstream of the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening, and thank AfriHub for having lived up to 10 years with such great achievement. I'm so proud of what you're doing. It's not easy to drive, to do what you're doing in Africa, given to all the issues we have. But before we talk about the government policy, let's talk about how each and every one of us can be the change by becoming conscientious shoppers.
Yeah. Another round of applause for Chibueze. Thank you. I'm seeing Rebecca front seat going, yes, this is good news, which is great. I'm going to take a moment now to invite our President Board-elect, Mr. Motaz Helmi, and our Executive Director, Anna Ekeledo, to share something special from the stage. Thank you. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome.
Oh, hi, Anna. So, I really want to thank, you guys, I'm not used to it, okay. So guys, I want to thank our lead partner, Make IT Africa, GIZ team. For supporting our AfriLabs annual gathering 2021. Your support has been an instrument in making this event success. Thank you so much. I really hope that, like in my term, that we work together for more events and programs. Thank you so much. We move.
Yes, thank you so much, Maltaz. So just to add to what Maltaz has said, we really look forward to this long-term collaboration. I mean, the partnership with GIZ, Make IT, goes beyond this annual gathering, where we're really looking forward to working with them to strengthen existing national networks, but also work to build national networks across Africa. I mean, AfriLabs is in 51 African countries at the moment. Imagine working together with all our stakeholders and members to have national networks across all these countries. Quite an ambitious goal. So we look forward to achieving great things together. Now, on that note, we would like to introduce the next speaker, who will be doing a presentation on the African-European Digital Innovation Bridge. An opportunity for a transcontinental network of innovation leaders by GIZ Make IT. And this will be presented by Mark Hermer, the policy advisor for GIZ.
Okay, thank you so much. A warm welcome from my side, and I hope that you're enjoying the AfriLabs gathering. I would love to be with you in person and connect to you personally. Unfortunately, I have to do this remotely. However, I now have the true pleasure of introducing to you the African-European Digital Innovation Bridge. Now, I don't think that it should come as a surprise that we are facing global challenges. On the one hand, we have the human-induced climate changes. We have dwindling natural resources. We are observing a growing disparity in wealth distribution. And lastly, the pandemic has shown to us once again how interconnected we are as human beings, and that we have to find global solutions to address those challenges. However, the future is not as grim as it may seem sometimes, because We have various means at hand on how to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals to address those challenges. And it should also come as no surprise, especially not in this audience, that digital innovation can play a pivotal role in addressing these challenges. However, for digital innovations to occur, we need thriving and functioning innovation ecosystems. I don't see the slides moving forwards. There we go. Sorry for the hiccup. So for digital innovation to occur to unleash their full potential, we need thriving innovation ecosystems. They are prerequisites simply for that. Functioning and strong local innovation ecosystems fuel the local economy. They support individuals and companies in leapfrogging and reduce the reliance on big multinational companies. However, we also know that innovation ecosystems emerge from the collaboration into action of individuals, organizations, and governments. Now, we very strongly believe in mutual beneficial partnerships and collaboration. We want to strengthen local digital innovation ecosystems and to connect them to each other. We want to bridge the African and the European digital innovation ecosystems to achieve our vision of a single African-European market for digital innovation. To this end, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and various heads of the EU member states have launched a political initiative, the African-European Digital Innovation Bridge. This has been launched at the inaugural event of the Digital for Development Hub in December last year. And the African-European Digital Innovation Bridge bundles the effort of the European Commission and various EU member states to drive this vision of linking the African with the European digital innovation ecosystems for mutual benefit. Now, as one very specific activity to implement this larger political initiative of the African-European Digital Innovation Bridge, the European Commission has funded the ADIP-NET project under its Horizon 2020 umbrella. Now, the overall objective of the ADIP-NET project is to pilot and validate various instruments for strengthening local innovation ecosystems and connect them to each other and to their European counterparts. The ADIP-NET project is being implemented by a strong consortium of 13 esteemed members, some of which are also present here, such as our host AfriLabs, but also DC4A and ABAN, among others. So please feel free to reach out to them and to learn more and understand more about the project itself. Now, as part of the project, we have this opportunity to try out one specific and pilot one specific approach to strengthen local innovation ecosystems. We know that there are many ways, but we have this opportunity to try this one approach out. And this is the idea and concept of digital innovation hubs. A digital innovation hub is a coordinated group of organizations. They team up together, they have a complementary expertise in the areas of technology, application areas, sector, and financing. And this group of organizations follows a public benefit objective. The public benefit objective is to support your local economy in its digital transformation and strengthen your local digital innovation ecosystem. They do this by offering a set of services and activities to companies with a focus on small and medium-sized enterprises to support the digital transformation of these companies through a one-stop shop. Now, we have the opportunity to implement digital innovation hubs on 3 topics through an open call. And these topics are climate smart agriculture, digital trade, and smart cities. And we would love to encourage you to hand in an application. The call will be launched very soon in the upcoming days. You see here the website, which contains more information on the call where you can hand in the application. And we'd love to see you as an applicant and a potential host for a digital innovation hub. And with that, I thank you so much for your attention. I hope you're still enjoying the rest of this great event. Thank you so much.
So isn't it fantastic to hear from our friends in Europe the importance of the link between our angel investors and our hubs and our ecosystems? And to kind of move forward now, I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Tommy Davis, Rebecca Enna-Chong. We'll have our friend Fadila. Please come to the stage as well, my sister. And I believe Anna's also going to be jumping on stage. So thank you very much. A round of applause for them as we'll be launching something quite special. So a big round of applause. Thank you. And I do feel like I need to introduce Fadila a little bit better than that. Apologies, Fadila. This is Fadila Chumba, who's coming to help launch Catalytic Africa. And I think you need to give her a round of applause, please. Welcome to the stage. Thank you, Fadila.
Hello. Come on, guys. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Are we moving? Are we moving? Yes, we are. Welcome, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you. Catalytic Africa has been we have talked about it for months, and you have been part of this journey. Tommy Davis, the president of ABAN, Rebecca Inonchon, the chair of AfriLabs, and of course, Anna and myself and the board members of both organizations have been working extremely hard to make this come to life. And today, we're happy to have what? Tell us. Catalytic Africa. Catalytic Africa, the game changer, the tool that will support startups across the continent, the tool that will put together the hubs, the angel networks, the angel investors, and of course, the startups. And what? We will move. It is my pleasure to, of course, welcome the team and to allow you to ask questions about Catalytic Africa, which we're going to, of course, answer, and make sure that we all leave this room today knowing that this great team has been working hard to create value and to make sure that we build the ecosystem. Thank you. Please take the lead. Yeah.
I think we need to share with you the objective, what we're trying to achieve. And it's very simple. You heard me earlier talk about local investors. I believe the liquidity the hubs need are sitting in the pockets of local angel investors. And I believe that local angel investors who are all time challenged have the capacity and the skills they need sitting in the hubs. And when we met in Tanzania 3 years ago, we didn't have a clue what we were going to do together. We just said, it's going to be a good idea to sort of bring the hubs and the angels together. And this is fast forward till today. What we are launching is a matching fund. It is, what we intend to do is, if you are an angel investor investing in a startup that's in a hub, oh, by the way, angel investor that is a member of a network that is a member of ABAN, I've got to plug ABAN, angel investors from ABAN and hubs from AfriLabs are the two requirements for a startup to get matching funding. Okay, at 10 grand, you get double your money. At 20 grand, guess what? You get triple your money. And we've done it in a way for sustainability because not all the money goes to the startup. Some of the money will go to the angel network. Some of the money will actually go to the hub for the monitoring and evaluation for 24 months. And then there's a little piece that will go for the maintenance and sustainability of the platform. And that's what it is in a nutshell. We are hoping to go off the beaten path. I'm sorry, Nigeria, no vex. We've done one Nigeria already. Chances that we're going to do another one, I'm not saying it's impossible, but they're very slim. We are looking to encourage nascent angel networks and hubs. That's really what our thinking is. Cameroon and Nigeria have been done, right? But I'm very partial, especially given everything I've heard, people telling me Francophone don't do startup. Well, let's prove them wrong. So let's get that. Let's get, the countries that we don't normally hear about. Please, my Niger brothers, no vex. I've heard enough of Niger. Where's Zambia? Where's Gambia? We keep hearing about Morocco and Egypt and, where's Tunisia? Exactly. No, Egypt has more than enough. Don't worry. It's just Egypt is Egypt is bigger than Nigeria on that front. So it's those countries, those of you from those countries that aren't in the diamond. The diamond, by the way, is Cairo, Lagos, Joburg, Nairobi. That aren't in the diamond, okay? Those are the ones we're actually looking to start to stimulate. And this is still a pilot, it's a test. We just want to prove the model. Then we're going to sit down with LPs and actually drive the future. We're open to questions. We've got 3 minutes left. So we'll take 2 questions, and that'll be it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I really want to explain this a little bit better because I know there are a lot of new hubs that are here today that weren't here last year when we had a little bit more time to describe it, and we also did not describe it in our AGM this year because of time restrictions. But what Catalytic Africa is that program that we used to call Catalyst, but then there were so many Catalyst funds, and so we decided to rename it. It's a grant, right? So it is a matching investment, but it goes into the startup as a non-reimbursable, non-equity grant, right? So an angel investor should have already invested, or a group of angels should have already invested into a startup, and then that's in an AfriLabs member network. So those of you in this room that are members of AfriLabs, the hubs, this is only for your startups. So if a startup is in a hub, is supported by a hub that's not in AfriLabs, they're not eligible. And so this will help you attract more startups because there's incentive for them to join your hub, because your hub has the ability to get them matching funds for their angel investment. And it can be cross-border, right? So if Lagos Angels Network decides to put money in a startup in Zambia, right? As long as the startup is in an AfriLabs hub, then they're eligible for this matching. And guys, this is real money, right? So as Tommy said, 10,000 or above, we double the money, right? So 10,000 becomes 30,000 because 10,000 plus 20 is 30, right? Anything above, no, it's anything above 30, 20.
20, yeah.
Then anything above 20. So if you can convince
Up to 60.
your angel investors to put in 20,000 or more, and we're talking about euro, then we will triple the amount of money, right? So that 20,000 will take a 60,000 and add it to your startup investment. This is huge. This is a program that we designed because we understand the needs of the ecosystem.
Yep.
So ABAN, the business angels, AfriLabs, we sat down and were like, what does our ecosystem need? And then we went out and we started looking for money to fund this program that we had. And we're very thankful. Is there anybody here from Agence Française de Développement? AFD, anybody? I want to say thank you.
because it's very, very rare to go to a development agency with your own program and say, this is what we want to do, give us money for it. And they trusted us with this, and we got 1.5 million euro to start this Catalytic Africa Fund.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Rebecca, I just wanted to let you know we do have a question for over here, just for interest of time. Can we take that to the floor?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Albert. My hub is called Hyperspace. I'm from Ghana. Now, I'm happy to hear this, but I have one challenge, and I hope Tony can answer it. I'm happy to know that he says that you're looking at going to places which is not usually mentioned in the Diamond, and Kumasi, it's one of those places. We have startups, we have a hub, but what we have we don't have no experience on how to start an angel network, and there's none in my community. I just want to know if Urban has a plan to help places like us to start an angel network, and if so, what's the process for joining?
Yeah. This is ABAN, so. Yeah, they're trying to, you know.
We've got the Accra Angels. We need to form
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Well, number one, I would like to point out that Ghana has been one of the countries in the continent that have kind of created angel networks, especially in Accra. So as one of our members at ABAN, we have the Accra Angel Network that we have been working with. For Kumasi, we'll encourage you to, number one, come closer to ABAN so that we can lead you and provide the necessary kind of guideline for the angel group to emerge in that area. And that's what ABAN is here to do. Educate, help create, and make sure that we follow through the journey of angel network across the continent.
So a lot of people may not realize this, but ABAN, the African Business Angels Network, is not an investment vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right? ABAN does not invest.
Right.
ABAN is a foundation. It's an organization similar to AfriLabs. It's a nonprofit organization, and its mission is really to support the creation and the training and the development of early stage investment on the African continent through angel networks. So I hope that answers your question. ABAN is definitely a resource to help. ABAN has helped launch a number of angel networks, including in Zambia.
Okay.
Talking about Zambia.
Thank you for that, Rebecca. We have another question right at the back of the room here. It's great to see a hand.
Hi, everyone. Congratulations, firstly, on launching this. I know a lot of work has gone in. My name is Helena. I work for Liquid Intelligent Technologies. A clarifying question for you all. So now if a startup raises some money from a local investor, are there additional requirements to get a matching fund from Catalytic, or is it automatic that they will be able to raise additional funds? Thank you.
So there's an application process. The website is catalytic.africa.
Catalyticafrica.com.
No, it's catalytic.africa.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah. So maybe both.
Yeah,
There's some.
it's actually both.
So it's important to get all of you registered on the platform ASAP, right? So if you're a hub, register right now, like today. If you are, so that your startups, because when your startups register, they need to choose the hub that they belong to, right? So hubs register today. If there are any angel investors in the audience, please do also register today. Get your startups registered today. Because as soon as you register, then that's the first step for eligibility, is you have to have been registered on the platform. And then you have to have had the investment, right? there is some paperwork, some due diligence, because we want to make sure that you're not on a terrorist list or something like that. I know you're laughing, but this was the most painful part of this whole process. And so, yeah, there's some steps, and there is an application process, and because we have decided to limit it to 2 transactions per country, for the reasons that Tomi described, which are, we don't want the obvious countries like Nigeria, we love you, to get all of the transactions, or Egypt. And so we decided to limit it for this first fund, right, which is the 1.5 million one from AFD, to just 2 per country. But, guys, especially if you have relationships with your governments or relationship with other entities that may be willing to contribute to this fund, we're obviously trying to increase the amount of money we have available to invest, to match, right? So government, and so each fund can have its own criteria. For instance, I know one of the things that Fadila is working on is creating one for women-owned businesses, right? For women-owned startups, so that this particular matching would be exclusively for them. And so we're talking to some partners about seeing how they can invest in or put money into that part of the fund. And a government, for instance, if they wanted to put money in the fund, they could restrict it and say only for their own country, obviously. So we're trying to raise more money. This is such an exciting project. I really, really hope that all of you will register on this platform and get the matching. But the more money we have, the more applications we can approve.
Fantastic. So this idea of move and get on the platform, get registered. Thank you, Rebecca. We've got one final question over here to my friend.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, if we are talking... Okay, sorry. My name is Buenaventura Mbasima, and when we were talking about the countries that are not really represented in the diamond of Africa, I think that Equatorial Guinea, many people don't know about this country, but we're here yesterday, but we are here. Our flagship is also in the AfriLabs because we had the poet from Oscar yesterday, and I would like to know if Aban have this kind of experience to in a territory where there is no culture in investment in something else about out of oil industry. Okay, we are a country limited in the market, 1.2 million people, limited by the language, the only Spanish-speaking country in Africa. So can you imagine what can be the challenge? And I want to know if, because I saw it in the presentation that you're ready, but are you really ready to go to this kind of market? And do you think that you can do something for this kind of country? Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Mucho trabajo, poco dinero. Now, Equatorial Guinea is on our gun sight, and I don't think she would mind if I were to mention the fact that Malado Cabo is one of our key people who is looking at how we establish an angel network in that tiny little country. The thinking, like I said earlier, is anywhere you've got landlords, then there's a potential to have an angel. I trust that helps. Thank you.
Also, I would encourage you, while we're trying to get an angel network started in Equatorial Guinea, I would encourage you to reach out to neighboring countries, Gabon, Cameroon, Congo, to see if some of their angel investors would put money in your startups, because the matching will work even though it's cross-border.
Correct.
Well, to also add to something which we've touched on earlier, but just to reemphasize in terms of the benefits of Catalytic Africa, is the ability to increase accountability of investments and grants into startups.
Oh, yeah, actually.
So a lot of things of what we've seen over the past, would I say, decade, and it's an interesting thing that as we're celebrating the past decade and looking ahead, we're asking ourselves these questions, all the funding and grants and all of this that goes into startups. How are we measuring the impact? How are we measuring growth? How are we tracking the important growth metrics that are needed to even see if the funding is impactful, right? So one of the key parts of Catalytic Africa is after the matching grants is disbursed to the startup, I think TD explained earlier that a percentage of it goes to hubs.
10%, guys.
10%.
You guys get 10% of the matching funds.
10% goes to hubs, exactly. Now this is for the purpose of two things. One, it improves in the sustainability model of the hubs because the hubs, generate this income. But on the other hand, the requirement of the hub is to report back every month or every quarter?
Yeah, it's monthly.
Growth metrics of the startup, right? So you're forging that relationship with the startup, post the investment, post the grant matching, and then through the platform in a very simplified way, reporting back the growth of reporting the growth metrics of the startup. Now, this also benefits institutional funders and government in tracking the impact of their funds long term, right? And also to add that in terms of strengthening the capacity of hubs and angel groups, the platform would also host a range of toolkits that would help you better support startups within your hubs, and as an investor, better help you through the process of investing in startup and also mentoring post-investment, because that's another advantage. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about the need for improving mentor networks from hubs, which angel investors also provide and would benefit from this matching of stakeholders in addition to the funds.
Well, now I would like to invite you all to complete your registration. And believe me, it will take you 10 minutes max. And if it doesn't, well, you know where I am. And I will promise you, it's very important that we're all on the same line. I would like to make a promise. I'm talking in front of my president, by the way. I'm holding us accountable. You can hold us.
I will.
That this will be the fastest process you have ever experienced in the ecosystem. We understand your pain. We understand how difficult it is to kind of register for program and follow up and then do the reporting. But the goal of Catalytic Africa is really to support the ecosystem. And we have made it as simple as possible without compromising on a high quality standard. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you can give it up for a little bit more. That's great news for Africa, right? And can we have a group picture for this official launch? I wouldn't mind helping with the banners as well. We spent time getting these banners here. Let's get them in. There's one there. Fantastic. That is amazing news, right? So hopefully by now you're already looking at your phone going, where's this website? Am I registering? Like Rebecca said, do it today. Move. Get on that platform today. Another round of applause for Catalytic Africa, the African startup. The African Startup Matching Fund. Woohoo! You see, dreams are becoming real. I love what Tommy said. 3 years ago, we didn't know how. We just knew it was a good idea. Brilliant work. Congratulations, team. Okay, so now we've got a surprise speaker. I'd like you to give a warm round of applause for Tola Onayemi. Tola Onayemi, welcome to the stage.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Could you put the domain on the website, on the screen? So here you have a number of you who are either founders or orb owners or angel investors. And if you've ever done business across the continent, right, one of the things that you realize is ridiculously important is being able to grow really, really fast, right? But the thing is this, once you start to try to grow really fast, right, and one of the things I did in my previous life was help in the negotiation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, right? I pretty much wrote the agreement. And once you're done with that agreement, what you realize is that you've created this great infrastructure for businesses to actually scale across the continent, but that the infrastructure that you need to actually be able to get across those markets just does not exist. And so it became important. So people will reach out to me and say, I need to get to a bigger market. My investors are putting pressure on me to grow really fast. I need to get to Ghana. I need to get to Nairobi. And the reason is that you almost have no one who can scale an hyper-successful business in one country on the continent because of disposable income issues and the rest. So you need to get into several markets. But when you try to expand into several markets, you quickly find out that it's actually difficult. The rules are changing. The rules are unpredictable. You're dealing with all kinds of regulations. And having negotiated the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, people reach out to me and say, help me get across. And so we started doing that, and then this, Nobase, which is basically a one single digital infrastructure for you to start, scale, and operate in any African country. So what we do for you is help you start a company and get a bank account, register your patents, your trademarks, and also do your tax registration in any African country from one single digital platform. So suddenly, all of Africa is accessible to you. You're a orb owner, you're a startup founder, you're a software SaaS person, you're a trader, whatever it is, we can help you get. And you can see some of our customers already, Sen, Brass, Afropreneur, people who've helped get across the continent. And so, but what I think is also particularly exciting is that for particularly orb owners and for people and for AfriLab, one big opportunity is that when we're trying to get foreigners into different countries, there's an important place for them having local introductions on the ground. But beyond even that is getting registered mailing address. Some of them don't have addresses. And we think that that's a very important synergy. So if you're someone here who has a hub, we have programs that allow you, one, direct business to us and get some kind of rebates. But beyond that is also get discounts for people that come through you. But more importantly, also have situations where you can actually register to be a registered mailing address from us, and we actually pay you for that. So the truth is, not only are we helping people get across the continent, we're building the single digital rails for African, Pan-African expansion. We think this is the future, and we're super excited about what this looks like. And there's a lot more things we're building, right? We're building, we're going to be announcing it in a few months, a single API that allows you to do compliance, anti-money laundering compliance in every African country. So it's crazy what we're doing. And so we invite you to join us on this journey to make Africa a single market. We're building the borderless. We're building an Africa where there's no borders for you and your business. So welcome on board. And my email is tola@nobase.com. So if you ever want to reach out to me, it's the tola@nobase.com, TOLA@nobase.com. But yeah, that's the platform. Jump on it, make referrals, and let's build a borderless Africa. Thank you.
Okay, so we're about to break for lunch. In a moment, I'll be sharing those announcements. But before we do that, it's really important for us as a team and as a family that we continue to grow and learn together. And of course, an effective way to do that is through feedback. Put your hands up if you already have a feedback form, just so that I can get a sense. That's a very small handful, which means it's really important. And I beg that you do ensure that you find one of the ushers. Can I see any ushers in the room that are standing ready with the feedback form? I'm told that ushers have feedback forms. Anybody? If they're not in the room, which I'm not seeing that they are, that means that outside, hopefully, at the you will be found by our ushers. They will walk around at lunchtime at any time to make sure that you get these forms. Right now, I'm not sure where they are. But please do take a moment to give us some honest feedback around how we can improve the process of coming together for these gatherings. That's really important to us. And in regards to lunch, put your hands up if you're hungry. Ready for lunch? You've done so well. I want to say a real massive thank you to all of you for your patience today to get us to this point. We're going to break you out to lunch right now. We had a very similar situation in regards to where you're going, but I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. So do I have any AfriLabs team member that can come and just double confirm that we're in the right place at the right time for the lunch? Yesterday, I enjoyed a fantastic meal in the Zuma room, and that space was specifically put aside for our sponsors, for our partners, for our board members, and for some other board important people, right? And those are the people that were in the Zuma room. Anna, can you help me? Have you got this lunchtime, right? Is there any change to where other people should be for the two lunchrooms, or do we have all hub members going upstairs? I see Jen coming to save me right now, thank you. Round of applause for Jen, who's right back of house making things happen with her team. Jen, maybe it's easier, you can just come to the mic and share. Come. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you, Jen.
Hello, everyone. I am here to let you know where you're going for lunch. Hub members, more enthusiastically now, it's food. Hub members, great. Hub members are going upstairs in this hall. So once you come out, you're taking your right, and you're climbing up the stairs to the mezzanine on this floor. That's where hub members are eating today. Now, guests in the yellow tag, come on. Guests in the yellow tag, great. We're going to the Kaduna Hall mezzanine. Now, that is where you went for your sessions, M1. Just as you climb up the stairs or get off the elevator, you'll see the banquet setting. That's where guests are eating. Our board trustees, board members, sponsors, and senior AfriLabs staff and partners will be eating at the Zuma Grill, where you had lunch yesterday. And everybody else who needs sort of a space, please feel free to meet me or any of the ushers to direct you to where spaces are available. Thank you.
And we invite you back into this space in 1 hour's time, which means you need to get up and move towards the food as quick as you can, and we will welcome you back in 1 hour's time. Please do come back here at 4 o'clock. I see Jen's about to give us one more important announcement. Please hold up and listen up.
Hello, please, if you hear your name, meet Pasha at the door. He has his hands up. Robert Karanga, Alan Arintawiti, Jane Ahiro, Dr. Abidurrahman Hassan Yusuf, Mushirt Mohammed, Fahama Ibrahim Edil Mohammed, Amin Malano, Pascal Inri Gango, Dairo Giuliani, Titus Zengama Magu, Rodrigo Harry, Jansi Ndango, Divine Ngalo Mpai, Sergey Bahat Mayange. Please kindly meet us at the back. Please take your bags and personal belongings with you. Please take your bags and personal belongings with you.
So that's a 1 hour lunchtime, and if you move to get to eat, you'll get there sooner and rest your feet.
I have to pretend. Africa. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I, three, blah, blah. All right, let's take one more.
I've got one here. I'd like to find the other. Oh, there you go. Welcome back from your lunch. I'm so happy that we've made it together. It's the last afternoon of day 2 of AfriLabs 10th Gallery. Can I invite you to at least celebrate the fact that we're about to close together? Can you give yourselves a round of applause for at least being here? I know we ask you to clap and clap and clap. Soon enough, we're going to be transforming that sense of rhythm and togetherness as a large closing ceremony together. If you're outside the room, please come in. We're about to begin. Right. What I'm going to invite you to do right now is to give me your attention. If you're with me, clap once. If you're with me, clap twice. If the person next to you hasn't clapped, give them an elbow. And now clap 4 times. That's not bad, that's not bad. So I have been asked to give you an energizer. I don't think we need to do an energizer. I think that we're ready to jump into action. I'm going to make that executive decision because I don't want to bore you. I want to get into the afternoon. We're going to be introducing our next speaker in a moment. Then after that, we're going to be having a look to the future with the AfriLabs board. And then after that, we're going to be having a collective closing ceremony. And if you're at the back, you probably can't see what's on the floor. But if you're at the front, this is for you. We're going to be playing all of these instruments together as a celebration of where we've come from, and most importantly, where we're going. So, I'd love you to put your hands together, start rubbing, because we are going to give a very warm after lunch round of applause for Dario Giuliani, the founder and director of the Brighter Bridges. Can you give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Hi everyone. Josh, are we all good? Wow. I'm very happy again. I say that again. I've seen many more people than I was expecting to see from this journey that we've been on for the past few years. So it's been very heartwarming, I have to say. Reason why I'm here is just a few minutes. We finally put together this report. We're here to present, to really introduce the new report by Brighter and AfriLabs. This comes as a sequel to a report that we put together 2 years ago, and it also sort of takes on a legacy of studies that have been done about the role of innovation hubs or ecosystem support organizations that hark back all the way to the beginning of 2010s from the World Bank, then taken on by the GSMA, then on by other organizations such as the International Trade Center in Geneva, and Brighter and AfriLabs over the past 2 years. We tried to leverage effectively the network, the amazing network. I was struck to see how many of you were here last night at the gala, and we leveraged AfriLabs network. We leveraged the thought leaders in our industry, and also Brighter's database that has been built over the past few years. Also, I have to say thank to other partners, such as all the sort of sub-regional networks that have been supporting. And so we decided to call it Bolstering Innovators in Africa, Innovation Hub's catalytic role as ecosystem support organization, for a reason. Something that we discussed yesterday was in the slides, which I won't sort of bore you with again. Effectively, the reason why we called it this way is that we observed the diversity in the world of hubs. The fact that these organizations are not sort of monoliths that look at acceleration or venture building, but very much represent safe havens and nodes within each ecosystem. We had a beautiful conversation yesterday, thanks to the panel. I hope you're still here. You haven't left yet. I know that I have a flight with Marcus tomorrow. But it was a beautiful conversation. We're hoping that, at the very least, this report will add to the conversation and will add to the questioning of the models. Something that I mentioned yesterday is that I think over the last half decade we've seen a journey to maturity of our ecosystem. We find it really promising, the fact that we're starting to ask the right questions and we're starting to find the right answers to this. Thank you to the over 100 hubs that contributed. It's okay if you didn't. We know that everyone is busy, especially right now. Brighter's database right now counts over 1,000 organizations. Something that was very interesting, I was just discussing with Anna, is the fact that we also count, I think, about 200 or 300 hubs that are no longer operational. And I think they should also be mentioned, because it's by no means necessarily their fault, but it's just the jungle we all live in, right? And so we've actually, and by this I mean the journey of innovators and also the effort that is being put into this space is far larger than the numbers that we hear. Like, the numbers simply try to sort of condense, right? Give us a point of reference, give us a point of, like, a starting point for a conversation. Brighter, I always say Brighter does the 0 to 1 part of the journey, from 1 to 10 or 1 to 1,000. That's all of you who actually support the entrepreneurs. We just try to provide the initial piece of information that can help make better decisions or sort of get your way around. We're thankful for being here. It's my first time in Abuja, by the way. Yes, thank you. Thank you for going out of your way also to get me here. Thank you. And this is our legacy to this event and to all of you. So thank you, Anna. Thank you for sort of being a big sister in the last few years. Thank you, everyone. And that's it. Bye.
This is now live and freely downloaded, right? Can be downloadable. And you must be blasting social media with it. Right, okay, good. I'm glad you remembered to say that before you finally sat down. Well done. Another round of applause for Dario, and thank you again. Okay, so we're almost there, but to be able to really recognize where we've come from and where we need to go next, I'd like to, I think it might be the final time I get to invite our current board chair, Rebecca Enachong, to the stage. Give her a round of applause. I think it's the last time you get to do this. Come on, give her a round of applause.
Thank Hi, I don't get to do this anymore. This is my last time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, I didn't think it would be this emotional. Thank you. Wow. Well, I'm not going to make a goodbye speech because technically I am still board chair until tomorrow when I do my handover to an amazing, amazing board. So I feel blessed that all the work that we've done over the last few years, over the last 5 years, I feel so lucky, and we're all lucky that we have such a solid board that was elected on Tuesday. Really solid. And we have our secretariat led by Anna. That really makes us look good, right? So people often wonder, it's like, so what does the board do and what does the secretariat do? And so the board is just Anna's slave, right? We just do whatever she tells us. No, the truth is that the board guides and directs the strategy of what AfriLabs is and will do, also controls the secretariat. So ultimately, the ball ends with us, right? So we're legally responsible for the organization. And the secretariat manages, right? So they're the ones that handle the daily operations and make sure that the strategy and direction of the board is implemented. And so it is with great honor and pleasure and excitement that I introduce to you the 2021 Board of Directors of AfriLabs. And I'm going to ask Fatim to come up because Fatim is the current board. So, and she also stays here until tomorrow. So we're not gone yet. So she's not going to do a goodbye message either, but she's going to help me introduce to you the new board, and they will introduce to you our strategy as an organization, our strategy for the next few years. So I will start with our elected board chair, Mutaz Helmi from Egypt.
And then I'm calling Linda, our secretary. And she's from Kenya.
Do I have to say Kudai's last name? No. Introducing, or I shouldn't even have to introduce her because she is the incumbent treasurer and she ran and won her re-election. Kudzai from Zimbabwe.
Et du coup, je vais appeler donc ma successrice, Elodie Nonga du Cameroun. Alors, nous avons également, je continue en français, 3 board members. Je vais d'abord appeler l'Éternel, c'est mon ennemi, mais je le dis, Daniel, s'il vous plaît, du Nigeria.
I heard nothing. So this is the vibe of the board. They're like brothers and sisters. And so they're in a fight right now. So that's why she said her enemy, but they're like this. So that's what happens.
Merci.
So introducing Steve Chumba, board member from Cameroon.
Last but not at least, our dear Takunda, who's not with us, but who's following online. Takunda! He's from Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Here's your
Thank you,
board.
Fatim. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nekesa Were. I am Director of Strategy at AfriLabs, and I'm joined by Serge, who will be my co-facilitator, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you say the bottom? At the bottom? At the bottom. No? Nothing? There's nothing. Someone help me here? Oh, finally. Yep. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serge Tamak. I am a policy consultant supporting AfriLabs Secretariat.
Thank you. So, as Rebecca mentioned, we're going to spend a bit of time just sharing our strategy for the next 10 years. We'll give a bit of an overview, and the board will have a few remarks around what our actual plans are towards implementation. Now, the process that we've gone through in determining our strategy for the next 10 years has been quite collaborative. We've had lots of conversations with our community members, with some of our partners, other stakeholders, through listening tours, needs assessments, one-on-one conversations, and so on. And this has kind of led us to the point where we are now. We'll be talking about 4 strategic pillars, the first of which focuses on our hubs, who are our core members, and how we intend to build their capacity and increase their numbers as well. We also have a pillar on policy and policy practice, which is the conversation that Serge will be leading today. We have a pillar on research, evidence, and learning, which will focus a lot on the kind of data that we will be looking for and how we intend to use it. And then finally, obviously, we need to increase our capacity as an AfriLabs secretariat in order to meet the needs of our community better. And so we'll have a bit of a conversation about that. And so I want to begin with perhaps what's the most important and most exciting thing for all of us on the board. All of you on the board, I need to remember that I left. All of you on the board, which is our hubs and how to build the sustainability. And when we've had this conversation, we've spoken about the fact that it comes in different ways. And so we have how to increase the numbers of our hubs. And the report that Brighter Bridges shared speaks about the fact that there's now over 1,000 hubs across the African continent. We recently announced 320 hubs within our own network, which means we're about a third of the way on the assumption that we would be incorporating eventually or wanting to incorporate the other hubs across. So one of the things we've spoken about is recruiting new hubs into our network. But we've also spoken about how to interact with the national networks. We currently have an MOU with the Ghana Hub Network, the Innovation Support Network, ASEC in Kenya, and are looking to engage more hub networks. I think I'd want for Steve and Linda to contribute on this pillar, because I think for me, again, one of the most exciting bits is how we begin to engage or continue to engage the national hub networks, and also how to introduce new hub networks into, or rather create them and then introduce them into the network, into the AfriLabs network. But we've also had a conversation about the kind of capacity building that we're giving our hubs, and why we focus so much on that now. And that is work that, Linda, you've been leading on behalf of the board, especially the work that you're doing with Strathmore. So I'd really love to hear from both of you with regards to those. Perhaps let's start with the national networks and then move on to the curriculum that we'll be building over the next years.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good afternoon. So, in regards to the national networks, it seems like we are putting a word to something that has been happening somewhat within AfriLabs methodology. And if some of you remember, each time there's a new member in a country, one of us or one of you gets a phone call or an email to say, hey, so-and-so in your country has applied, do you know them? You know, have you worked with them? And so on and so forth. So I think AfriLabs' strategy of working with national networks is actually a way of kind of like framing that process as well and strengthening the relationship between AfriLabs and the individual countries. As of today, we have in Cameroon a national network. Ghana, Kenya has a national network. So it's not enough. We had a session yesterday, and we're already seeing Somaliland is thinking about putting together a national network. We also had Uganda yesterday thinking also about a national network. So I think the idea and Guinea as well, and Guinea Equatorial, thinking about putting one together. So the idea is actually AfriLabs actually facilitating these national networks. And as of yesterday, we are actually starting to engage and following up from the session that we had yesterday to actually put action plans with all the different countries to make sure that these national hubs are created. It's good that we come here at the AfriLab annual gathering and connect, but we also, I think it's quite important as well that at the national level, we're able to work together and connect with other hubs. And I think that's what this is going to facilitate. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Linda?
Thank you so much, Steve, for mentioning, giving an overview on that. But above all, also, one of the things that we have realized in Kenya is that the policy element of creating the national networks is quite important, and I'm sure Saj will talk about it. But part of what AfriLabs will be doing is to capacitate the leaders within the national networks to understand what it takes to set them up and create a framework within which they can be able to operate. The most important thing is for the hubs within those countries to understand the value. Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So it's important to understand what it means to operate within your countries and within the governing and policy frameworks in your countries. And that brings me to capacitating the hubs and also the national networks. So one of the things that we've been working on, and all of you know, we've been working on the AfriLabs capacity building program. And one of the things that we have realized is for different countries, we have our variations of complications within our countries and also very interesting opportunities within our environments. And it's quite important that as we are building this capacity, there are those people who have had the strength to understand how to navigate and that they're experts amongst ourselves. These are the people who we want to engage and most importantly, the hubs with all this capacity and expertise to participate in supporting each other and working together as peers. Secondly, it's quite important that within our continent, we're able to transfer what has worked in one environment to another environment. So capacity building is one of the reasons and one of the navigation and one of the methods in which we're able to attract our innovators and our hubs to be able to join us. We are at 320. We're hoping to get to all these 1,000 hubs and supporting them in understanding the environment in which they operate in, as well as how to support more innovations. Because the other things that has come up within running and supporting innovators in our ecosystem, the question has been, how do we build sustainable innovations? So supporting the hubs to add value to our innovators is part of the capacity process. We might be thinking about thematic capacity programs. We have started with a general one. There could be some in fintech, there could be some in agriculture, you name it. But as a community, we have to be able to find channels to give us feedback and then amongst ourselves find those experts within our hubs to build that. And that is one of the ways we are thinking of attracting more hubs and more members to come on board AfriLabs. So we are looking to you to support us in this process as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. Before we move to policy surge, I just wanted to mention that one of the other things we are looking at in this pillar moving forward that focuses on hubs is one of our biggest pain point as hubs has been our membership. And one of the things we're looking at now is creating a spectrum of membership models, which means that there will be a challenge for us as a board and as a secretariat team to better articulate the value that goes to the members, which then better allows them or enables them to determine what kind of membership model works for them. We've also been having, you guys know, lots of conversations on our WhatsApp group about other members who may not necessarily be hubs. And so this would be something that we'd be looking at moving forward. How do we begin to incorporate them into some kind of membership for AfriLabs? Right, so let's move to our second pillar, which is our policy and practice pillar, and I'll hand it over to you, Serge.
Thank you, Nikesa. I'll start by, can we have the slides maybe of the policy roadmap projected? I'll start by saying that there's been AfriLab over the last 10 years in existence have been involved in a lot of policy conversations. So this is not new. We're not reinventing the wheel here. There's been some work on the Startup Act movement, very commendable work. There's been some work in other areas of interest. But the reality is that some of that work has been fragmented and also I think it was probably a need to drive some clarity between the role that the Secretariat can have in that process, the role that hubs can have also in that process, and other stakeholders. So the idea was, when we think about the strategy over the next 10 years, how can we incorporate the policy dimension? And why the policy dimension is essentially because and yesterday we had a panel around that. We are seeing that it's more and more issues that hubs have to face, that innovators have to face. Even AfriLabs as a hub of hubs. And one of them, you said it, Linda, is how do you at the national level enable hubs creation, functioning, etc. So we work with Nikesa and a few others to sort of come up with ideas that can help to frame the narrative for AfriLabs when it comes to policy. What is the unique value proposition that AfriLab brings to the table when it comes to policy? What can AfriLab do to drive some of the work around policies? And we do have a few pain points, and I call them opportunities actually, because those are issues that if we're able to address them collectively, will help the innovation ecosystem to move forward. And one of them is, look, we've witnessed over the last 12 months and more a large influx of investment into, for instance, the fintech sector in Africa, and Nigeria is a great case in point for that. But we equally notice that there's been some pain points when it comes to regulating fintech, right? Cryptocurrencies, payment platforms, etc. It's been difficult with sometimes decisions from central banks or other regulators that have not been necessary from the ecosystem perspective, well understood, because the necessary, help to, to grow, whatever business is out there. So the idea was, how can we look systematically at those type of issues? How can we identify them? And how can we make sure that we're able to bring those to the attention of policymakers? So that's a good example after the fact that we need to regulate the ecosystem and the hubs themselves. Another thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of the policy opportunities of people, right? We've also talked about the capacity, and there was a panel yesterday that talked about how can we get people to have the skills to be able to innovate, right? And how can we get government and other stakeholders to take regulations that could help people to either have access to jobs or either create or even helps to be able to provide some sort of support in terms of skilling. And there's a third one, I won't run through all of them, but there's a third one I think that's very important because it's top of mind currently, which is the harmonization of regulations, and I'll call out the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're talking about 54 countries with 54 regulations. And we're also talking on the side about scaling for innovators, right? We need to go beyond our countries and, and sell in other markets. How can you do that when you have to comply with regulations in each and every country? We're talking about 54 countries. We believe that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a great platform for that, but we need to be organized. We need to define a narrative for us to be able to articulate that and drive that conversation and influence that. So ultimately, government can take regulations that are favorable to the ecosystem. And I want to, before I turn maybe to the panel to ask a question about one of these issues, I want to talk about some of the guiding principles here and some of the things that we want to achieve. One of the things that I would like you to take away with you is the need of collaboration. We heard it yesterday that the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, and governments are sort of like parallel universe, working, running parallel to each other and not talking to each other. Well, I think it's important for the ecosystem to understand and speak the language of the government somehow. So we're able to get, we're able to break down some of the regulatory barriers that we're seeing, and we're able to articulate that and make sure that government, when they take policies, they take into account what we're doing and what are our positions. We believe that, for instance, over the next few months, if we're able to come up with a clear agenda, a clear position that we can put forward to regulators, to governments, they'll be able to understand what we want and then maybe agree on the common language and be able to move forward. So on that communication and collaboration point, I really want to speak to you, Motaz, as the incoming board chair, and ask you, what are your thoughts in terms of how can we better work with governments? How can we speak the same? How can we meet at some point and get a rapprochement that will help us to both achieve the dream that we all have? Because government is saying we want to create more jobs. We want to help you innovators. We're saying that's what we're doing. So how can we meet somehow in the middle?
Can you hear me? It's a big question. Thanks for the question. Actually, there are different points here, like in your question that we can cover. And we, as a AfriLabs, we started like 2 years ago with this Rollo project, which is a new and innovative methodology to try to actually simulate what happens on the ground in African countries, in the innovation hubs, and try to monitor those businesses and startups in order to see how they perform in different market outlooks and in different policy frameworks, right? So we used a business simulation that was designed and customized for African continent, and we tried, based on that simulator, to monitor how small businesses will perform and startups will perform if we put them in different conditions, okay? And we got a budget. We worked with the African Union and the UNDP. We secured the budget, and we implemented the pilot in 5 different countries. We did like one in Egypt, one in Zimbabwe, one in Sudan, and one in Senegal, and one in Cameroon as well. So in total, we did like, we recruited those startups, and then we selected the best 120 startups on that program. And we created this kind of boot camps where we can work with our innovation hubs to identify the point of strengths and weaknesses in each businesses, and try to come up with recommendations that can help the African Union to rectify and to can understand from bottom-up model. Because the problem of policy, normally it's a top-down model. So like most of the time, like the government or the like high officer, they come up with ideas from like their offices, and just they want to like force this into the system. But what we are trying to do here new is that we are trying to shift the model to be bottom-up model, to try to collect what's really happening on the ground with those businesses, and how, if we change, for example, taxes laws or stuff like this, how they will perform, how will they increase their pricing, their product pricing, or will decrease their product prices. So we tried to monitor this, and we issued a very good report last year. It was like 100 pages, like clarifying those the strengths that government should work on and the weaknesses that government should avoid. So this is like from an example of one of the programs we innovative to come up with ideas for government and for the African Union, and help them to monitor what's really happening on the ground.
So,
yeah,
it's working now. Maybe before I hand it over back to you, Nekesa, maybe just a couple of comments picking from what you said. It's very important to feed the government with some of the data, some of the content that we have, so they understand where we're coming from. I agree, that's a very important point. Also, co-creation, we've been doing that through the Startup Act. So the co-creation, it's important. And it was very pleasant to hear yesterday from the advisor to the vice president on how enthusiastic it was about the Startup Act here. But we definitely need to look beyond the Startup Act and just make sure that it gets implemented, after it's been enacted. I'll stop there, and I'll hand it back to you, Nekesa, for the rest of the session. Thanks. It's certainly a good conversation to have and moving forward.
Thank you very much. I should mention to the audience, we will soon get into a question and answer session. You'll have the opportunity to ask our new board some of your burning questions. Perhaps you want clarity on the pitches that they made at the AGM. Now would be your opportunity, so please begin to take note of those, and we'll soon get to them. But for now, I want to move, and Takunda, I think you had a comment on collaboration as well. Do you want to contribute to that before we move on?
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Nikas. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Sure, thank you. And I think building on what the other board members had said, at the core of what we've been able to do over the past couple of years and over the past decade, I think the spirit of collaboration has been one of the things that AfriLabs has emphasized, and is the reason why we've seen the progression and the development of our hubs. And I think the fact that we're beginning to look at ways to institutionalize this at a national and even at a regional level speaks to where we might be going over the next decade. But for that to work, in as much as our, as AfriLabs, as the board, as the Secretariat is supporting this, it falls on us and us as the members of AfriLabs to really take this to heart and to make it function. Only when we begin to collaborate and to speak to this will we see all the other stakeholders within our ecosystem beginning to take part, to converse, to contribute, and then to synergistically build into the ecosystem that we want to see supported through the AfriLabs network over the next coming years.
Great, thank you. It's great that Sergio mentioned the data, because that's what we're going into next. That's our third pillar, which is focused on research, evidence, and learning. If there's one thing that AfriLabs holds, it's data. And even if you don't have the data with us, we definitely have a community of people that hold that data. The over 1 million innovators within our community, the over 320 hubs within our community. And so and again, over 10 years, imagine the kind of data that we have collected over the 10 years. And so this pillar is focused on how do we take advantage of it. We have the numbers, but what do the numbers mean, right? And so that's what this pillar is. It's how do we begin to make evidence-based decisions? How do we learn from the data that we're holding and churn it out back to our community in a way that makes sense for us? So what we're looking to do here is, one, create more robust data sets. So what does it mean that we have 320 members? What are those members doing? Do they have particular focus areas? And if they do those correlate to the regions in which they are? I mean, there's so many different ways of translating our membership and the work that they do and the numbers that they have. Are their startups successful? How many of those are led by women, and what does that mean for the ecosystem? What kind of numbers are we looking at when you talk about economic impact led by the power of our community? What does it mean to the 51 countries that we have within our membership? So one of the things we'll be looking at doing moving forward is really making sense of all the data that we currently hold, and also being more intentional about the data that we collect, because we want it to really dictate the work that we do as a secretariat and also the work of our hubs. The second thing that we'll be doing under this pillar is adopting a learning approach to all the work that we do. And so what this means is that, again, at the secretariat level, at the hub level, we really are embracing a learning mindset. And so we're going into situations to learn about communities, to learn about the way we work, to learn about other ecosystem members, and again, using that knowledge in a way that makes sense for our community. A big one, we want to co-create a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework for the Secretariat and for our hubs as well. And we've actually done quite a bit of work with regards to this MEL framework, at least for the Secretariat. And I think my ask for the community right now is that we would love to run it by you, and we'll be setting up these kinds of sessions to run a few of the details that we already have by you and get your feedback. We have great ideas about the things we want to measure and the reasons we want to measure them, but they need to make sense for you as well. So there is a call to action here for anyone, especially researchers, anyone that has experience within monitoring and evaluation. We definitely want to have a conversation with you about how to make sure that the numbers we're collecting and the data we're wanting to use make sense for the community. We also want to build and design a knowledge portal. Now, anyone who's run a hub, you'll attest to every other day there's an email that comes in from, let's call them other organizations, wanting your data because you're such an expert in your field. And so therefore they want to leverage your know-how, collecting data about your communities, your hubs, and so on. But we never really see what the results are. We never really get the knowledge that they get. And so this, for us as AfriLabs, is our answer to that. We have an ambitious goal to create a knowledge portal. And the idea of this knowledge portal is that it will be open, and we would be encouraging our community and other stakeholders to contribute to this knowledge portal. And the whole idea around it is that if you give to the portal, you're able to extract from the portal. And just today I've been having conversations with people asking, but we don't have enough data, for example, on women in business and what are the factors that are causing them to fail. You know, I was having that conversation with someone over lunch, and there's so much other data that we're looking for that exists somewhere across the continent, but is so inaccessible to us. And so this is the question that we're wanting to answer with the knowledge portal. And I'm excited to say we are really close to closing down some partnerships with people that are interested in helping us design this in a way that makes sense for the entire continent. Now, we've already begun, I'll say, an initial process towards getting to where we have data that matters to us and to our community, and this is through AfriPass, which is something that you've been leading, Daniel, and I'd love you to speak a little bit more about it.
Hello, okay. Necessarily, one thing is that the value of our community comes when we start really leveraging our community to benefit what we do as individual hubs and the entrepreneurs we work for. And when we designed the AfriPass, the interest was basically when people travel from one country or one city to another, they can access the resources other hubs have in other cities. That way they can actually use it at almost at no cost, okay, at reduced prices. But we started looking at it and said, this should also help the entrepreneurs working within our network. Okay, if an entrepreneur wants to scale from one community to another, from one country to another, you are able to leverage the data sets, the information, the things we have been able to build on the AfriLab platform and other platforms that are related to ease your growth into these communities. One of the things we promised our community is that we are not just going to be focusing only on hubs growing, but we're going to be working with entrepreneurs within the hubs to scale and to grow. So one of the things, we've started building the AfriPass, and as the day comes by, the nature of the AfriPass is increasing more. Okay, we are closing partnerships that makes it easy if you want to scale. Like one of the sections we had earlier today, we were discussing, we wanted to find out the pain points. What do people need when they want to scale from Nigeria to Cameroon? Okay, what do people need when they want to scale from Nigeria to Senegal? Seeing that, hearing that Francophone countries have one unique central bank. How can we make sure that scaling across African countries is made easy? So we're going to be focusing on working with organizations, institutions, and partners to ensure that every data we have access to. Sometimes people want to just have access to market growth data. And in our platforms we're going to build, you should be able to log into the platform and get data that can help you as an entrepreneur, or you want to scale, you can make certain decisions by the data that is available because of what we've been able to build and because of the information that is coming from our network. We're 300 today, 320 today. In the next year, we should, because Brighter Bridges have told us that there are 1,000 hubs, we're going to find them. We'll find them, okay? We're going to grow the community. It means that the data coming out of the community will be robust, will be rich, such that every entrepreneur that wants to scale can make an informed decision based on this, okay? And we're not stopping there. We'll ensure that the hubs are benefiting from it too. For example, if you want to scale into, let's say, Aba, my city, from anywhere in the world, not just that you will use the space, You will also want to hire people, and you most likely will hire people from within my community, and my community will benefit from it. That started because I am part of the ecosystem. I am part of AfriLabs. I'm part of what it is we're doing. So we will keep growing our network, we'll keep growing the data, and we'll keep finding how this data can actually benefit not just the hubs, but the entrepreneurs coming out of the hub. So that when you want to travel, you're traveling to Somaliland, you don't need to think of where are you going to work from, because you know there's a hub network. You just log into AfriPass and search, the city, and you are connected to someone, and I know how lovely they will receive you there. So that's what we want to see happen. The collaboration, the community, the ecosystem, and then it will not just be to say hello and hi and enjoy. We also make money doing the same thing. I love money.
Thank you. And Serge, this actually speaks to your point on the CFTA, because what you're saying, Daniel, is that AfriPass is more than just getting our hub members. Yeah, it's more than workspaces. It's more than getting our hub members from one place to another. It's also about ensuring when they get there, they are aligned with the national policies. They do know how to operate in those different locations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because necessarily, the national networks and the hubs in each country understand how registration, incorporation, taxes work in their location. So if you are expanding to a new city, it is leveraging on the resources they have, the knowledge they have, the contacts they have. So if you're coming to my city and you want to register for tax, you wouldn't need to start asking again because I've done that before. You can leverage on the knowledge and the expertise and the things I have. Let's say you are looking for a marketing team. You need on-the-ground marketing team or more, people that can do certain things for you. Because I've garnered my experience in that, we've done stuff within our ecosystem, you are able to leverage the same thing. So what it means is that technically, I have the leverage to expand to 227 cities, relying on the strength of AfriLab Hub members within those cities. I can go to 51 African countries seeking to expand, relying on the strength of the AfriLab Hub members. Or I can go into a partnership. I can go into a partnership and start having discussions, having in mind that I have 51 other people solidly behind me that they can help me scale into other countries. That's where we see AfriLab. That's where we want to build, so that in the next 10 years, scaling across Africa is like a click of a button. That's where we want to be.
I find that really powerful. Thank you, Daniel. Let's move to our last pillar before we take questions. And this is, it's a very internal looking one. And so it's about the AfriLabs Secretariat. So what we know for sure is that we have this ambitious strategy, ambitious plan for the African continent, and the hubs are going to make this happen for us. But we too, as a secretariat, need to do our bit to ensure that we are strong enough, that we're operating efficiently enough to make it happen, and to provide some form of leadership to the hubs to make it happen, for them to be able to create their impact as well. And so there's a lot of things that we're looking at in this final pillar, the institutional sustainability. And so we're looking at finances. How do you make sure that we're financially stable? We're looking at the secretariat team. How do you make sure that they have the right sets of skills? We're looking at our different processes, and also we're looking at diversity of the team and also diversity of our presence. And I think let's begin with the internal processes. And Kudza, I'd love to come with you because I know you've had some strong thoughts on that and contributed to this pillar quite a bit.
Much, Nekesa, for that. I am told that when people listen, they only remember 3 things. And so I like to reduce things to, whenever I speak, to 3 things. In my mind, I sat here and thought perhaps we could summarize the work that we need to do for the next decade for us to succeed to 3 Ps. And I would call those our people, our processes, and initially I had resources, but while I sat here, I suddenly got that partners. So let's talk to those 3 very quickly. It is very important for us to appreciate that we are hubs. We are a large, vibrant community, if your dancing is anything to go by. And I want to say that we must also be mindful that AfriLabs itself has sometimes been described, Nekesa, as a hub of hubs. So we are also finding ourselves. Sometimes we've also been described as a startup. We are also trying to find the right model for us as AfriLabs so that we're able to scale. And so we go through a similar process that a developing hub would go, or the process that a startup would go, where we're trying to find a scalable model. Our people matter. It really matters for us to have the right people in place. And I think I did say this on record elsewhere, that I feel like at this point in time, we've done really great work. It's been 10 years, starting from a desk in a co-working space, with, I'm told, just 4 people around that same desk, to a little over 30 headcount now. And we've just secured our own compound. And this is the work of people who've put in the work over the years, some who might not be with us, but many who have contributed and literally, in the country I come from, we say died for this thing. They've put in all of the work that needs to be done. And so people will be very, very important for us in the coming decade, and indeed the coming decades. It's important that we have the right mix of people. You've already alluded to the fact that we would also need to capacity build these people. In the same way, we are building capacity for our entrepreneurs, building capacity for our hubs. We also will be very intentional in building the capacity of the people we have. And so we are in a really good place. I think the foundation has been firm. We've also been finding ourselves, we've been learning. Not only are people important, but people do work guided by policies, processes, all of that matters. And so a lot of preliminary work has been done in terms of our internal policies. We still need to fine-tune a few more things, but we also realize that in an ever-changing world, we also must be dynamic. I think AfriLabs is one of the most dynamic places anybody can work in, because things are constantly moving. This is the new digital age, and every single day is the slowest day it can ever be in life, because every day things move faster because of technology. And so we do need to make sure that our processes are sound, so that when the people are working, they are guided by something, and everything is obviously feeding towards this big, audacious, vision that we have as AfriLabs. And then, of course, last but not least is the third element, which is the resourcing that we require. And on this score, I think partners is a really good word to make use of. It's obvious that as a board treasurer, I must take this opportunity to once again applaud and celebrate all of our partners. And this is your cue to clap, yes. Thank you very much. Because they work with us, they give us more than money. Yes, money is a very important component of what we do, but a lot of them give us time, they give us mentorship, they give us guidance as an entire secretariat. And so I feel like those are the 3 things that come out from our pillar that we must take account of. Let's always ensure, we will continue to ensure we have the right people in place. And it's always so good to see that we've, under the able leadership of our executive director, we've recently acquired a COO. We are moving in the right direction. So that's people. Yes, please go ahead and clap. That's an important step for us. I spent a lot of years in corporate finance, so acquisitions. Yes, that is a word. We acquired a COO. And so people, I was just saying in summary, our people, our processes, our partners, all 3, the holy trinity of institutionalizing AfriLabs. Thank you.
Elodie, let's continue talking about people, but in the constant of inclusion. I'd love to get your thoughts on what AfriLabs is doing moving forward to ensure that the different regions are included.
Okay, so I will go in French. Je vais un peu faire honneur à ma communauté. Je crois que vous pouvez enlever le casque, hein, Fabrice. D'accord, donc je vais suivre l'exemple de Kudze et résumer un peu ce point sur l'inclusion sur 3 éléments. Je crois que l'une des plus grandes richesses de l'Afrique, c'est sa diversité. Et par rapport à ça, AfriLabs, en tant qu'organisation panafricaine, met un point d'honneur à tout ce qui est inclusion et représentation. Si on peut aller plus loin en termes de représentativité. Donc, je vais aller sur 3 éléments qui vont marquer la stratégie en termes d'inclusion d'AfriLabs pour les 10 prochaines années. L'un des premiers points à prendre en considération, c'est la représentation déjà. Vous avez vu que la communauté francophone aujourd'hui est représenté par ma personne. Rebecca l'a dit lors du conseil d'administration que d'ici, sur le long terme, pourquoi pas avoir d'autres communautés d'Afrique aussi représentées dans le board, ça pourrait arriver. Elle a mentionné aussi le fait que le précédent conseil d'administration était représenté par différentes sous-régions. On a fait l'Afrique du Nord, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, l'Afrique centrale, etc. Donc je pense que ça marque assez bien l'image de représentativité et de représentation que AfriLabs veut transmettre aujourd'hui. Et vous avez aussi sans doute entendu parler des country leads, peut-être on en reparlera un peu plus ultérieurement, qui seront aussi des points, des ambassadeurs dans les pays avec AfriLabs. Donc il y a ce point de contact-là, il y a ce lien-là que l'organisation veut vraiment créer avec ces communautés. Le deuxième aspect, c'est en termes bien sûr de communication et d'expression. On a parlé de data tout à l'heure, on a parlé de policy, etc., de co-création. Donc vous voyez que le fait de pouvoir donner cette opportunité à la communauté de s'exprimer, c'est aussi quelque chose qu'il faut prendre en compte, du moins qu'AfriLab prend en compte, et il faudrait faire de cela un atout. Permettre à tout le monde de s'exprimer, permettre à toutes les communautés de pouvoir communiquer. Pour la communauté francophone, on a la chance d'avoir une communication bilingue. Donc autant on reçoit des communiqués en français comme en anglais, c'est déjà un pas. Je crois qu'il y aura d'autres process qui se mettront en place. Le troisième aspect qu'il faudra prendre en considération, c'est l'aspect de la collaboration, qui rentre toujours dans ce pilier d'inclusion. Si vous avez remarqué hier, pendant la cérémonie des remises des récompenses, les collaborations ont été beaucoup primées parce qu'elles sont très encouragées et c'est aussi un signe d'inclusion qui est pris en considération. Donc, ces différents aspects-là mis ensemble, je crois que d'ici 10 ans, ce seront des éléments qui rendront vraiment l'identité d'AfriLabs plus forte, plus marquée en termes de ce que l'on veut projeter comme image de l'Afrique et de nos communautés. Merci.
Je vais juste rajouter sur quelque chose que Rebecca a lancé l'année dernière. Il y a aussi la question de l'inclusion du genre. Cette année, on a pu rajouter un homme au bureau de AfriLabs. Donc, félicitations AfriLabs pour cette inclusion.
Merci. Thank you. Very valid point. It's now, I think it's evenly split, is it? 50%?
They're still taking over, but it's good. It's fine.
No, I think it's at 50-50. Oh, you have Takunda. So you took over.
All right.
All right, let's move on to money. We've spoken about diversifying our revenue streams.
Yeah.
So first of all, I just like to really embrace Kudzai. You streamlined our processes, our financial processes, to a whole other level in your first term, and we are looking forward to seeing what you have in store for us for the second term. And I think that has been so critical in getting us to the point where we're not just talking about living hand to mouth, so to speak, but we are now moving to the next level about, right, we are now a bit stable. It's a stable ship. You've helped us stabilize. But now, how do we diversify the streams? And so that's why, for me, this conversation is extremely... We're now big. We are playing the big leagues. And so, Mertas, as our chair, what's the money plan? How do we figure out the sustainability?
Yeah, you know, money is always like the big thing we are, you know, trying to to fundraise, especially in something like AfriLabs. But I personally think that resources exist in that room, right? So, I mean, if we have 320 hubs in our network, and this is huge. And don't underestimate the resources, not just like financial resources, it exists in this room. And capital resources exist in this room. Like everything, it exists here. So it's not just the traditional or normal fundraising that we are going after, like the EFD or GIZ or this, like that we used to do for the last 10 years in all our hubs. But I think, yeah, I will give you an example. Like my personal company, they just fundraised 7 digits last month. And we haven't shared this information, but I'm pretty sure that most of the hubs here, like if we dig deep inside, you will find a lot of hubs who fundraise huge numbers. And we should really discover what are the resources exist within our network, within our regional presence as well. So I don't think we are going after governments or we will go after like this huge multilateral organization in the next coming 10 years, but I think we will shift the model that they go after us. And this is where we as hubs come together and not just pay the membership, but we decide to discover what we have inside our hubs. So I think really the answer of your question exists in this room with those guys.
I totally support that Africa will soon 100% fund everything that has to do with Africa's development. We have startups that are growing. I look forward to the day I will write one check and cover an AfriLab event. We have organizations that are building. And I say it with all sense of commitment, because why would we have funds and organizations that are working towards the growth and development of our continent will lack? For me, I was saying something earlier today to my fellow board members, that I see this thing like an AU of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology development. This is, for us, this is our own AU annual general meeting. So a time will come for you to join AfriLab. You need to pass through processes, okay? Like the content that is coming out of AfriLab through our capacity building program now, by the time people internalize it and put structure in their businesses, you will see that building unicorns will be so easy. And then people that saw that it was from the work that was done in AfriLab that led to their growth, it will be easy for them to sponsor it. Why it was difficult for us when we met some startups and they didn't respond to us really was because they couldn't identify how we played a role in their growth. But soon, every startup within our community will identify our role in their growth. So if we say, we are doing this event, let's all contribute towards it, it will be like a crusade. Everybody will want to be part of it. So that is the future I see for us. Money is not going to be our problem. Check. Keep pushing. We move. Money is not going to be a problem.
I'm sure.
You're sure?
So Daniel, what I heard you say, which sounds like a commitment from the board, is that within the next 10 years, we are committing that money to our African innovators, to AfriLabs, is coming from Africa.
Yes. Yes. Very strong yes.
Well done.
I'll second the yes. You seconded. Take it.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our board. We'd now love to invite your questions. I'll ask that someone support me with a roaming mic, please. Yes. Come check my mic.
Thank you very much, Nekesa.
And firstly, I would like to say a big thank you to this awesome board. And I'd like to say thank you to all of us for electing them. A round of applause for them. I can literally see steam rising over their heads, so I know we're in for a good time. I would like to take up the issue of the needs of hubs. You know, it's good enough, we've spoken so much about startups and getting them investment ready and all that, but hubs, they need funding as well. Nekasa, you mentioned this, and then Daniel again has mentioned it. Our board chair is optimistic that hubs are raising 7 figures. Not all of them. Some need funding, and I think there should be a special fund for that. In addition, I think we should look at things like infrastructure, like alternative power supply in a place like Nigeria, having a solar system, some boards that are like custom made, good for Africa, and this can be replicated in several countries. Again, you could have something like cloud storage, have a package that hubs can tap into, a negotiated price, a bulk price that would bring that unit price down for each hub. So I think we should look at infrastructure, even maker spaces. We can encourage them to make some ergonomic furniture so that we don't have to always go buy from China. I think Clint Tonell is around. He does computer-aided manufacturing and design. So we could do some of these things ourselves to equip the hubs and help them. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Okay, my name is Uchenna. I'm from, my hub is called Aid Fund from Anambra. Everything has been said. Congratulations to the new board, and I just want to testify a little bit about Chinago and how he helped me to register. I'm actually a new member, but in 3 months, I've learned something I've not learned in the 5 years. So honestly, this is a place to be for me. Everything has been said, but something I just want to emphasize, again, I said it in the women's group, but we all need it as well. Please, if the hub can find a way to think about our mental health, create something maybe once a month or once in 3 months. If you are healthy, your hub will grow. If you are not, it's number one thing that we should think about ourselves and to encourage everyone to be part of it. Then I want to also emphasize on the women's group, for what you are doing for we've been talking about capacity building, this, that, but, let the women, AfriLab women group to grow as well, so we can also support each other. Lastly, congratulations once again, and I hope that your tenure brings in more beautiful things to AfriLab. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll ask, so what we'll do is that I see 3 hands, so we'll take those 3 questions, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll have the board react as they close.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tunde McIver from Most 2 Points. I just wanted to kind of just allude to what the board chair had said and Chinago. So in terms of, okay, no, I just wanted to give a perspective to what the board chair said, and maybe it's something I'm looked in. Because if the hubs are going to create very valuable companies, I've attended I'm currently in an accelerator, virtual, but the quality of content is a bit intense. I've been to AfriLab trainings, but the quality of content that I get from the accelerator, it's paid. So but the quality of content, I could see that if I want to play at a particular level, that's the kind of content I need, And for the ops to be able to transfer that kind of content that helps shape those startups within their community to have a mindset and understand how the game is played so that the orchestrations are to the level where they become very big and can self-sustain AfriLab as a community. That means the ops, for instance...
Sorry, I'll ask you just ask the question. We have 6 minutes left.
Okay, so I'm just saying that, just a suggestion, basically, that in terms of the capacity building internally for both the hubs and trying to get the kind of content that would help us have more valuable companies come from the hubs across the nations in a way that helps deliver the dream of having a sustainable AfriLab should be something that should be looked into properly, so that this dream of having Africans support the labs is kind of easily achievable.
I think Linda, you can take that one. Okay. Two more at the back. Please make the questions quick so we can use the rest of the time to respond to them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tochukwu Chukwueke, and I'm the founder of Clinton L Innovation Center, Nigeria's first makerspace. I'm also leading the community of hardware in Nigeria. So I have a question for the board. In AfriLabs programs, I want to know, is there any consideration or provision for makerspaces and fab labs, considering the very peculiar nature of these hubs, and also considering the critical role that they play in national development across every continent? Thank you.
Thank you. The two gentlemen at the back.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Prince Bonnie from Ghana, Takrady. Just as the board member Daniel was talking about AfriLabs being the AU of innovators and entrepreneurs, I'd want to also advise or say, tax the board that they should actively then lobby the African government. Because if we're looking at mobilizing funds within Africa, then we need to actively engage the African government leaders, because obviously, if we have the leverage to involve the Vice President of Nigeria, I believe that we can invite or involve all the African leaders to also become part of AfriLabs and support us, because we've been traveling from one African country to another African country, and I believe that we could actively lobby them, and then they can then again involve AfriLabs in whenever maybe they are implementing policies across Africa, and I believe that that is a very good way and a strategic way to involve AfriLabs nationwide or all the African countries.
Thank you, Prince. The last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles. I'm from Rwanda, representing 250 startups. I want to talk about the Startup Act that is really countries adopting, and many governments are really working on this. And this, actually, I was thinking about it when we are talking about the policy. So my call it recommendation or ask to the new board, can we lobby at this Startup Act and have policies can actually help the different ecosystems? Because as we're talking now, my friend here was saying in Tanzania they are working on it. In Rwanda, you have done all the consultation, plus more other countries. But we have different policies. Can we lobby in and then have policies that are cross-cuts the continent that can support the investors, the system that we already have that are not working well in terms of the procurement policy and others, as we know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, amongst the three of you, decide who's asking the one question. Let's be democratic. Who's going to take it? It's one question. Okay, the gentleman in the middle. And please make the question really short so we can move to the answers.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to Dan El Chenagozi. I'm from Aba. My name is Ike Nwuniba from Vision Incubation Hub, Aba. And from the data published, I learned that there are over 200 hubs that has been shut down, right? And I would like to find out if it's also made public, why were those hubs shut down? And so if those hubs were shut down, what can AfriLab do to ensure that other hubs like that do not shut down?
Thank you.
And so the question, sorry, just one last. The question is, when we sign up into a membership of the AfriLabs, from what the chair said, he has attracted a 7-figure funding. I also know that there are hubs who have not attracted even a 1-figure funding. So is there a way that AfriLabs can have a peer learning, a mentorship framework where new intakes into the the AfriLabs can have direct mentorship from hubs like the Chairman's Hub, who have made 6-figure, 7-figure. That way, we don't push so much burden on AfriLabs, and amongst the communities, we can leverage on our shared networks, resources, to keep learning and growing, and to be sure that the system is strengthened, so that more hubs, because the fear people have is that we have a lot of hubs who are failing, and the hub system is not sustainable. So how can we ensure that we adopt this framework so that more hubs can start, sustain, and scale?
All right, that's a great question. So we have a question on hub sustainability. There's one on makerspaces. There's one on what about the hubs, because we're speaking a lot about the startups. There's a question on our programs, and there's something on the startup bill. I'll ask the panel, as you close, to react to any of these issues.
Quick as possible. One thing, let's not be also too hard on ourselves, right? I was looking at some pictures from 2015 and compare that to today and see how far we've come. Sometimes we like to compare ourselves to other markets, the Americans and whatever, but let's not be too hard on ourselves, because we are making the progress, we're moving. Perhaps not ourselves, but we're moving. One thing I want to really encourage Herbs to do is to be innovative. We know that we are bootstrapping people, so we have to. I saw a guy in Niger who opened a school, and you know how he did it? He started by talking to big corporations and say, when are you not using your conference rooms? When are you not using your conference room? I want to have my business lecture in there. Today he's got a building. Right? So I know we're talking about infrastructure, and I know it's important. I want to encourage, we had a conversation earlier about infrastructure, and yes, we do need it, and we have to build infrastructure, but I also think that we really, really have to be innovative in the kind of things that we can do, also to diversify our income, so that so that we can reduce the amount of herbs that are shutting down. So that the little things that I could add about the questions.
What I wanted to say first. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Please, let's not build the model of our hubs to depend on grants. If you want to be sustainable, build the model of your hubs to depend on revenue. Say it, revenue. Think in terms of what service will you provide, what things will you do that can keep your hub going. Most times, most of the hubs that have shut down are hubs that don't have programs or activities or products people pay for. I know you are incubating startups. The same way you are using to incubate startup, incubate a product that brings in money into the hub. That's one thing I need to talk about sustainability. And also make a statement about the makerspace. AfriLab has a lot of programs for makerspace. Last year in Addis, we had full section about makerspaces. In 2017, that I attended, my first AfriLab was in 2017. We had the founder of the hub in Kenya, the hardware hub that was in Kenya. Yes, we had him come and share quite some leveraging experiences to make us founders of the makerspace. And I love what Clinton is doing with Hardware Nigeria. So Clinton, if you can, we need to really engage with you more so that you can share your experiences to other countries, how you are navigating the hardware ecosystem in Nigeria and how they are growing. Other people can leverage and learn from what it is you have. Now, one thing I also need to say is that if there is anything you think you know that can contribute to the growth of the ecosystem, please reach out to the Secretariat. Most times you must not wait for the Secretariat, AfriLab to create a program, because those programs you see in AfriLab today, someone created it. Let's all contribute our quota to the growth of this ecosystem. That's what I wanted to say.
I support the idea of let us create programs, and that is how a part of the strategy and in our conversations is, let us not wait for the grants to be developed by development partners. Let us direct, and part of our strategy really is to direct and help put together data that shows us which programs we want to generate as a network. So I really support your point, Daniel. Secondly, I wanted to address the question on curriculum and how heavy the content is on the innovations and not the hubs. Is that what I got correct?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is that correct?
Yeah. He was saying that the quality of the curriculum should be strong.
Okay, I've understood. Okay, so the way the current curriculum has been framed is so that you understand how to support your innovation while you support your own hub. So there are those elements that are around investment and also product development. So all these components have been included. However, if there's an element or a module that you feel that has not been included, we are happy to hear from you so that then we can work on it in the second phase. However, we're in the first phase, especially the pilot phase, that is supposed to give us this kind of feedback. So I believe this is the first point of feedback or amongst the first elements of feedback that we're getting. So thank you so much for that. I also want to talk about financing is such a big element for anything, and that also reflects the value that you're giving to your audience. Apart from us thinking about the programs that we're designing, it is important as well to understand how we are influencing government to support us to work with other people within, other stakeholders within our environment. When you look at private sector alliances, those people need, they're setting up innovation or innovative ways to solve their problems in the market. So when you're thinking about airlines, when you're thinking about banks, when you're thinking about all these people, they're looking for innovative ways to draw into the market. Just imagine if we are thinking of revenue-based approach. All these people need our intervention, and that is the best way we can be able to come in, support them, work with our startups, so that then as we're getting paid, we are also sustaining ourselves and supporting our innovators. So let's think more along those lines. And of course, AfriLabs is here to see how then they can intervene, and we can intervene in a bigger way in terms of how do we bring all these opportunities from these partners and then have you as our implementing partners in supporting the innovators as well. So that is part of the strategy that we are putting together. I'm sure numbers will come out very soon. We just need to settle in and do a better or a more detailed output for you. So thank you so much.
All right, so someone has given me a voice now. Thank you. So mine are 2 C's. I like letters. The first one is, and I think my colleagues have already said, so I won't flog a dead horse, is collaborations. Don't wait for everything to be organized for you. Go out there and date another hub. Find a hub you can do an event with. Clintonel was very instrumental in Eyes on Hub in Zimbabwe. He's sitting in Nigeria. I've never met him. I've just seen him now. He came through, gave a talk. Makerspace is moving on because our Makerspace lead basically just hosted a session with him. Very simple. Online, Zoom, 1 hour, 2 hours, you get things done. I've spoken for the hub at Uganda, a couple of colleagues I met here. So let's get things happening amongst ourselves. Let's not wait to be in an arranged hub marriage. Date as hubs and collaborate. And I mean it in both ways. And then the last C is just conversion. Quick math, those that passed primary school, what is 320 times 500? Those that passed mathematics. All these innovators are not a single answer. Okay, use your calculators. What do we get? $160,000. That's what we expect to get from you next year. It's called membership fees. I thank you.
And you can start paying from now, eh? Yes.
Accepting cash, we are accepting cards.
We're accepting cash.
Yes, we might even take livestock, just bring something.
Steve, ok. Donc, j'espère que ça passe. Ok, déjà au niveau de la rentabilité, je crois qu'il y a des conversations c'est un sujet qui revient tout le temps, qui revient fréquemment. Et tout à l'heure encore avec la communauté francophone, justement, on en parlait. Et je crois qu'il y a de bonnes idées qui ont émergé de ces conversations-là. Il y a de bonnes discussions qui ont été engagées déjà, des pistes d'idées, de collaboration par rapport à ce sujet de rentabilité-là. Un autre aspect aussi, comme Kuzé vient encore une fois de le dire, je continue à prendre l'exemple sur elle, c'est la collaboration. Il faut vraiment, je crois que c'est vraiment un point sur lequel AfriLabs va mettre beaucoup d'accent. C'est vraiment encourager les partenariats, encourager la collaboration, la communication et tout ce qui va avec. Un dernier point, peut-être pour aller sur l'aspect mental health que la dame a mentionné, parce que tout à l'heure on était en session des femmes d'AfriLabs et c'est un point qui est revenu quand même fréquemment. Je crois que les femmes d'AfriLabs déjà ont initié il y a quelque temps une sorte de cocktail en ligne, des conversations entre femmes où elles peuvent s'exprimer librement, elles peuvent discuter de tout et de rien et ça participe justement à leur épanouissement aussi. Ça participe aussi à vraiment à se sentir bien dans notre écosystème, entre nous, et être plus à l'aise. Donc c'est aussi un aspect que peut-être ce n'est pas publiquement abordé, mais les femmes d'AfriLabs sont conscientes en fait qu'il y a un besoin de discuter, il y a un besoin de partager ces expériences-là, et voilà.
Yeah, on the policy and the Startup Act, my friend from Rwanda, I'll be very brief. Yes, Startup Act are what I believe would be like the baseline package of policy. They focus on registration of herbs, taxes, tax credits, or sometimes things very like just a basic package that the state can provide, etc. But that's the baseline, right? And I think it's good. It's a good problem to have 54 startup acts in each African country, right? If they can speak to each other, we'll be happy, right? But the reality, and I agree with you, that there is a layer that we need to add, which is what can we do as we're seeing startups scale? What can we do to help them to sell across Africa? And for that to happen, we need to look at what some of the dynamics that are happening. We talk about African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the discussions about harmonization of data policies at AU. We want to be part of those conversations. And that's why we're helping to build this strategy. So yes, we're glad with you. And I will land on 3 things. Call to action. The first thing is there's a wonderful survey that's been put together by the Secretariat. I have Brian here who's worked on that, who is asking exactly what is your opinion on that. Please give us your opinion. Tell us what you believe are the issues, so we're able to put that together. The second thing is there will be a paper, a position paper from the AfriLabs Secretariat that will go out with your inputs. Please do contribute, because it will be that exactly telling that story and what we're expecting. And finally, there'll be a working group on policy that will just help to drive the conversation and move it forward. So this does not just become a one-off each time we have an AGM. It will be a continuous conversation, so we're able to really change things. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Takunda, any last words?
So I think my colleagues have covered points with regards to the persons that came up. When I look back at AfriLabs and where we've come from over the past 10 years, I'm able to see the development of the institution, the adoption of processes and structure that has really helped Africans become what it is today. And I think we're seeing this being packaged through the capacity building program and the content that we're developing internally within AfriLabs. And I think what we need to do as members of this great mothership is start to look at that and have it cascade into our own program. My first annual gathering, I think, was in Egypt 2017, I think. And one of the bigger conversations we were having there was to discuss and to talk about how to build sustainable business models for our hubs, right? And from there to where we are now, I've seen that concept transform the way that we plan and operationalize our hubs. And so I think it becomes an easier conversation once we've developed some of this inner restructuring and relearning. Because the concept of hubs for a lot of us was not built in the same way that startups have been built, right? We sometimes don't have these core fundamentals that we need. And this content and these programs that we're seeing coming through serve to build that foundation. I think once we have that foundation going into the next 10 years, we'll find that we'll have more and more hubs building sustainable revenue-funded models, and then being able to live the dream that Daniel was talking about, where African activities and initiatives are funded by us, the Africans. I think we need to make sure that between now and the next annual gathering, we take a lot of this content, these activities, the physical needs, the learning needs, all of the stuff that we've structured and built into it, and make sure that all of that content cascades into our operations and into the communities that we serve. In doing that, I'm sure our conversation will be very different to the next annual gathering. We will have more of our seven-figure balance sheets in these hubs coming up and inspiring the next 1,000 hubs.
Thank you. Chair, please close us out.
Okay. Okay, thanks everyone. Yeah, I'm very happy with what my fellow board members with their comments. It's really insightful, and I'm really happy that we are having this discussion now, and this is enlightening us to take some stuff into consideration. Generally speaking, I think we should really define what is our main value proposition as an AfriLabs, right? So currently we are working in around 14 programs, okay? And can be risky a little bit that we can lose our identity when we grow like this, horizontal like this. So we want to make sure that we will stick to the foundation of this foundation and our vision and mission and strategy. And this is the starting point for our work in the coming next 2 years. So yeah, thanks everyone for this. Thanks for the audience for the questions, and thanks for my fellow board members. And over to you, Nikesa.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure for Saj and I to co-facilitate this, and we definitely look forward to working with the board. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, thank you. Shall we get a lovely picture with our new board? Give them another round of applause, please. Photographer to the front. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. Get on your feet and acknowledge this team that's going to support us into the next year and beyond. Great work, and thank you. I know that we're all tired, but they do deserve a big round of applause. Thank you. Fantastic. So as you're on your feet, we're going to take a big group picture. So I'm going to invite all of you to come to the front. Everybody come to the front. And then you'll see there's a whole bunch of instruments. So I'm going to invite you to start grabbing an instrument. If you grab a tube, I'm going to ask you to jump up on the stage. Anna, I'm going to do all of the official stuff after this. Just jumping in. What do you need? I need official stuff. Yeah, it's just going to happen in the circle. All of that's going to happen after dinner. So tubes on the stage. Jump up on the stage if you've got a tube. Is it possible to get my lapel mic brought down to me? Lapel mic brought down. And if I can ask for silence in the room. attention, please. Shh. To make this a beautiful group picture, I need your attention. Hold tight.
Hey.
So we are going to do a quick sound check. If you've got a shaker, after 4, I want you to shake, and when I do this, you stop. That's a shaker, not a tube, not a round drum, just the shakers, where you're all supposed to be together. Now you've mixed up, it's gone mad, okay? So all the shakers after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a shaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, and stop. Fantastic. Now, everybody that's on the floor, not on the stage, walk over there, push those chairs back and face me. Off you go. There we go. We're circling up. There you go. Back you go. You've got too much room. There you go. That way. Push the chairs back and face me. So we're in a circle now. You can go that way as well, Anna. There you go. There you go. I want to make sure that you got room here on the stage. It looks a bit dangerous. You're on that side, my friend. Have you got enough room to move on the stage? No, jump down, a few of you with the tubes. Tubes jump down, the rest of you stay up. If you've got a tube, jump down. Rebecca, you can stay there, you've got a red tube. Okay, just where you can choose, my friend. Where's Steve and the djembe? Where's Steve? Steve, where are you? Steve, can you come over here and sit on the front over here? So we've got a lead drum with one of our chair people, literally on a chair, pop it there. Okay, if you've got a tube, can you wave it in the air like this so I can see where you are? Now, what's going to happen is I'm going to shout a color. The small reds, can I hear you beat? Small reds, beat your drum, your tubes. Okay, the pinks, let me hear the pinks. Let me hear the purples. Let me hear the dark green. Let me hear the light green. Let me hear the yellow. Let me hear the orange. And let me hear the red. The big red with Rebecca. Okay, fantastic. So we know where we are, okay? Then if you've got a round drum, I'm going to just count 1, 2, 3, 4. There's going to be one beat. It's just going to go boom. And you're going to, after 4, and give me a help with the bass on that djembe, okay? After 4. Just a boom. One beat. Yes. After 4, all the drums, one beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, that was some shakers I heard there. Be clear your role in this organization, please, all right? Know what you are doing, know what you are playing, right? So all the drums, not the bells, not the shakers, not the tubes, just the drums. One beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a tube, not a drum, okay? Now all the tubes after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now all the shakers after 4. How? Is this how she treats you, huh? She's outgoing, don't worry. Okay? Now all the drums, now all the shakers, now all the bells. In other words, all of you, one beat only, not 2, just 1. After 4, not before. It will sound like this. Don't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, there, after there. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the next time I want 2 beats. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to do 3 beats, which will go boom, boom, boom. Not boom, 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 boom. Right? Just boom, boom, boom. After 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty impressive, right? Now 4 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. I forgot to say that I want 1, 2, 3, 4. There's going to be a fast 4 after a slow count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now the next thing is I want you to put your mouth, cover your mouth a little bit, and say, right? Because you're going to need to say something. And of course, Rebecca has gifted us with the hashtag of We Move, right? But who are you? You're AfriLabs. Who are you? Who are you? So what I'm going to do is when you see the thumb up, and if you can move just a little bit further back, then I can start dancing, okay? What's going to happen is when you see the thumb up in the air, I'll count to 4, and you're going to shout, AfriLabs, boom, boom, on the drums. AfriLabs, boom, boom, that's 2. AfriLabs, boom, boom. Yo, we move. Okay, that's what we're going to say. That's our catchphrase. So it's going to be how many times? We're going to say, AfriLabs, zoom, zoom. AfriLabs, zoom, zoom. AfriLabs, zoom, zoom. Hey, we move. Have you got that? Are you sure? Okay, after 4, not before. Loud and proud. 1, 2, 3, shout! AfriLabs! 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 Hey, we move! Now you got it. Okay, listen up. Save your energy. We're just warming up, and I do need to get you out for dinner. So let me be really sharp and to the point. Are you focused? Are you here? Are you ready to move a little bit? Which means that in a moment, I'm going to get the small red tubes, the purple tubes, and the pink tubes to give us the metronome. Don't go too fast, too quick, right? So we're going to be able to step 1, 2, 3, because we're moving, right? So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, din, 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 pink, red, purple. Pink, red, purple. Now, we're not going to stop our groove because guess what? We're moving. Now, with the tubes, no drums, no shakers. No shakers. Just get into the groove. I'm going to do the call and response. All the tubes, you just carry on. Tambourines, can I get a little jingle? The tambourines. Jingle, 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 jingle. Like you're in church. Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And then this one, my friend, you're going to hold it. You're going to go 1, 2, 3, and shake. Okay. My maracas, my red maracas, the shakers after 4. 1, 2, the shakers, and we go. We go. Yeah. Now breathe a little bit. I'm going to do a call and response. I'm going to say, bim, 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 bim. The drums will respond. The drums, the tubes you carry on. Hold it down. Listen up, that's not what I said. Me and Steve, we got it. We've done this before, right, Steve? Listen up. You've got to enjoy it, right? Take a moment. Yeah. Who's doing that? Bibbit, bibbit it, bibbit it, bibbit it, bibbit it, bibbit it. My big drums over here. Can I have boom, cha, boom, boom, cha, boom, cha, boom, boom, cha, boom, cha, boom, boom, cha, boom, cha, boom, boom, cha. Yeba, yeba, here we go. Yeba, yeba, here we go. All right. Now remember, if you see the thumbs, I want to hear AfriLabs, boom, boom. We're going to try it out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. AfriLabs, AfriLabs, AfriLabs. Hey, we move, let's go. Yeba, yeba. Now, I'm going to lean that up. I love the fact that you've done that. Do that, give me that, and give me. Take it, Steve, take it. Do back, do back. Now my shakers. Keep going, all the shakers. Daga, 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 daga. Yeba, yeba. My shakers, carry on. My shakers, carry on. Shakers, up the floor. Shakers. Daga, 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 daga. After 4, 1, 2, let's move. Back, do back, do back, do back, do back, do back. Boom, chat, boom, boom, chat, boom, chat, boom, boom, chat, boom, chat, boom, boom, yeba. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All the tubes, carry on. Tubes. Now, don't speed up. Don't speed up. Can I ask you to keep moving on the right step? Here we go. 1 to the right, 2. Here we go. And a 1, 2 step to the right and move. Come on, let's groove. It's AfriLabs. Move. That's right, let's groove. We're AfriLabs, move. That's right, groove. We're who? Move. That's right, groove. We're AfriLabs, move. Let's go, groove. We're move. That's right, groove. We're AfriLabs, move. Let's go, groove. We're AfriLabs. Here we go. After 4, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Boom, chat, boom, boom, chat, boom, chat, boom, boom, chat, boom, chat, boom, boom, chat. Yeah, my brother. Okay. Freeze. You see, the reason I'm holding it like this is I just want to stop time and enjoy this moment with you, man. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Yeba, yeba, yeba. Yes, my brother, come over here. Come over here, brother. Come on. Bit louder, bit louder. Yeba, yeba, yeba. Yeba, 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 yeba. Stay. Yay. AfriLabs! 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 Hey! We move rumble! Make some noise! Make some noise! Whoa! Whoa! 1, 2, 3, 4! Well done. Okay. May I hold you here because we're now going to close officially. Just put the instruments on the floor. Take a deep breath. I need a microphone, please. If I can hand over the... Just where you are. Just where you are. Just put all the instruments down. Stay where you are. On the floor is fine. Please watch where you're walking. Whilst I'm waiting for a microphone. Do we have a microphone? Team, do we have a microphone? Thank you. I would like you to give a round of applause for Anna. Please. Yes. And can I open up the circle a bit more? To Anna for our closing remarks. Thank you very much, Anna.
AfriLabs, we move! Well, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you to everybody here. Wow, it's been an incredible 2 days. It's been an incredible 2 days. We still have a day to go, a night to go, and then another day to go. But so far, it's been amazing. And that's because all of you took out your time to come here to Abuja to be with us as a family. And we do not take it for granted. Thank you to the board, the outgoing board, the new board. Thank you so much for the support you give. Thank you to our sponsors, our partners. Thank you to GIZ Make IT. Thank you to Mozilla, UNDP, all our partners. And then I'd like to say a big, big, big shout out to our team. Our secretariat team. Come. Come. This team, they're not all here, right? Some of them are still doing a lot of work behind the scenes, but then they have given everything. It is such an honor to work with each and every one of you. They put in the hours, overtime, when there are any changes, last-minute decisions, things not going right, people canceling on us. They put in the work. Anytime, any day. They are passionate about the work. They're passionate about the continent. They're passionate about all of you. They do this for all of you, So I'd just like to say thank you. And on that note, you'd like to say something? No? Rebecca? Rebecca is hiding, yeah. So on that note, I can say we're unofficially closed for the AfriLabs 2021 annual gathering. We move! And see you all in Zambia!
Okay, so well done everybody and thanks for your energy. I do need to let you know there's a small very important piece of administration that I need to complete, so I need your attention please. There's a list of names that I need to share. This list of names is invited kindly to meet Pashe at the back of the room now. So listen very carefully and excuse my problem with my pronunciation if I do make a mistake. Robert Karanja, Alan Arintiwe, Jane Ariho, Dr. Abdirahman Hassan Youssef, Murshid Mohammed, Fama Ibrahim Idil Mohammed, Amin Mlano, Pascal Niringango, Titus Zengamamgu, Rodrigo Heri, Giensi Diongo, Divin Nagalo Mpia, Serge Bahati Majendi. Please meet Pashe at the back of the room now. The last thing to say, if you want to know what's happening next, is that we're all going out now for dinner, right? Straight from here to dinner. And my friend here is asking for one last group picture. Do we have it? Huh? Okay. We're kind of spread, man. Do you want to do it? Do we want a big group picture? Yes or no? If you want to be in the picture, get in front of this camera right now. We're doing it in 10. Come on, you know you want to be in that last picture. You did such a good job. Last group picture. Please sit down on the front of the stage and then crouch behind. We can kick these away forward out of the picture. Just roll that out of the way. It does. Okay, in that case, oops. Group picture.
picture. Please join us for the group picture. We'd really love your faces, your smiles. I'm going to invite Rebecca in the front row just to gently push back a little bit. Can we have a little bit more lights from the house on the team, if possible? Can we get a little more lights on the house here? A little bit further back will be good. You've got room behind you because you're not quite in the light there. Go on, just. And then kindly, if we've got a front row, if you're tall, like this guy, take it to one knee, my friend. I'll be down there with you. Yeah, come, we'll do it together. One knee at the front like that. Anybody else want to join us at the front here? I will help just organize, save my spot. That's my spot. Yes. Thank you for working with us. You really are the most beautiful family that I feel part of. Thank you for having me again, AfriLabs. I really appreciate. I feel part of you. I feel part of you. I can't wait for Zambia. We are all going to be there, right? Zambia. Is it possible, House, that we also keep the AfriLabs logos on our screens? Okay, and Deji at the back, if we could get AfriLabs logos on the screens, please. Steve, we need you in the picture. Where's that djembe? We need that djembe. Is that drum there behind you somewhere? Is it gone already? If we could, Motaz, just let that djembe drum from behind you come through here. Be careful, it's heavy. Put that down here with me and Steve. Steve, let's do it down here, brother. Come down here, my man. Okay. AfriLabs, boom boom. AfriLabs, boom boom. AfriLabs, boom boom. Hey, we move. Okay, one more time. AfriLabs, jum jum. AfriLabs, jum jum. AfriLabs, jum jum. Hey. Please make sure that you look for all of your belongings as you leave the hall, and that name list, please go and find Pache at the back of the room. Anna or Jen, anything else to say about final logistics buses? Anna, any final bus thing I'm supposed to say?
Oh yeah, the buses to the dinner are in front of you.
So the buses to the dinners are waiting for us right now, already. Which means the quicker we fill up the buses, the quicker we go and eat together. Please pick up your stuff, meet us at the front of the hotel. Let's get on the buses and let's move to dinner.
Envisioned to be the preferred investment destination in Nigeria, Enyimba Economic City is strategically located and connected to 9 southeast and south-south states with a captive population of 60 million people. It is served with excellent roads, rail, airports, and seaports. Spanning over 9,803 hectares, Enyimba Economic City is the largest single development in Nigeria, a masterpiece in the making with a work, live, learn, and play concept in a sustainable environment. Skillfully designed into 6 development zones, Enyimba Economic City has a central business district, entertainment zone, healthcare zone, education zone, residential townships, and 4 industrial parks. Enyimba Economic City is proud to have dedicated inland port and airport to support large-scale industrial development and wholesale market as the main logistics hub. Enyimba Economic City will generate up to 625,000 new jobs. A variety of quality housing are available that ranges from luxury villas to apartments, all sustainably designed in low, medium, and high-rise residential units. Residential Township in Enyimba Economic City is a safe haven where residents can live at peace and at comfort. Situated next to the residential township is the golf course and country club for all to enjoy. with an extensive green corridor designed seamlessly with the city to provide environmental relief and quality green ambiance. Master planned efficiently, Phase 1 in Yimba Economic City comprises of 1,800 hectares in various land sizes, making it an ideal location for multinational companies and SMEs. The key investment focuses on industrial park, wholesale market, trailer parks, logistics zone, and inland port that are highly secured with 24/7 surveillance. The social infrastructure is also ready to take care of the residents' needs. Earmarked as a free trade zone, investors will enjoy special incentives found only in Nyimba Economic City. Starting a business is also hassle-free. Infrastructure such as a dedicated 540 megawatt gas-powered generating station are meticulously designed to offer uninterrupted business experience at competitive pricing. Nyimba Economic City addresses mobility by putting in place a major road network with a reliable public transportation system that would ensure efficient and smooth traffic flow. Mobility within the city is further enhanced with cycling lanes along thoroughfares and green corridors. Nyimba Economic City offers a variety of entertainment options that sets to fulfill the recreational lifestyle pursuits of residents and visitors alike. Theme parks, sports arena, hotels, retail malls, and an outdoor activity zone will be the first in the region attracting international visitors. At the center of Nyimba Economic City is the Central Business District, where you will find premium purpose-built offices with lifestyle-enhancing amenities interwoven with luxury. Just next to CBD is Healthcare and Urban Wellness Zone, comprised of hospitals, specialized clinics, and world-class medical services, poised to be a major healthcare destination in the region. To the south of CBD is the Knowledge and Educational Zone, the first of its kind in the region, housing university, industrial training colleges, and a research center. Graduates from Eastern University, Nyimba Institute of Technology, and Nyimba Vocational and Innovation Institute will provide skilled human resources suitable for many industries. The crown jewel in Nyimba Economic City, designed with the elite in mind for a modern yet conducive working environment, is being developed with smart and sustainable features. Nyimba Economic City, the preferred investment destination where businesses can thrive and grow. Join us and grab the opportunity as we build world-class Nyimba Economic City.